Chapter 1544. Those unlucky goo masters were hit by the water pillars. They turned into piles of flesh and bones. Such a change made the goo masters extremely shocked. They quickly stopped and left the battlefield. What's going on? The three goo immortals in the clouds were about to react when they saw the water pillars suddenly fuse into one in the air, forming into an ancient water monster with a fish body, frog legs, and tiger head. The water monster roared as it pounced at the mortals below. It did not have much intelligence. It felt that these mortal goo masters had disturbed its slumber. The giant frog legs stomped on the ground as boundless water surged out of the ground, surging towards the mortals. But the three immortals attacked at the same time. Three barriers of light protected the three clansmen. So there is an underground frost heart lake beneath this smoky warm jade field. There is an ancient water monster inside the lake. Ho Yao had a solemn expression. Shang Qing gritted her teeth, looking at Tai Mianshan. Lord Tai Mianshan, please take the lead. We will assist you and take down this ancient water monster. We will prevent it from destroying this smoky warm jade field. She and Ho Yao were only rank 6 goo immortals. They could not deal with the ancient water monster. Tai Mianshan was the only rank 7 goo immortal here. He was the leader. Tai Mianshan nodded. He was about to charge down the clouds when a sharp eagle cry resounded in the three immortals' ears. At the next moment, everyone saw to their shock that the small eagle beside Yi Fan suddenly expanded, turning into a giant eagle. Upper extreme heavenly eagle. The giant eagle screeched as it pounced at the ancient water monster. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was saved by the mysterious goo immortal Lu Wei-yin. But it was also restrained by his methods. It had been staying beside Yi Fan. When Yi Fan was in a life-and-death situation, Lu Wei-yin's restraining methods would be greatly weakened, allowing the upper extreme heavenly eagle to use a portion of its strength. The upper extreme heavenly eagle did not have the intelligence of humans. It did not sense the hidden goo immortals. It only felt the threat of the ancient water monster. It felt that its dignity was being challenged. It wanted to teach this arrogant person a lesson. Feeling the upper extreme heavenly eagle's ferocious aura, the ancient water monster immediately cowered. Its roars stopped abruptly, and it directly turned into a stream of water, quickly slipping away through the hole it had just emerged from. Once the ancient water monster was gone, Yi Fan's life was no longer in danger. The seal on the upper extreme heavenly eagle took effect again, causing it to return to its original state. A force forced it to fly back to Yi Fan's shoulder. Around Yi Fan, there was complete silence. Countless goo immortals stared at him with wide-opened eyes. Young Master Yi, what exactly is this eagle of yours? Xiao Dai stammered, completely shocked. Yi Fan rubbed his nose. If I say that this is the first time I've seen this eagle's power, would you believe me? Primordial desolate beast. Be it the three goo immortals above the clouds or the two E-clan immortals hiding in the lake, they were all shocked, speechless. How did this happen? Especially those two E-clan goo immortals. They only wanted to release the ancient water monster, but they did not expect an immemorial desolate beast to appear. That's a good thing. We don't have to do it ourselves. With this immemorial desolate beast, we can get rid of these three immortals. EU was overjoyed. Enen Men's gaze was dark. This is not so simple. Did you not see it clearly? This immemorial desolate beast is being raised by someone. It is the possession of that young man who fought earlier. Shang Clan's fairy, what is going on with this immemorial desolate beast? Tai Mianshan's gaze was like lightning. He turned around and looked at Shang Qing. Shang Qing smiled bitterly. Earlier, she was agitated and her expression showed flaws. Even if she did not, she would not be able to lie to Tai Mianshan. Shang Qing only had rank 6 cultivation level. She could only say, I don't know either. It is likely this young man's fortuitous encounter. What kind of fortuitous encounter can allow a mortal to raise an immemorial desolate beast as his possession? Ho Yao was shocked as he said in an unfathomable tone. Tai Mianshan smiled coldly. This is an important matter. We cannot ignore it. Compared to this, smoky warm jade field is no longer important. This young man probably inherited an immortal true inheritance. But our southern border righteous path has never had such records of a mortal raising an immemorial desolate beast. I need to investigate and prevent the demonic path from rising again. Shang Qingqing was furious but helpless. She smiled bitterly. I believe that Lord Tai Mianshen will investigate this matter and uphold justice. Eagle, so you are so powerful. Yi Fan sighed. He could not help but stretch out his hand, wanting to touch the upper extreme heavenly eagle's head. The upper extreme heavenly eagle had tried to struggle many times, but it was helpless against the seal on its body. After a while, it became resigned to its fate. Now that it returned to Yi Fan's shoulder, it was furious, but when it heard Yi Fan's praise, pride appeared on its face again. Seeing Yi Fan stretch out his hand, it immediately spread its wings and slapped Yi Fan's hand away. Yi Fan smiled bitterly. Xiao Dai stared with wide eyes. This eagle is really arrogant, but it has incredible abilities. It is worthy of its arrogance. Young Master Yi, how did you... Before she finished, Xianxia interrupted her. Xiao Dai, this is young Master Yi Fan's secret. You can't pry. It is fine, it is fine. This divine eagle was caught by my master. Yi Fan saw that the matter was exposed. He did not want to hide it from Xianxia. Your master can actually subdue such a divine eagle. Xiao Dai raised her voice. Xianxia also had a shocked expression. She naturally thought that Yi Fan's master was likely a powerful Immortal. While they were talking, the upper extreme heavenly eagle suddenly showed fear on its face. It became restless on Yi Fan's shoulder, like a mouse that saw a cat, or a sheep that saw a wolf. What is going on? Xiao Dai and the rest stared with wide eyes. This arrogant divine eagle suddenly acted like this. It was truly shocking. I don't know. Yi Fan exclaimed. This is the first time I've seen so panic-stricken. The upper extreme heavenly eagle could not stand on Yi Fan's shoulder. It screeched towards a certain direction in the sky. However, this shrill cry was no longer as intimidating as before. Instead, it revealed a strong sense of panic and even pleading. One could see the fear in it at a glance. Of course, if one were to look closely, there was also a trace of anger. What is going on? At once, be they mortal Gu Masters or Gu Immortals, they could not help but look towards the direction of the upper extreme heavenly eagle's scream. Next, everyone saw a figure in the sky, piercing through heaven and earth like a flying sword. At this moment, the white clouds in the sky were split into two by this figure. That seems to be a person? Immortal? The Gu Masters exclaimed. Who is it? This aura, he is definitely not an ordinary immortal. The Gu Immortals were also shocked. They became vigilant. The figure stopped, floating in the air as everyone saw this Gu Immortal's true appearance. He had a jade-like face, a high nose bridge and a cold, indifferent look in his deep, black eyes. His long hair was black like a waterfall. It hung down to his waist. He wore a white robe, his sleeves were fluttering in the wind. He was handsome to the point of being beautiful. His aura was extremely intimidating. A group of mortal Gu Masters looked up at him. There was complete silence. Then the man spoke again. So this is where my bird is. Chapter 1545. One year, there was a famine. The people had no food to eat. They could only dig up grass and eat guanine clay. Many people starved to death. The news was quickly reported to the palace. The emperor was sitting high up and was puzzled when he heard the report. The kind emperor thought hard and came up with a solution. The people are hungry but have no rice to eat. Why don't they eat meat porridge? In our lives, there will always be some people who look kind and understanding on the surface, but they are not. Recently, I brought my wife to Nanjing every day to accompany her to see a doctor. Although it is a small problem, the treatment process is more complicated. We take the train in the morning and come back in the afternoon. Sometimes, there are no seats on the train. We might have to stand for more than an hour, or we might take a bus to get home. It takes even longer. It's really tiring. Imagine yourself on a long journey. Imagine yourself taking a bus or a train. Then imagine yourself doing this every day for a month. My writing condition is not good because of this. I have already told them about this matter, But many people still do not understand. Or rather, they think they understand. A few days ago, I made a mistake and did not update for a day. I have already explained the situation and apologized. It was indeed my mistake. I had already saved the manuscript and put it in Qidian's backend. It was just that I did not set the timing for the updates. Coincidentally, I had an urgent matter that night. I came home late and found people scolding their parents. At that time, in a fit of anger, he decided not to update it. At the same time, I was also very puzzled. What caused this phenomenon? How should I deal with this matter? The next day, I announced that I would stop updating for 100 years. All the updates were accidents. Then, I started to update once a day, twice a day, and 3 times a day. I realized that those people who scolded their parents disappeared and did not make a fuss anymore. There was even some noise and excitement in the book review section. On the surface, this is a problem with the updates. But what about the actual situation? I announced that I would stop updating for 100 years, but I updated for so many days. Is this an accident? Sometimes there are more updates. Is this accident bigger than the broken sky? Why are these people not making a fuss because of these accidents? What about scolding their parents? Some people will immediately answer, this is because you, the author, updated. Yes, I updated. But what about the actual situation? It is also an accident. Why can't these people be the same? That's because what I'm doing is in line with their interests. So, this group of people seemed very kind, understanding, and supportive, but in fact, they were just supporting their own interests. This support was not because they truly understood the author's pain, but because they were as kind as the emperor. Over the past few days, there were also some readers who complained, saying, "Venerable Gu, you've gone too far. For the sake of a small number of people, you've affected everyone's reading. I can't stand the sight of you." I answer here, how did I bring disaster to everyone's reading? I said I would stop updating for 100 years. When did I stop updating? These people were complaining for their own benefit, not really trying to understand me. Of course. I know this is human nature, very normal. I write books and you read them. Why should I force you to understand me? You're just an author who writes a book. Who are you to me? Friends? Family? This is a normal situation, of course, I accept. In fact, I never force others to understand me. But what I couldn't accept was that when I scolded my parents, it would become dirty. I write and sell books, why should my parents be scolded? If you sell things in the mall, do you want your parents to be scolded? When I write books, I put in a lot of effort and time. I put in hard work, and the results I get are upright. When I sell books, I earn a few cents for 1,000 words, and a few cents for a chapter. It might not even be as much as the price of a cigarette. When you open a tobacco shop and sell cigarettes, and someone buys cigarettes, you tell them that they are out of stock today, and they can come back tomorrow or buy from another shop. At this time, when the customer scolds and insults you and your family, how do you feel? You're definitely not happy, and I'm not happy either. Let me tell you, no one will be happy, everyone will be unhappy. I'm unhappy and I want to express it. What do I write books for? It's to fulfill my dream and earn money to support my family at the same time. It's life. It's not survival. In this world, some people survive, and some people live. I'm the latter. What I pursue is a high quality of life, a comfortable life. I'm not here for you to scold me. I'm not someone who sells laughs, I'm just someone who writes and sells books. I'm not an idol. If you scold me, I have to bear it. I'm worried that I'll lose fans. To me, if I lose fans, so be it. Subscriptions, favorites, it doesn't matter. What does it matter? A few years ago, when I wrote Gu Jinren, I didn't think about making money. If I wanted to make money, I wouldn't have updated like this, and I wouldn't have written such a topic at all. This is because I'm different from others. My main purpose in writing books is to write the book itself. Making money is incidental and secondary. Before Gu Jinren, I wrote many books, and I've proudly announced many times, every book is complete, and I've never left it unfinished. This is an indisputable fact. Perhaps many people still don't understand the true meaning behind this fact. That is, No matter what book I write, no matter how well the book does, whether it sells or not, I've written the concept in my heart completely. If I were to write a book for the sake of making money, would I do this? Gu Zhenren has been updated for several years and only recently has some results shown, giving me the hope and possibility of doing this full-time. I'm also very interested because this is very likely to be a high-quality lifestyle. But even if I do it full-time, will I change my original intention and write for money? I pursue a quality life, and money is secondary. My concept of money is that poverty can kill people, and wealth can also kill people. I can eat abalone and sea cucumber, and I can also eat porridge and plain porridge. When I was a child, I lived a hard life, and I'm not afraid of suffering in the future. Even if I have a son now, I don't have the thought of most parents, thinking of ways to let him live a rich life. If he has talent, poverty can nourish his ambition, and he can earn money himself. Why would he need my money? If he has no talent, no matter how much money I give him, it will all be wasted. His shortcomings will be magnified by too much money. Wealth is a good thing, but poverty also has its advantages. Taking 10,000 steps back, if I really can't write books in the future, and really can't support myself and my family, I can just go out and find a job, right? I have hands and feet, and I'm in the prime of my life. Can't I support myself, my wife, and my child? So, I won't suffer this kind of vexation. I write and sell books, not to be bullied. For those who curse, let me tell you, I, Venerable Gu, will not sell my books to you. I'll give you one word, scram. 2 words, scram. 2 words, scram quickly. 4 words, scram quickly. 5 words, scram dejectedly. After writing this paragraph, I counted seriously and found that my math is still very good. Perhaps some people will ask, Venerable Gu, aren't you too pretentious? That's not good. Look at those great gods. They aren't as pretentious as you. What ability do you have to be pretentious? Then let me tell you, I usually don't pretend, and I'm not good at pretending, but I must pretend today. First, because others pretend to be pretentious to me, I, Venerable Gu, always return the favor. I'm selling books, not laughter. My smiles are for my friends. When friends come, I give them smiles and enthusiasm. When enemies come, I raise my knife, spear, and sword. Second, I'm different from many authors because my pursuit, my temperament is not the same. If I'm not in a good mood, how can I write a book happily? I won't be able to write a good book. Third, I don't have any virtue or ability to pretend to be pretentious today. I'm just poor and unreasonable. Also, I want to ask you, those readers who scold their parents, what virtue or ability do they have to do this? Just because they support me, they can insult me and my family? Everyone, when have you seen such a group of people, saying, I support you, but at the same time scolding your parents? This group of people also has a common problem, which is that they feel, I'm supporting you like this, I've contributed a lot, I've suffered a lot, so what's wrong with me scolding you a few times? I'm also doing it for your own good. Therefore, in my eyes, this kind of support is not support at all. I don't want this kind of support. Let me repeat, I, Venerable Gu, write books, the past books, the present books, and the future books will not sell to people like you. If you have the guts, don't read it. Actually, the books I write are just like that. Why do you have to do it? There are many other outstanding books. Go and read others. This single chapter of mine can also be considered a confession. I believe that it has an important meaning for my entire writing career. Perhaps some of you will be very unhappy when you see today's single chapter. I'm sorry, this is not my main goal. Making you unhappy is just a side effect. Let's make a final point. I, Venerable Gu, sell books, not smiles. Chapter 1546. Who is this? Yi Fan looked at Fang Yuan, who was floating in the sky, feeling puzzled. At this moment, he could not help but think of his master Lu Wei Yin's words. Master said that this eagle can resolve one of my karmic ties. I have always been puzzled. Is this Gu Immortal really the eagle's master, and my karma is him? Yi Fan did not recognize Fang Yuan. Because Fang Yuan was using the sovereign immortal body's original appearance, Yi Fan had never seen him before. Yi Fan only knew the appearance of Fang Yuan's rank 6 time path clone. He had obtained this from Wuxia and Xianxia's subordinates. This was easy. Back then, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing were known as the Black and White Demons. They roamed the world and were wanted criminals. The servant Xiao Dai's gums were chattering. She shivered. She naturally did not recognize Fang Yuan's identity, but Fang Yuan had such power and was the owner of the Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle. The Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle was already so strong, then how strong was its master? Xiao Dai could not imagine it. She only felt fear. She was afraid that Fang Yuan would find trouble with them. Meanwhile, Wuxia and Xianxia pursed her lips. Her gaze was fixed on Fang Yuan. Her eyes were not only filled with shock, there was also some doubt. There was an indescribable feeling in her heart. The mortals were shocked and confused, but the Gu Immortals were different. They felt chills all over their bodies. This person is? Rank 6 Gu Immortal Ho Yao stared with wide eyes, tongue-tied. He recognized Fang Yuan's identity. The answer was right at the tip of his tongue, but he could not say it. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body appearance had always been Lu Guanyi's identity as he roamed the world. Back then in Southern Border, he entered the Immortal Formation and explored Super Dream Realms. He disguised as Wu Yihai. Lu Guanyi and Wu Yihai's appearances were naturally very different. But don't forget, after the Battle of Reverse Flow River, the Celestial Court framed Fang Yuan and exposed the truth that Fang Yuan was Lu Guanyi in order to destroy Longevity Heaven's political scheme and divide Northern Plains Gu Immortal forces. Thus, the fact that Fang Yuan was Lu Guanyi and had once disguised as Wu Yihai was known to all the Gu Immortals in the world. The appearance of his sovereign immortal physique, which was also Lu Guanyi's appearance, was no longer a secret and was known to everyone in the world. This time, when Fang Yuan came to Southern Border, he did not activate Familiar Face or any other disguise. There are several reasons. Firstly, the purpose of his trip was very clear, and that was to pursue the Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle. Thus, when he made his move, even if he disguised himself, his identity would still be exposed. There was no need to do so. Secondly, after the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Fang Yuan had rank 8 battle strength, and after this period of digesting his knowledge, he had a solid foundation and deep strength. Now that he was roaming Southern Border, he was very confident. Thirdly, Fang Yuan had purposely shown his true appearance to probe the arrangements of the Celestial Court and other Righteous Path forces. But his journey had been very smooth. All in all, when Fang Yuan appeared, all the Gu Immortals recognized his identity. Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle, Wu Yihai. So that's it, this eagle is the Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle. Shang Qingqing's thoughts continued to move as she connected all the clues and understood the situation. Fang Yuan has rank 8 battle strength. This is a fact known to the world. Rank 8 Gu Immortals are completely different from immemorial desolate beasts. Let's escape. Yu, who was hiding in the lake, spoke. This weak-looking young rank 6 Gu Immortal was clearly frightened. His face was pale and his soul beast was shivering. What are you afraid of? He might not be able to find us. Even if we retreat now, it is too late. Are you confident that we can escape? At the side, rank 7 Gu Immortal Yi Nen Men had an ugly expression. He had completely thrown the Yi clan's plan to the back of his head. He tried his best to hide and retract his aura. Just as the immortals were at a loss, Tai Mianshan floated out and showed himself, flying towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, you are wanted by Central Continent, Southern Border, and Northern Plains Righteous Path forces. You still dare to show yourself? The immortals saw this and felt deep admiration towards Tai Mianshan. As expected of Tai Mianshan, Tai clan's Gu Immortals are truly admirable. At this moment, it's useless for us to be cowards. This is a desperate situation of life and death. We need to cooperate sincerely and unite together. Only then will we have a chance at survival. That's right. Fang Yuan was able to escape and roam the world. He has powerful movement methods. If we split up, he will definitely catch up to us and kill us one by one. Our only hope is to unite as one and urgently request for reinforcements to arrive. to be able to become a goo immortal, he definitely had his own strengths. The goo immortals calmed down after hearing Tai Mianshen's words. They understood the situation. Facing the demonic path goo immortal Fang Yuan, they had to work together to have a chance of survival. If Fang Yuan appears, he can only fight to the death to resist this demon. Inen Men and Yu continued to communicate. In the moment of danger, Tai Mianshen stood up and stabilized the righteous path. He was indeed an outstanding talent of Tai clan, an expert among rank 7 experts. The mortals of the 3 races started to clamor again. Look, another immortal has appeared. Oh my heavens, am I seeing things? Everyone looked at the sky. Their gazes were filled with shock and curiosity. Normally, immortals were rarely seen in the 5 regions, but now, 2 goo immortals appeared. They were shocked. Wait, what did the second goo immortal call him? Fang Yuan? Is he the person that Lady Xianxia is thinking about? But his appearance is not right. Yi Fan's heart shook. He subconsciously turned around and looked at Shang Xianxia. Shang Xianxia raised her snow-white neck. She stared at Fang Yuan's figure without blinking. When Tai Mianshen called out Fang Yuan's identity, she instantly understood why her heart was pounding earlier. The person that she had been thinking about day and night was right in front of her, appearing in such an unexpected manner. Shang Xianxia looked at him fixedly. The emotions that she had been accumulating for days and nights surged in her heart. Was it because at the most helpless time of her life, she met Fang Yuan and obtained his help? Sometimes she would faintly suspect, was her feelings towards Fang Yuan a kind of love? Or gratitude? But now, when she saw Fang Yuan again, even though her appearance had changed, the emotions in her heart gushed out like a waterfall. At that instant, tears appeared in her eyes. She was sure that this was love. Love was an inexplicable thing. There was no reason to talk about it. Looking at the reason for love was foolish and foolish. However, Shang Xianxia also understood that she had met the wrong person at the right time. She knew that she could not love. She knew the difference between her and Fang Yuan. But love was born. What could she use to stop it? Thus, Shang Xianxia was helpless. She could only look up, look at Fang Yuan's lofty figure. She tried her best to open her eyes, to see Fang Yuan's current appearance, but she could not. The investigative killer move that had great effects in the past was useless against Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body. The current me does not even have the qualifications to take a look. Shang Xianxia had complex emotions. There was joy, melancholy, sadness, and most of all, she was worried about Fang Yuan's safety. But she knew her identity and strength. She was the leader of Shang clan. She was a righteous path member. She was just a mortal. Her words carried little weight. She knew about Fang Yuan's identity and past achievements from Shang Qingqing. But she could not do or say what she wanted. She could only watch and endure. Yi Fan looked at Shang Xianxia's expression. This was the first time he had seen Shang Xianxia like this. His heart clenched. He had never felt such an intense, bone-piercing pain. This pain contained his love for Shang Xianxia, as well as his anger towards Fang Yuan. At once, he was certain that this goo immortal was Fang Yuan. Don't tell me Master's karma is between me and Fang Yuan? Yi Fan had another guess in his mind. He was shocked about Fang Yuan's identity as a goo immortal, but he quickly accepted it. Because he had encountered Bai Ningbing before, he had almost lost his life to Bai Ningbing. After that, he met Lu Weiyin, his horizons were broadened. He thought about it and felt that Bai Ningbing was very likely a goo immortal. Back then, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing were known as the Black and White Demons. Bai Ningbing had already become a goo immortal, while Fang Yuan refined an immortal goo on Three Kings Mountain. The whole of southern border knew about it. He definitely obtained an immortal opportunity. What was so strange about him becoming a goo immortal now? Chapter 1547. Looking at the moving clouds in the sky, Fang Yuan's expression was slightly gloomy. He was thinking back to the scene earlier. Out of his expectations, the immortal opportunity business that was established in the dream realm was actually so popular. The scope involved was also much larger than what he had expected. Looking at the situation in the Mortal Goo House and Lady White Rabbit's tone, It was clear that be they demonic path or lone cultivators, as long as they could afford it, they could enter the righteous path's defensive goo formation and interact with the dream realm. This is beyond my imagination, but thinking back, it is understandable. Dream path. At this time, it was still a blank slate. Even though many super forces started to research this, there were few results. Fang Yuan's Unravel Dream Killer move could be said to be the best in the current 5 regions. Of course, Ing Wuxia's lead soul into dreams was also a unique and unparalleled achievement. Lead soul into dream shone brilliantly in the Battle of Tian Mountain. It made Celestial Quartz Goo Immortals suffer losses many times. And Fang Yuan's killer move Unravel Dream was extremely beneficial to him. He gained a lot. The Righteous Path Goo Immortals, even though they sealed off the entire dream realm, they have no ability to excavate this treasure mountain. Instead, they lost many Righteous Path experts in this period of time. Among them were rank 7 Goo Immortal experts with high authority in their clans. Luo clan even lost their 3rd Supreme Elder. This information could not be hidden, it was widely spread in southern borders Goo Immortal world. Fang Yuan could easily find out about it. The Righteous Path has suffered, they know about the power of the dream realm, they cannot explore it recklessly, so they use this method to extort resources from the demonic path and lone cultivators. Furthermore, if any accidents happen, they do not need to waste a single soldier, they can attack the forces outside the righteous path. It is killing 2 birds with 1 stone. To be able to make this immortal serendipity business so prosperous and on such a large scale, a tall tree attracts the wind, yet it still exists. Evidently, the righteous path has reached some sort of tacit agreement. Behind Lady White Rabbit's Mortal Goo House are southern borders righteous path Goo Immortals. There is definitely more than one, there are at least 6 or 7 of them to create such an unbridled scene. Fang Yuan was astute. Because of his 500 years of cultivation experience in his previous life, he was very clear about this immortal serendipity business. This way, even though he could use this method to sneak into the righteous path defensive goo formation and personally interact with the dream realm, it could not satisfy his needs. What did Fang Yuan need? First of all, he needed continuous opportunities and time to come into contact with the super dreamland. Secondly, he needed an identity that could protect him. Even if there were any changes in the dream world, he could still continue to stay. Just 1 or 2 times, what could Fang Yuan gain by interacting with the dream realm? Just the cost alone was ridiculously high. But the theory of 3 venerables was deeply rooted in people's hearts. Countless Goo Immortals were attracted to it. The righteous path Goo Immortals had already tasted the bitterness. When the demonic path and lone cultivators learn of their power, this craze would dissipate. In addition, even if Fang Yuan relied on this method to dispel the dream and increase his cultivation level, he would not be able to do so. In this way, it would cause the dream to change. At the very least, the dream world would shrink for no reason. If this situation was discovered by other righteous path Goo Immortals, what would they do? By then, Fang Yuan would be trapped inside the Goo formation, like a turtle in a jar. Even with the upper extreme heavenly eagle, Fang Yuan did not have enough heavenly crystals. If this doesn't work, what should I do? Kill a righteous path Goo Immortal, then use familiar face to disguise myself and sneak in? Fang Yuan thought of this and shook his head, rejecting this unrealistic idea. First of all, in righteous path forces, Goo Immortals either had life tablet goo, soul lantern goo, or blood rope goo. These methods could allow the clan to easily check whether the Goo Immortal was alive or dead. Furthermore, through these life tablet goo, soul lantern goo, and blood rope goo, they could easily deduce the Goo Immortal's location. Once Fang Yuan killed these Goo Immortals, the clan would definitely react. Unless Fang Yuan had information path methods that could confuse or deceive these goo worms. Fang Yuan had always been lacking in the aspect of information path. Secondly, even though Familiar Face was a rank 8 immortal killer move, it was not without flaws. For example, back in Eastern Sea, Ing Wuxia had used Luck Inspection Immortal Goo to find out about Fang Yuan's identity. Finally, as time passed, even if Fang Yuan used Familiar Face at all times, because of the details of his life, or his habits, people would find out about it. Therefore, the alternative method of killing was not feasible. Fang Yuan thought about it but could not think of a good method. Even if Fang Yuan had rank 8 battle strength and attacked the Gu formation, he might not be able to break it. Even if he destroyed the Gu formation, there were many rank 8 Gu immortals in southern border. By then, rank 8 enemies would come and surround him. Fang Yuan would not have time to explore the dream realm. Unable to find a way out of this situation, Fang Yuan felt very helpless. He thought about it and returned to the mortal Gu house. Lady White Rabbit's eyes shined. She called out to Fang Yuan, "Have you thought it through? You want to try the immortal opportunity?" Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. "Fairy White Rabbit, I am a village man. I have not seen much of the world. This price is half of my wealth. I need to think about it. I came here to inquire about some information from you, to understand more about the situation in southern border's Gu immortal world." Fang Yuan said this as he handed a rank 6 immortal material to Fairy White Rabbit. Fairy White Rabbit was slightly surprised. Even though this immortal material was ordinary, Fang Yuan did not ask for much. These last days, she had been managing this business. She had interacted with all sorts of Gu immortals. She knew a lot about the current Gu immortal world. "Let's talk with this." Fairy White Rabbit handed an information path mortal Gu to Fang Yuan. Giant Dream Realm, Righteous Path Gu Formation. "We meet again, Fairy Miao Yin. Do you remember me?" Qiao Clan's Gu Immortal led the female Gu Immortal into the Gu Formation. Even though he was a Righteous Path Gu Immortal, his tone was flattering. Because even though this Fairy Miao Yin was a demonic path Gu Immortal, she was beautiful. She inherited the blessed land of a predecessor and had great wealth. She was one of the 3 great fairies of southern border's Gu immortal world. The scene of the two entering the Gu formation was seen by the 2 Righteous Path Gu immortals at the center of the Gu formation. These people are getting more and more brazen. Previously, they only came once every 7 days, but now, they come at least twice a day, bringing in all sorts of Gu immortals. Luo Clan's 2 Gu immortals are slightly better. They brought in lone cultivators with good reputations and clean backgrounds. But Xiao Clan's Gu immortal has no qualms. He has a huge appetite. This Miao Yin is a demonic path Gu immortal. Back then, she destroyed 2 of my Ba clan's important resources and even injured 4 of my Ba clan's Gu immortals. Gu immortal Ba Quan Feng said angrily. Beside him, there was another Ba clan Gu immortal. This person was very tall, about 9 feet tall. He had a simple appearance. His beard and hair were connected together. His dark green beard reached his chest, while his jade green hair reached his waist. He had a lion's mouth and a wide nose. His eyes were covered by a black cloth. He had a muscular body. His shoulders were broad. His exposed skin was like the bark of a 1,000-year-old tree. There was even moss growing on it. He was already thousands of years old. His cultivation level was stuck at the final step before he could reach rank 8. He had peak rank 7 battle strength, the publicly recognized number 1 person below rank 8 in southern border's Gu immortal world, Old Treeman Bada. Bada spoke slowly. "Don't be impatient, little Feng heir. Qiao clan is weak, at the bottom of the righteous path. But behind them was the Wu clan. Qiao clan and Wu clan have been connected for tens of thousands of years." When Ba Quan Feng heard the Wu family, the anger on his face receded slightly, but he still said angrily, "The Qiao family is a righteous faction. For the past thousands of years, they have been relying on the Wu family. They are practically dogs raised by the Wu family. This Wu clan is too arrogant and despotic. Just because they have 2 rank 8 Gu immortals, they can do whatever they want. This time, they actually allied with 7 clans, using this dream realm to start an immortal opportunity business. How are the other 6 clans compared to us? This Super Gu formation was created with the help of our 13 clans and Immortal Gu." "Hee hee." Bada laughed. "Little Feng, do you think that we should all get rich together?" Ba Quan Feng's thoughts were exposed. He blushed. "Hee hee, little Feng heir's thoughts cannot be hidden from Lord." Bada shook his head. "Wu clan's actions will attract even more clans to participate. After all, after this period of time, everyone knows that now is not the time to explore the dream realm. Through this method we can gain benefits. It is also good." However, our Ba clan cannot participate in this. Why is that? Ba Quan Feng asked anxiously. There are gains and losses in this matter. Even though we obtained a lot of cultivation resources, our clans will be able to use them against us. The evidence is clear. In the future, our Ba clan will be in the right. When we split the dream realm again, we will be able to get a bigger share. Little Feng heir, look forward. We cannot explore the dream realm now, but what about in the future? The dream realm is the true treasure. Ba sighed deeply. But Wu clan is so domineering. They have 2 rank 8 Gu immortals. But our Ba clan only has 1. By then, if Wu clan comes, we will not be able to stop them. Ba Quan Feng said hatefully. Wu clan cannot stop them, but what about the other clans? Furthermore, Wu clan's first supreme elder is not far from death. During this period of time, Wu clan will be in a state of unrest. With only 1 rank 8 Gu immortal left, can Wu clan still be the #1 righteous path force? Ba smiled with deep meaning. Ba Quan Feng stared with wide eyes. So the rumors of Wu clan's first supreme elder running out of lifespan are not false? Impossible. Wu clan is so powerful. How can they not have lifespan Gu? Chapter 1548. Feng Yuan, where have I heard this name before? Is it that little beast king who refined the immortal Gu on Three Kings Mountain? Even though I did not see it clearly, I am afraid it is him. He became an immortal? A huge fortuitous encounter. What a huge fortuitous encounter. Sigh, why did I not encounter him? The Gu masters of the 3 races went into an uproar. Everyone discussed animatedly and vented their shock, jealousy, and other emotions, causing the scene to become extremely noisy and clamorous. These mortals were still limited to the past information. Feng Yuan's true fame was only spread among Gu immortals. There was little information about him in the mortal world. Tai Ruanen clenched her fists, gritting her teeth as she watched. She and Feng Yuan had a simple relationship. It was deep hatred. The conflict between Feng Yuan and her had been going on for a long time, but the hatred did not diminish as time passed. Instead, it was like a wine, becoming more intense. However, the enemy was right in front of her, but Tai Ruanen found herself helpless. Feng Yuan had already become an immortal. In the past, Tai Ruanen did not know the difference between mortal and immortal, so be it. But she had interacted with Tai Mianshen. She had a deep understanding of the difference between mortal and immortal. She knew that she was only a mortal. There was no hope of taking revenge on a Gu immortal. Right now, Tai Ruanen's only hope was on Tai Mianshen. She wanted to personally see Tai clan's Gu immortal Tai Mianshen kill Feng Yuan, to uphold justice and take revenge for Tai Ruanen's subordinates and family. Feng Yuan looked at the 3 immortals as he smiled coldly and arrogantly. I am here to take back what I lost. The few of you want to stop me? Shang Qing and Ho Yao's hearts jumped. Feng Yuan had only said 1 sentence. He did not use any methods. But these 2 felt that Feng Yuan's demonic aura was so vast that they almost lost their will to fight. Feng Yuan was famous in the world. His demonic might had already spread far and wide. Even someone like Wu Yong had been fooled by him. And the Celestial Court had issued a warrant for him for such a long time, but they still hadn't caught Feng Yuan. These Gu immortals were only rank 6. It was normal for them to feel this way. The mortals on the ground heard Feng Yuan's words clearly. Tai Ruanen was infuriated. Demon, after ascending, even an immortal is still a demon. With this kind of power, it was the misfortune of the common people. Damn it. Damn the demon. Punishing evil and eliminating evil, getting rid of such devils, is what the righteous path should do. Thinking about this, Tai Ruanen looked at Tai Mianshen with anticipation. In her mind, this Tai clan Gu immortal expert could support heaven and earth. He could pluck the stars and moon from the sky. He would definitely be able to get rid of Feng Yuan. After all, Feng Yuan was from the same generation as her. Even if he became an immortal, how long would it take? How could he be Tai Mianshen's match? But at the next moment, Tai Ruanen stared with wide-opened eyes. Tai Mianshen sighed. Oh Feng Yuan, you roam the 5 regions, your name is unparalleled in the world, I am not your match. But even if I die here, I will fight. This is my resolve as a Tai clan Gu immortal. But there is one thing, we are both immortals. We do not need to bother with mortals. There was no harm in asking these unrelated mortals on the ground to retreat. Let us fight, even if I die, I will have no regrets. What do you mean? Lord Tai Mianxin is admitting that he is not Fang Yuan's match? How is this possible? Tai Ruanan was tongue-tied, her mental state was almost shattered by this huge news. Such words, especially when said by Tai Mianxin himself, her worldview was completely shattered. Let these mortals go? Why would I let them go? Hee. Fang Yuan snickered, killing intent surged. He looked around, seeing through all the mortal Gu masters on the ground. Tai Ruanan's anger was not worth his time. The anger of an ant was not anger. Yi Fan of Connect Luck was a person favored by destiny, even though he was the master and subordinate of luck. Since Fang Yuan saw him, he did not want to let him go. Killing this person was very beneficial to Fang Yuan. After all, every time Fang Yuan used burning soul-bursting luck, Yi Fan would split a portion of his luck. Furthermore, why was the upper extreme heavenly eagle beside Yi Fan? Fang Yuan was curious, he wanted to find out. As for Xianxia, Fang Yuan's cold gaze flickered, showing a strange emotion. He purposely got close to Xianxia earlier. He wanted to use her to gain a foothold in Shang Clan City. But now, Fang Yuan was shocked to find that Xianxia's luck was very shocking. Fang Yuan had luck inspection methods. Xianxia was only a mortal Gu master. Her luck was naturally seen by Fang Yuan. Above her head, there was a huge flow of luck. It was pure white. The luck gathered and formed into a rainbow-colored cloak. The cloak seemed to be weaved from countless bird feathers. The surrounding luck turned into droplets of rain, revolving around this 100-bird feather cloak. Such luck, such a phenomenon, even Yi Fan, Hong Yi, and Han Li cannot compare to her. What is going on? Just based on this luck, Xianxia is not an ordinary person. She will definitely be an important character in the Great Era. Strange. Why is it that in my 500 years of memories, Xianxia is only a mortal? Don't tell me, spring-autumn cicada hid providence, after my rebirth, my memories were tampered with? Or maybe I destroyed Spectral Soul's heaven-defying plan and became the leader of Shadow Sect, changing countless things. Xianxia was also affected? But why did it have to be Xianxia? According to the trajectory of fate, she is truly an important character in this era. Fang Yuan was thinking when he heard an eagle cry. It almost pierced his eardrums. Next, the upper extreme heavenly eagle's seal weakened to its limit. Its eyes were bloodshot as it pounced at Fang Yuan. Even though I have killing intent in my heart, it is controlled by wisdom path methods. It did not leak out. This upper extreme heavenly eagle is indeed being controlled. Not only is there a seal, its emotions can also be affected, causing it to find trouble with me. Fang Yuan sneered in his mind, facing the immemorial desolate beast's attack. He did not panic. Immortal killer move, reverse flow protection seal. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was a space path immemorial desolate beast. It flickered and arrived in front of Fang Yuan. Its sharp eagle claws slashed towards Fang Yuan's face. Fang Yuan did not dodge. He took this attack head-on. The huge eagle claws were larger than his body. They slashed at his body. Xianxia cried out in shock. The immortals' hearts were pounding. They looked forward to the results of the battle. Fang Yuan was sent flying by this huge force. He was unharmed. Instead, the attacking upper extreme heavenly eagle cried out in pain. Its claws were completely reflected. It felt immense pain. Even though its bones were not broken, it was not far from it. We will attack, if not now, when? Tai Mianxin called out as he charged at Fang Yuan. He was extremely courageous. Using his killer move Iron Mask equipment, he turned into a 10-meter-tall Iron Man. The Iron Man pushed with its palms. Endless black chi surged like a tide. It roared like a dragon and tiger, engulfing Fang Yuan. No, which living being does not want freedom? This upper extreme heavenly eagle is not willing to be enslaved by Fang Yuan. It is trying to devour its master, We can use its battle strength to attack Fang Yuan together. That way, we can persevere. Fang Yuan does not even want to let mortals go. He is clearly the demonic path of the demonic path. He has no bottom line or principles. Mortals will die, we might not be able to escape either, we might as well fight to the death, we might have a chance of survival. Hou Yao and Shang Qingqing had the same thought. They attacked at the same time. The three of them didn't make a move, but once they did, they used their strongest attacks. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. He did not dodge, he allowed these three moves to land on him. At the next moment, these three immortal killer moves returned to where they came from. They flew towards Tai Mianxin, Shang Qingqing, and Hou Yao. Shang Qingqing and Hou Yao were in a sorry state. They quickly dodged. But that Tai Mianxin's eyes shined with bright light. He shouted, "Good timing!" With a leap, he actually jumped into the surging black gas that bounced back to him. The black gas surged and rippled, but it actually did no harm to him. Gradually, it was affected by him and he regained control of it. "Fang Yuan, take this." Tai Mianxin shouted as his goo worm aura burst out. Black chi surged again. This was Immortal killer move Floating Iron Sand. It had both offense and defense. When used with Iron Mask equipment, even if it was reflected, Tai Mianxin could control it again. Moreover, floating iron sand could be stacked on top of each other, fusing perfectly. Tai Mianxin was a rank 7 expert. Even though any killer move that attacked Fang Yuan would be reflected, he felt that he had a chance of winning. Chapter 1549. As expected of Iron Mask's true inheritance. Fang Yuan saw that floating iron sand was used by Tai Mianxin again. Its power doubled. His eyes shined with bright light. He had some understanding of the 5 regions' superforces, because Shadow Sect had information on all sorts of things. Like Iron Mask's true inheritance, they were the signature inheritances of superforces. Shadow Sect had also tried to obtain them, but the superforces kept a tight watch on them. Shadow Sect rarely obtained them. Shadow Sect had never obtained Iron Mask's true inheritance. They only obtained some information. The core immortal goo inside was called justice. Thus, the goo immortal who obtained the true inheritance had to have a heart of justice. They had to have the spirit of punishing evil. Not only that, Fang Yuan still remembered that during the 5 regions chaotic war in his previous life, Tai Mianxin, a rank 7 goo immortal, had displayed peak rank 7 battle strength. But now, he was still some distance away from peak rank 7. Using his wisdom path methods to help him deduce, Fang Yuan thought of many ways to counter floating iron sand. Fang Yuan chose the most direct method. Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation, Myriad Self, forming the immortal killer move Myriad Dragon. Roar, roar, roar. In an instant, myriad dragons appeared. They roared as sword chi surged. Their silver scales were like a sea. Tai Mianxin was filled with fighting spirit, but suddenly, silver light flashed in front of him. What? A look of shock appeared on his face. As far as the eye could see, he saw thousands of sword flood dragons soaring into the sky like mountains and seas as they charged towards him. Floating iron sand. At the crucial moment, Tai Mianxin breathed in deeply, using all his strength to activate his method. Black chi surged around him, blocking the myriad dragons. But in less than 2 breaths of time, the iron sand chi was completely destroyed by the silver dragons. Tai Mianxin spat out a mouthful of blood. He wanted to retreat, but how could he escape now? At the next moment, the myriad of sword dragons drowned him. Lord Tai Mianxin. Tai Ruanan saw this and screamed in shock. The dragon group roared in unison. The scale was so huge that it filled the entire world. The might was so terrifying that the mortal goo masters below were shivering in fear. Their bodies and minds turned cold. A while later, a tiny shadow broke free from the dragons and flew out. It was Tai Mianxin. He was extremely weak, and his face was no longer the same. His original appearance of a man made of iron had already collapsed. However, to be able to block Fang Yuan's myriad dragon killer move, it showed that this move's defensive ability was very high. Such power! Tai Mianxin's usually solemn face was now filled with shock. He wanted to use the killer move Floating Gaza Steel to counter Fang Yuan, But Fang Yuan immediately understood his intentions and chose the most direct method, that was to use violence to curb violence. The killer move Myriad Dragon was the fusion of ancient sword dragon transformation and Myriad self. Be it the former or the latter, they were both extremely outstanding. The merged Myriad Dragon directly pushed Fang Yuan's offensive power to the peak of rank 7. If it was 500 years later in his previous life, Tai Mianshan might be able to resist this move, but now he was lacking. When experts fought, they competed for that tiny bit of difference. Often, a tiny bit of difference could lead to victory or defeat. Right now, Tai Mianshan was inferior to Fang Yuan in terms of offense, but the difference in defensive methods was like heaven and earth. Thus, Fang Yuan was able to suppress Tai Mianshan completely. Tai Mianshan could only retreat. He continued to retreat. He was extremely fast. The killer move Myriad Dragon could not catch up to him. Fang Yuan did not set up an immortal battlefield killer move. He could not encircle and kill someone like Tai Mianshan. Even though Fang Yuan could defeat him, to kill him, he needed to be prepared in this aspect. Even though I have an immortal battlefield killer move, I cannot use it instantaneously. My rank 8 battle strength focuses on defense. It will be difficult to kill Tai Mianshan now. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with cold light. He did not have much killing intent. Tai Mianshan was a metal path Gu immortal. Fang Yuan did not need Dao marks in this aspect. On the other hand, during the 5 regions chaotic war, Tai Mianshan was one of the important people in southern border who resisted Celestial Court. As for these 2 rank 6 Gu immortals, Fang Yuan did not move. He looked around. Shang Qingqing and Hou Yao were surrounded by the killer move Myriad Dragon. There was no way out. Their lives were at stake. They were in extreme danger. Rank 6 Gu immortals could resist this peak rank 7 killer move for so long. They were already amazing. After all, they were elites among rank 6 Gu immortals. Bam bam. 2 sounds could be heard. Shang Qingqing and Hou Yao resisted for a few more breaths of time before their bodies were torn apart by the Myriad Dragon. As for their souls, they wanted to self-detonate, but Fang Yuan had spectral souls' true inheritance. How could he let them do that? He was directly imprisoned, and was soon sent to Fang Yuan under the cover of the Myriad Dragons. Fang Yuan, kill us if you have guts. Scoundrel, you angered us, Hou clan, Shang clan and Tai clan, you are courting death. You can be arrogant now, but sooner or later, you will regret it. The 2 Gu immortals' souls roared. Suppress. Fang Yuan willed. These 2 souls could not make a sound, they could not move, they were completely restrained. Next, they were stuffed into Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Fang Yuan could easily kill rank 6 Gu immortals. But just as he finished this, there was an explosion in his ears again. An eagle screeched. The mountain-like upper extreme heavenly eagle actually resisted the Myriad Dragon killer move and charged towards Fang Yuan again. It was an immemorial desolate beast. It had thick skin and flesh. The Myriad Dragon charged and coiled around its body, but the upper extreme heavenly eagle did not care. It was extremely valiant. Fang Yuan saw that its gaze was filled with ferocity. It had completely lost its ability to think. He immediately understood that this eagle was hit by a method, otherwise, it would not have the courage to fight to the death with him. After all, Fang Yuan had not only enslaved it, he was also the one who hatched it. But in terms of defense against Fang Yuan, even the immemorial desolate beast upper extreme heavenly eagle was at an absolute disadvantage. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. He allowed the eagle to flap its wings and create fierce winds. He only cared about flying towards the ground. Boom! The eagle's wings slammed onto Fang Yuan's back, but Fang Yuan was unharmed under reverse flow protection seal's protection. He even used this force to increase his speed and charge towards Yi Fan and the rest. On the other hand, the upper extreme heavenly eagle let out a painful howl. Its right wing was directly broken, and it was about to fall from the sky. However, the ocean-like, densely packed flood dragons held it up in the sky again, continuously and endlessly attacking it. The upper extreme heavenly eagle perched on Yi Fan's shoulder. Fang Yuan had sensed it when he arrived. He naturally took note of this strange situation. Since Yi Fan seemed to be able to control the upper extreme heavenly eagle, Fang Yuan decided to capture the leader first. He would target Yi Fan first. Between an immemorial desolate beast and a rank 5 Gu Master mortal, the latter was naturally easier to deal with. Before he reached them, Fang Yuan's method had already taken effect. Yi Fan, Tai Ruanan and the rest watched as Fang Yuan charged towards them. Their bodies stiffened. They could not move. "Oh no!" Yi Fan shouted. He wanted to explain, but he had already lost his ability to speak. In Fang Yuan's opinion, no matter what explanation you gave, it would not be as convincing as soul-searching. "Am I going to die? Damn it, I can't continue to uphold justice." Tai Ruanen gritted her teeth. She was filled with anger and hatred. "Brother He too." Xianxia was the only one with a calm expression. Her beautiful eyes rippled with emotions. "You were the one who saved me. The reason why I was able to stand firm in Shang clan and reach where I am today was all because of you. Thus, even if I die in your hands, I am willing." But just as Fang Yuan was about to succeed, a mysterious fluctuation appeared. At that instant, the scene between Fang Yuan and the mortal Gu masters became blurry, like there was an unclean mirror between them. Immortal battlefield killer move. This change was too sudden. Fang Yuan's reaction was extremely fast, but by the time he reacted, the world had already changed, turning into an orange-yellow color. He was actually trapped in a mysterious immortal battlefield killer move. A rank 8 Gu immortal appeared, blocking in front of Fang Yuan, protecting the mortal Gu masters behind him. "Master." Seeing this person, Yi Fan immediately shouted in excitement. "For you." Fang Yuan's eyes narrowed into slits. Cold light was emitted from his eyes. Chapter 1550. "Master." Yi Fan muttered softly, looking at Lu Wei-yin who was right in front of him. He had a look of admiration. After so many days, Yi Fan saw his master again. He was still dressed like before, wearing a gray-white linen robe. It was very simple. His physique was as strong as a bear's, and even the loose hemp clothes couldn't hide it. He wore a conical hat. It was large and wide. The edge of the hat cast a heavy shadow on his face, covering his face. His chin was wide and thick. It gave off a feeling of steadiness. "This is a rank 8 Gu immortal." The two E-clan Gu immortals were forced to show themselves. They were hiding in the lake, but when this immortal battlefield appeared, they were dragged in. "Who is he?" "He has southern border aura. He is not a member of our righteous path." Tai Mianshin had a grim expression. "Survival is not easy. You want me to stop?" Fang Yuan looked at Lu Wei-yin and smiled coldly. At the same time, all sorts of thoughts flashed in his mind like lightning. This person is a hypocrite. He clearly set up the immortal battlefield killer move in advance. He could have saved Shang clan and Ho clan Gu immortals in time, but he purposely delayed it. He said survival is not easy. He wants me to stop. He is a hypocrite. However, he is a rank 8 Gu immortal after all. Even though I activated 3 breaths future vision, he could not warn me. This move's level is too low. After all, the core time path immortal Gu is only rank 7. And this immortal battlefield killer move that he set up is very special. My investigative methods did not discover it. Fang Yuan thought to himself. His methods were rich and varied. He could use them in many ways. Against most rank 7 and 6 Gu immortals in the world, he could suppress them, but against rank 8s, he paled in comparison. The enemy was a rank 8 Gu immortal. He was trapped in the enemy's immortal battlefield killer move. Fang Yuan was in a passive situation. But he was not flustered. Reverse flow protection seal was his trump card. Especially recently, it had been modified many times. Even if Celestial Court deduced a way to counter it, they could only target the initial version. Against Fang Yuan, it was not effective. Immortal killer move, Myriad Dragon. Fang Yuan took a deep breath and suddenly unleashed his strongest attack again. Roar! Countless silver scale sword dragons flew out, filling the entire immortal battlefield killer move. The flood dragons roared ferociously as they attacked Lu Wei-yin. Lu Wei-yin smiled faintly without changing his composure. "Friend, please don't be angry. A massacre cannot solve the problem." Saying so, his aura burst out, forming an immortal killer move. This killer move immediately took effect. It suddenly started to rain. However, this rain was not water but sand. Countless grains of sand fell from the sky like a torrential downpour. The immortal battlefield rumbled, making the silt even heavier. The entire battlefield seemed to be covered by a silt waterfall. Immortal killer move, descending sand and mud. Under the cover of the silt, the sword dragon's thunderous roars turned into muffled drum sounds. Their long and sharp dragon bodies shrunk continuously, their terrifying claws and teeth turned soft. In just a few breaths of time, this ferocious sword dragon army had completely weakened, turning into white arm-sized earthworms. This killer move. Fang Yuan's expression changed as he thought of something. It seems that he has already guessed my identity. Lu Wei-yin had been observing them. He sighed internally. This person is indeed worthy of being an otherworldly demon, the source of the calamities and tribulations of heaven and earth. Not only does he have incredible battle strength, he is also very mature. What is even more worrying is that he is crafty and fickle. He attacks without saying a word. He is decisive and ruthless. This is truly a misfortune for all living beings. Thinking of this, Lu Wei-yin called out loudly, "Friends, Gu Masters, as the saying goes, when people help themselves, heaven helps them. Right now, your lives are in danger. You can only help each other and resist this demon together. Only then will you have a chance of survival. In this battlefield killer move of mine, if you do not have the determination to resist this demon, I am afraid I will not be able to protect you. As for my next move, I'll need all of you to work together." "Master, what do you want us to do? Just tell us." Yi Fan replied loudly. He was very enthusiastic. Lu Wei-yin turned around and smiled at him. "As long as you are determined and have the will to fight this demon, it will be enough." "I understand." Yi Fan nodded as he stared at Fang Yuan angrily. Battle intent rose from his heart, rising up like smoke from a chimney. That upper extreme heavenly eagle also landed. Its eyes were filled with hatred as it stared at Fang Yuan. Even though Fang Yuan hatched it, anyone who took away its freedom, even if they were its parents, was hateful. "In that case, let's cooperate." Tai Mianshan made up his mind. Even though Lu Wei-yin appeared very mysteriously, currently he should be Fang Yuan's enemy. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Tai Mianshan also responded to Lu Wei-yin's call. At the other side, Yi Clan's two Gu immortals discussed quickly. They were also filled with battle intent towards Fang Yuan. As for those mortal Gu masters, even though it was challenging their courage to fight against a Gu immortal, because Lu Wei-yin was blocking the way, and because Fang Yuan was too ferocious and wanted to kill them earlier, his malicious intent was clear. They were all filled with fighting spirit. Only Xianxia shook her head. She had a sad expression. Fang Yuan was her benefactor. How could she attack Fang Yuan? Clan leader, indecisiveness will only lead to trouble. That Fang Yuan clearly has wild ambitions. He is a demon. If you keep being kind and merciful, he will not understand. Even Wei Dexian, who was beside Xianxia, persuaded. "Please don't say any more. I will not become enemies with Brother He too, even if he kills me." Xianxia shook her head. She had a firm attitude. The people around her sighed. The other Gu masters were dissatisfied with Xianxia's attitude, but because of Xianxia's status and the current situation, they could not say anything. Lu Wei-yin saw that everyone's intentions were clear. He smiled even brighter. He said plainly, looking at Fang Yuan, "Please evaluate my Earth support wall. What do you think of it?" Immortal killer move, Earth support wall. Waves of battle intent and determination surged out from everyone's bodies and rapidly merged with the surrounding heaven and earth. The immortal battlefield rumbled again. Fang Yuan had a vigilant expression. He did not attack recklessly. He chose to observe the situation quietly. At the next moment, he saw walls appearing out of thin air, standing beside him. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. He attacked continuously, using all sorts of methods to destroy these walls. But the speed at which the walls formed was much faster. Fang Yuan's methods were affected by descending earth support at all times. Their effects were quite weak. These yellow walls did not have any offensive power. They were pieced together, Some were in front and behind Fang Yuan, some were on the left and right of Fang Yuan, and some were above or below Fang Yuan. Immortal killer move, 6-directional maze. Lu Wei-yin grunted as he used his third killer move. Fang Yuan was moved. At this moment, Lu Wei-yin's true intentions were revealed. 3 killer moves descending mud, earth support wall, and 6-directional maze were activated at the same time. They quickly fused together and formed a huge maze, trapping Fang Yuan inside. This maze was connected to the east, west, north, south, up, down, left, and right. It was like a floating mountain. There were all sorts of paths and walls. It was complex. Anyone who looked at it would feel dizzy and dazzled. Fang Yuan's Myriad Dragon Killer move was the combination of Myriad Self and Ancient Sword Dragon transformation. But Lu Wei-yin's Fetus Earth Maze was the combination of 3 rank 8 killer moves. It was extremely powerful. Fang Yuan felt that he had lost his sense of direction here. He did not know where he was. He tried to move forward along the paths between the walls, completely forgetting the path he was walking on. He attacked again, blasting indiscriminately at the Yellow City Wall, but any killer move that landed on the Yellow City Wall was greatly weakened. This was because the Earth and Yellow City walls had fused with the power of the previous descent of mud and sand. It seems that brute force alone is not enough to break out of here. I need to see through this move and the weakness of this immortal battlefield before making a move. A trace of comprehension appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. Chapter 1551. Fang Yuan was temporarily trapped in Fetus Earth Maze. The situation stabilized. Bright light flashed in Tai Mianshen's eyes. He flew down and greeted Lu Wei-yin, asking, "Senior, how do we get rid of this demon Fang Yuan?" Lu Wei-yin smiled as he said in a gentle tone, "Heaven is benevolent. Even if this Fang Yuan is an otherworldly demon, he is still a living being. How can we take his life?" Tai Mianshen was stunned. Clan's 2 Gu immortals flew over as well. Inan Men said anxiously, "Senior, how can we tolerate this evil? This demon has committed heinous crimes. He has disrupted the order of the world. Now is the best time to get rid of him. How can we be merciful?" Yu also urged, "Senior, if we do not get rid of this demon today, he will harm the world in the future and slaughter countless living beings. Wouldn't that be worse? Getting rid of him is a good thing for the world." But Lu Wei-yin shook his head. "Everyone's words make sense, but they are biased. There are no born evildoers in the world. There are no natural criminals who kill people. If not, why would we learn all sorts of methods to kill and fight? There is good and evil in humans. There is no pure evil or pure good. Even though this Fang Yuan is a demonic path Gu immortal, his hands are stained with blood and he has committed many evil deeds, he is not born evil. Hateful people are pitiful in some ways. There are causes and effects in the world as well. The current Fang Yuan was caused by yesterday's cause and effect. Since Fang Yuan can turn into this evil person, why can't he turn into a good person in the future? He has great strength and countless methods. If he uses them in the righteous path to benefit the world, wouldn't he be saving countless mortals? Wouldn't that be beneficial to the world? Lu Wei-yin's words stunned Tai Mianshen, Inan Men, and Yu. This mysterious rank 8 Gu immortal wanted to reform Fang Yuan. "It seems that Senior has a plan, then I will wait for Senior's good news." Tai Mianshen sighed. The 2 Clan Gu immortals looked at each other, seeing the helplessness in each other's eyes. Just the 3 of them were not Fang Yuan's match. They could only rely on this mysterious rank 8 Gu immortal Lu Wei-yin to get rid of Fang Yuan. Lu Wei-yin had incredible methods, even though he appeared suddenly and set up an immortal battlefield killer move in advance. All the signs showed that he could really get rid of Fang Yuan. To think that after this conversation, Lu Wei-yin actually had such an unimaginable plan. He wanted to reform Fang Yuan, to turn this shocking demon into a kind immortal that would benefit the world. "I'm afraid this rank 8 Gu immortal has some method to change Fang Yuan's mind." "You guessed." Inan Men directly said, "Thank you, Senior, for saving us. Senior, please open this battlefield and let us return to our clan." Clan's Gu immortals had come here to deal with Tai clan, Shang clan, and Ho clan, but the situation developed too quickly and suddenly. Fang Yuan's appearance caused the situation to go out of these two Gu Immortals' control. These two E-clan Gu Immortals were unlucky. They met Fang Yuan and then Lu Weiyin. Their plan failed before it could even be executed. In this situation, they did not want to stay here. It was normal for them to want to leave. Tai Mianshan looked at the two E-clan Gu Immortals. His gaze flickered, but he did not speak. Lu Weiyin shook his head. Everyone, don't be anxious, I will not harm you, but now is not the time to open the battlefield. If you leave this battlefield, you will immediately report to your clans and ask for reinforcements to deal with Fang Yuan. This is contrary to my plan, so I ask everyone to wait a moment. The three Gu Immortals looked at each other. They could only agree. In this immortal battlefield, they could not communicate with the outside world. They were weaker than Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin. Even though they were unwilling, they could only listen to the latter's arrangements. Master, can that Fang Yuan really turn back to the righteous path? Yi Fan asked in confusion from behind. Lu Weiyin turned around and patted Yi Fan's head. Everything is possible in this world, isn't it? I am willing to give him a chance to repent. If he can, I believe it will be a great blessing to the world. It will be a legend in history. Really, can he? Xianxia asked. She was hesitant, but there was a trace of anticipation in her eyes. She was a righteous path Gu master. She had been like this since young. She did not want her beloved Fang Yuan to walk on the demonic path. And at this moment, from Xianxia's perspective, Fang Yuan was already trapped. This Lu Weiyin had powerful methods. Fang Yuan's life was in danger. At this time, if Fang Yuan could turn over a new leaf, not only would it benefit the people, Fang Yuan would also be able to keep his life. Of course it can. People change. Since they can change from good to bad, they can also change from bad to good. Xianxia, do you think Fang Yuan is a bad person at heart? Lu Weiyin asked with a smile. Xianxia shook her head. She had a firm attitude. I won't hide it from Senior. I feel that Fang Yuan is not a natural bad person. I feel his coldness, and under that coldness, there is endless sorrow. Lu Weiyin nodded. You understand him better. This is rare, very rare. I know that he has helped you before. Do you know that right now he needs your help even more? Xianxia was dazed. She asked, Senior, how can I help him? Lu Weiyin smiled. Very simple, I have already said it. You only need to persuade him and hope that he will turn over a new leaf. My killer move is called Fetus Earth Maze. It can let people experience 3 lifetimes, let them experience the mortal world, experience life and death, understand the vicissitudes of human path. They will gradually forget the evil in their hearts and turn over a new leaf. Each of us has an innate nature, but the experiences we have after birth are also very important. Xianxia, project a portion of your thoughts into Fetus Earth Maze. Fang Yuan will definitely be able to sense it. Let him know the beauty of the world, and reignite the kindness and light in his heart. I understand. Thank you, Senior, for your guidance. Xianxia's expression changed. Her gaze became firm. A will rose from her body. Like the others, it was projected into Fetus Earth Maze. Seeing this, Lu Weiyin let out a sigh of relief inwardly. He thought, with Xianx's luck-changing sides, our luck path side will not be completely suppressed by Fang Yuan. Next, let's see what happens on the other side. In immemorial white heaven, Qin Yi moved like lightning, flying in the clouds. He still had injuries on his body. They came from Fang clan's first supreme elder and the legendary immemorial soul beast Qing Chou. His injuries were filled with strength path and soul path Dao marks. They were extremely thick. Even though Qin Yi had outstanding healing methods, these injuries could not be healed in a short time. Compared to his injuries, the depression in his heart was even heavier. This time I actually failed. Not only did I not take back Divine Bean Palace, I even lost miserably. I did not even get rid of Qing Chou. I was too greedy. Others took advantage of me. It is my fault. It is all my fault. Qin Yi blamed himself. Part of it was because he would not be able to answer to Fairy Myrtle when he returned, but more of it was because as Heavenly Lotus Sect's first Supreme Elder, he did not take back the Immortal Ancestor's item. He felt extremely ashamed. After returning, I will resign from my position as Heavenly Lotus Sect's first Supreme Elder and cultivate in seclusion. After that, I will go to Western Desert to take back Divine Bean Palace. Chen Yi made up his mind he needed to take revenge, otherwise, he would not be able to feel at ease. He had been flying for many days, Central Continent was already in sight. But at this time, 3 rank 7 Gu Immortals flew over from the horizon. Lord Chen Yi, please wait, we have been waiting for you for a long time. These 3 rank 7 Gu Immortals came together. Chen Yi took a look, they were familiar people, they were the Supreme Elders of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. You are? Chen Yi was puzzled. One of the 3 rank 7 Gu Immortals gave Chen Yi an information path Mortal Gu. Chen Yi used his consciousness to take a look. This was a letter that Fairy Myrtle left for him. In the letter, Fairy Myrtle asked Chen Yi to make up for his mistake by heading to immemorial White Heaven above Northern Plains to receive him. Lord Fairy Myrtle is indeed a wisdom path great expert. Chen Yi's eyes shined with bright light as he looked at the letter. He nodded as he sighed. Lord Chen Yi, please tell us. The 3 rank 7 Gu Immortals asked. They had only received the mission to hand this information path Mortal Gu to Chen Yi. They did not know anything about his future plans. Chapter 1552. Northern Plains, Langya Blessed Land. On an ordinary wetland, a boundless radiance suddenly rose. The radiance was like jade, illuminating the surroundings in a dark green color. Within the jade light, countless butterflies fluttered. The brilliance lasted for 3 breaths before it suddenly dissipated, leaving behind only a few flickering jade stars. What was different from before was that 7 figures had appeared on the previously empty ground. They had the aura of Central Continent Gu Immortals. The leader wore a red and white robe. It was Feng Jioge, a person who was famous in the world and rarely seen in thousands of years. These people were directly transported from Central Continent. Even Feng Jioge was slightly dazed. At this moment, after regaining their senses, they started to assess their surroundings. Beside Feng Jioge, a rank 7 Wisdom Path Gu Immortal quickly calculated with his fingers, saying excitedly, "This is Langya Blessed Land." Hearing his words, the surrounding Central Continent Gu Immortals became spirited. Feng Jioge nodded in satisfaction. He opened his Immortal Aperture's entrance and let out a will. This will was already very incomplete. It seemed to have gone through many years of vicissitudes and was about to die. Feng Jioge solemnly cupped his fists towards this will. We were able to travel between 2 regions and arrive here because of Senior's immortal killer move. This will barely took the form of a human. It was the image of a poor teacher. He looked around and said, "All of you are the pillars of the heavenly court. My main body left this will behind to deal with situations like this. I hope that everyone will work together and complete the mission. We will not let down the celestial court. We will do our best." The other 6 rank 7 Gu Immortals replied in unison. This will heard such a reply and laughed loudly. "Great, my great celestial court will definitely last for eternity with all of you." As he laughed, this will dissipated like dust in the wind, until it completely vanished. Behind Feng Jioge was a Gu Immortal, Feng Yunhua. He wore a white jade crown and had the appearance of a young man. He knew some inside information. Seeing this, he sighed. Senior Liang Liang's remaining will in this world has been completely destroyed. Liang Liang was also famous in history. He was a rank 8 Gu Immortal of Celestial Court, a space path expert. He had once obtained fixed immortal travel and raised it to rank 7. Afterwards, the legendary immemorial desolate beast Huakong rebelled and he died in battle. The rank 7 fixed immortal travel was also destroyed. After that, fixed immortal travel appeared many times in history, refined by different people in different regions, but they all stopped at rank 6 and never advanced to rank 7. Even after Feng Yuan cultivated the fixed immortal travel in the Three Kings Paradise, he still found it hard to break free from this shackle. But after that, Celestial Court's Granny Shah refined the rank 6 fixed immortal travel, and Fairy Myrtle led Celestial Court to raise this immortal Gu's rank. Celestial Court had the richest immortal material inventory in the world. the history of its collection could be traced back to primordial origin Immortal Venerables era, that was 3 million years ago in the remote antiquity era. Fixed immortal travel was hard to refine. The main reason was that it lacked a crucial immortal material. But this problem was not so difficult for Celestial Court. Several months ago, Fairy Myrtle activated the method that Gu Immortal Liang left behind before he went to battle, awakening his remaining will. Under the guidance of this will, Celestial Court not only refined the rank 7 fixed immortal travel, they also successfully gathered many Gu worms and created an immortal killer move, 7 Directions Immortal Door. It was this immortal killer move that transported Feng Jioge, Feng Yunhua, and the rest of the Central Continent 10 Great Sects Gu Immortals from Central Continent to Northern Plains Langya Blessed Land. However, the moment they arrived, Liang's remnant will, which was helping Feng Jioge activate this move, reached its limit and dissipated. The final trace of a legendary Gu Immortal in this world vanished. But it allowed the Heavenly Court's plan to come true. Langya Blessed Land, Feng Jioge muttered as he flew into the air, using an immortal killer move to inspect his surroundings. He saw that the surrounding tens of thousands of li was empty and flat. There were swamps and wetlands everywhere, and some scattered vegetation could be seen clearly. But Feng Jioge saw even more. He observed down to the smallest detail and found many traces of hairy men living in this area. Feng Jioge could not help but praise Fairy Myrtle in his mind. Amazing! Ever since Feng Yuan lost fixed immortal travel, he had been guarding against this Gu. Thus, even Dang Hun Mountain, Feng Yuan intentionally changed the appearance of the mountain to prevent people from using fixed immortal travel to teleport here. But Fairy Myrtle used some crucial clues to deduce the terrain of other parts of Langya Blessed Land. Because of this, there was the immortal killer move 7 Directions Immortal Door, and Feng Jioge's group was able to attack this place. After the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Feng Yuan had already matured. He could fight rank 8 Gu Immortals. After that, Feng Yuan hardened his heart and focused on developing. He rested and reorganized. This made Celestial Court, who had been chasing after him, unable to do anything. Feng Yuan was a complete otherworldly demon. He was an existence that could destroy Fate Gu. He was a huge threat to Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle had always placed Feng Yuan in her heart, thinking of ways to kill Feng Yuan. But Feng Yuan could not find him, so Fairy Myrtle placed her attention on Langya Blessed Land. Langya Blessed Land, the number 1 blessed land in the world, had helped Feng Yuan too much. Initially, when Land Spirit of Langya was still the white-haired Land Spirit, it helped Feng Yuan refine Second Aperture Immortal Gu, and even gave Gruel Mud Immortal Gu to Feng Yuan. Gruel Mud Immortal Gu played an extremely crucial role in Imperial Court Blessed Land. After the Battle of Imperial Court, Feng Yuan turned into an immortal zombie. He was in dire straits and had many things to do. The initial stage was the most difficult. But Feng Yuan relied on Langya Blessed Land to help Land Spirit of Langya deduce Immortal Gu recipes and so on. He quickly and smoothly got out of the awkward situation of starting his career. Later, in order to protect Hu Immortal Blessed Land and resist Crane Gate's invasion, Feng Yuan Land Spirit of Langya lent Feng Yuan Beast Enslavement Immortal Gu and 8 Desolate Beasts. Unfamiliar Face Immortal Killer move helped Feng Yuan too much. It was also paid by Land Spirit of Langya to Feng Yuan. Later, Shadow Sect attacked Langya Blessed Land and took away many of the core Immortal Gu of the rank 8 Immortal Gu House Refinement Cauldron. During this battle, the white-haired Land Spirit turned into the black-haired Land Spirit. Dog Shit Luck Immortal Gu was also destroyed in this battle. The black-haired Land Spirit created Langya Sect and changed the white-haired Land Spirit's management strategy. He helped Feng Yuan even more. Firstly, after the Battle of Tian Mountain, Feng Yuan had just obtained the Sovereign Immortal Body. He was in an awkward and dangerous situation. Langya Sect used Jewel Yellow Skies to send many crucial Gu worms to Feng Yuan, helping Feng Yuan to get through the difficult situation. When Feng Yuan returned to Northern Plains from southern border, Langya Sect sacrificed the 2 hairy man Gu Immortals that they sent to receive Feng Yuan. Before Hu Immortal Blessed Land was attacked, Land Spirit of Langya even helped Feng Yuan move Dang Hun Mountain, Wisdom Gu and so on, preserving Feng Yuan's foundation to the greatest extent. Especially Wisdom Gu, Land Spirit of Langya had been responsible for feeding it. It expended a lot of lifespan Gu. Later, Land Spirit of Langya recruited Feng Yuan as an external supreme elder. He transacted with Feng Yuan and sold dog shit luck Immortal Gu, as well as self-luck true inheritance and so on. After Feng Yuan inherited Shadow Sex inheritance, Land Spirit of Langya exchanged most of the true inheritance contents with Feng Yuan. During the 2 Land Spirit of Langya's reigns, Langya Blessed Land refined a large number of Gu worms for Feng Yuan. There were countless Mortal Gu and many Immortal Gu. Many of these help were timely assistance. They were a huge help to Feng Yuan. One could say that Langya Blessed Land's role in Feng Yuan's cultivation was not only crucial, it was also extremely huge. And now, even Land Spirit of Langya did not dare to offend Feng Yuan, who had rank 8 battle strength. He wanted to maintain a good relationship with him. After Feng Yuan married the Snowman tribe, his attitude towards variant humans made Land Spirit of Langya even more assured. One could say that Langya Blessed Land had already become Feng Yuan's base. However, precisely because of this, Celestial Court also noticed Langya Blessed Land. It was just that for a long time, Celestial Court did not know what force was supporting Feng Yuan. Until recently, Fairy Myrtle's deductions finally bore fruit. Thus, Langya Blessed Land immediately became Celestial Court's target. Such guts! You dare to invade my territory! In the sky above the wetland, Land Spirit of Langya's furious roar could be heard as a silver giant appeared out of nowhere. It had a grand aura and intense battle intent. It was the number 2 ancient battle formation, Heavenly Giant Sola. Langya Blessed Land was controlled by Land Spirit of Langya. He knew every blade of grass and every tree. He could sense even the slightest movement. Feng Joga and the rest suddenly entered Langya Blessed Land. Land Spirit of Langya knew almost instantly. But because these people were very strong, Land Spirit of Langya gathered Hairy Man Gu Immortals to form Heavenly Giant Solar before rushing here. Chapter 1553. Invaders of Langya, die! Land Spirit of Langya shouted. Together with the Hairy Man Gu Immortals around him, they used Heavenly Giant Solar to attack. Retreat! Seeing that the Silver Giant was charging at them, Central Continent's Gu Immortals moved like lightning, retreating in all directions. Even Feng Joga was retreating. However, he was the slowest to retreat. It was not because he was slower than the other Gu Immortals, but because he was staying behind. Undeniably, Feng Joga had the highest battle strength among Central Continent's Gu Immortals. He was also the leader of this expedition. The success or failure of this trip was mostly due to him. He needed to maintain the overall situation. This is Central Continent's Spirit Affinity House's Feng Joga. Land Spirit of Langya's leader, Heavenly Giant Solar, saw Feng Joga. His pupils shrunk. He had a solemn expression. This person was not friendly. Land Spirit of Langya felt immense pressure. Because Feng Joga's appearance meant that the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, and also that Celestial Court was Langya Blessed Land's enemy. Celestial Court, in the long history of humanity, it was the number 1 force in history. It was also the number 1 grotto heaven in the world. Against such an opponent, how could Land Spirit of Langya not feel nervous and pressured? Little 5. Land Spirit of Langya called out. Gu Immortal Fifth Hair quickly nodded. Watch me. Saying so, he activated an Immortal Killer move. The killer move immediately took effect. Heavenly Giant Solar's Silver Giant opened its mouth, shooting out a grand pillar of light. The pillar of light was very powerful. It arrived in front of Feng Joga in the blink of an eye. Such speed! Feng Joga was slightly stunned. The white light shone on his face, but soon his lips curled up. Swoosh! In an instant, he vanished without a trace. The grand pillar of light pierced through his location and shot far away, creating ripples in the air along the way. Feng Joga appeared again, but he did not retreat. Instead, he advanced and arrived in front of the Silver Giant's forehead. He is above us. Among the Silver Giants, The hairy man Gu Immortal in charge of scouting shouted. The hairy man Gu Immortals panicked. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Feng Jioge laughed heartily. His sleeves fluttered as a majestic aura burst out from his body. Immortal killer move, 3 extreme sound. Feng Kim Hong punched from afar, and the sound of war drums rang out. Another palm strike rang out, producing the melodious sound of a copper bell. Then he pointed with his finger, producing a sharp whistle. These were the unique skills of the 3 notes, namely drum fist, bell palm, and whistle finger. Previously, Feng Jioge only chose to practice the first 2 to make up for his shortcomings. But since Feng Yuan escaped his pursuit, Feng Jioge returned to Zhongzhou state, reflected on his shortcomings, and worked hard to practice the last one, sentry. This way, when the 3 methods were used together, they could form the consecutive move, 3 extreme sound. Fist, palm, finger, fist, palm, finger. According to this sequence, Feng Jioge continued to attack. The immortal essence expenditure of each attack was greatly reduced, and the power of the attacks was even increasing. Even though the increase in power was not large, Feng Jioge's attacks were extremely fast. His fists, palms, and fingers were like a wheel. He had already attacked 100 times in a short period of time. This way, as the number of attacks increased, the power of 3 extreme sound could not be underestimated. Sound waves landed on the silver giant's body, causing the silver giant to stagger. The hairy man Gu Immortals were feeling dizzy. The silver giant waved its arms, creating winds and clouds. It wanted to knock down Feng Jioge, who was in the air. But Feng Jioge's flying methods were extremely powerful. He moved around in the air with extraordinary agility. Even though the giant's arms were shockingly thick and its movements were ferocious, it could not do anything to Feng Jioge. It seems that I need to use immortal methods to restrain this person. Land spirit of Langya's gaze became more solemn. It suddenly shouted, 3rd hair, 4th hair. The 2 hairy man Gu Immortals responded in unison, activating their immortal killer moves. 3rd hair's killer move caused a layer of dark green wooden armor to appear on the silver giant's body. Feng Jioge's 3 extreme sound landed on it, but the sound waves were actually absorbed by the wooden armor. 4th hair's killer move caused countless golden spiraling chi currents to shoot out from the top of the silver giant's head. These chi currents were densely packed. They surrounded and attacked Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge's situation immediately turned for the worse. His attacks were no longer effective. No matter how he flew, the golden spiraling chi currents around him kept increasing. He could not get rid of them. Not far away, Central Continent Gu Immortal Feng Yunhua saw this and had a thought. According to the information, if we take down this silver giant, the battle will be decided. Feng Jioge is in trouble. I can help him. Thinking of this, Feng Yunhua was about to use his killer move when he heard his companion's warning. Brother Feng, dodge. What? At the next moment, Feng Yunhua saw that the silver giant opened its mouth again, shooting out a grand pillar of light. This beam of light was aimed directly at Feng Yunhua. Feng Yunhua hurriedly activated her defensive means. But Heavenly Giant Solar had rank 8 battle strength. Even though Feng Yunhua was a rank 7 expert, he was not like Feng Jioge or Feng Yuan. His defensive methods only lasted for 3 breaths of time. But 3 breaths of time was enough. Feng Yunhua used this chance to turn into a white cloud of light, scattering and gathering in the sky, returning to his original body. Blood leaked out of Feng Yunhua's mouth. His expression was pale. There was shock in his eyes. Earlier, I was distracted and wanted to prepare a killer move. I exposed a flaw. The enemy could sense it immediately. What investigative method is this? Langya Blessed Land had a deep foundation, but it mainly focused on refinement path. The previous land spirit of Langya had no interest in anything other than Gu refinement. Thus, this investigative method came from Shadow Sect's true inheritance. Back then, Feng Yuan exchanged true inheritances with the land spirit of Langya. On one hand, it was for the transaction. On the other hand, it was to help Langya sect increase their battle strength. Langya sect had immortal Gu, but they lacked good killer moves in battle. Now, Feng Yuan's actions were finally effective. Feng Jioge's heart sank. This investigative killer move could instantly sense the enemy's flaws. It was extremely convenient for the Gu Immortal to attack them accurately. With such a killer move, it was a huge hindrance to the Central Continent Gu Immortals attacking the Silver Giant. Because these Central Continent Gu Immortals came from all sorts of sects, they rarely fought together. Once they attacked the Silver Giant, they would make mistakes in their coordination. Once such a mistake appeared, the Silver Giant would immediately make use of it. The more people there are, the more troublesome it is. Let me stall Heavenly Giant Solar for the time being. Feng Jiuji's thoughts raced as he fought. He quickly changed his tactic, instructing the other Gu Immortals. Scatter and set up an immortal Gu formation. We will wait for the reinforcements. Such guts! The land spirit of Langia heard this and scolded in anger. Feng Jiuge smiled. He purposely said this. This was a blatant scheme. He was not afraid that the land spirit of Langia would not give in. Even though the Silver Giant had rank 8 battle strength, there was only one of it, while Central Continent had 7 Gu Immortals. The Silver Giant could not split itself, but if it sent out hairy man Gu Immortals to fight, it would fall into Feng Jiuge's trap. Even though these hairy man Gu Immortals were much more skilled in battle, they were not the match of these Central Continent rank 7 Gu Immortals. Thus, the land spirit of Langia was in a dilemma. They could not split up or not split up. The battle in Langia Blessed Land was intense. Far away in southern borders Fetus Earth Maze, it was tranquil. When Feng Yuan opened his eyes, he found that he was lying on a bed. He wanted to get up but found that he was heavily injured. His eyes were filled with confusion. He muttered to himself, "Who am I? I seem to have forgotten something important." "Oh son, you are finally awake." At this time, an old woman heard the commotion and came in. Seeing that Feng Yuan had woken up, she cried tears of joy. "You are?" Feng Yuan was confused. The old woman's expression shook as she cried, "Oh son, did you get hit in the head? Did you become stupid? I am your mother, you are Shin-san. A few days ago, that young Master Shu could not bear to see you and Xionyang together. He got his clan's Gu masters to beat you up. Oh son, listen to me. Even though you and Xionyang are innocent, our clan is small. Even though there were Gu masters in our ancestors, we are in ruins now. You can't compete with young Master Shu for Xionyang. No matter, just let her go." "Xionyang," Feng Yuan muttered. "Is this all real? I actually forgot all of this?" After a few days, he gradually understood his background. Originally, he and Xionyang were betrothed to each other, but when he was young, his father died in battle. The only Gu master in the clan was gone. The clan fell. Originally, they were a match for each other, but now they could not compare. Xionyang's parents favored young Master Shu more. Shu clan was a huge clan. They were a wealthy clan in the city. They had dozens of Gu masters, including their retainers. They had over 100 Gu masters. A few days later, Xionyang came to see Feng Yuan. "Darling San, how are your injuries? I have been thinking about you day and night, but my parents grounded me. I lied and said that I was going to a Gu master to learn cultivation. That's why I came here. My darling San, my pitiful darling San." Xionyang saw Feng Yuan lying on the bed. She started sobbing softly. Her gaze was filled with sincere love. Feng Yuan looked at Xionyang. He felt like this was the first time he was seeing this person. He looked at her like a stranger. Xionyang was in her teenage years. She had snow-white skin and white teeth. Her hair was like a waterfall. She wore a moon-white dress. She had a slim figure. She was simple and pure. Right now, her beautiful eyes were filled with tears. She was a peerless beauty. No wonder that young Master Shu fell in love with Xionyang. Feng Yuan sighed in his heart. He did not speak. Xionyang was puzzled at this moment. The old lady sighed and said the reason. Xionyang cried out in pain. She was nervous. She held on to Feng Yuan's hand as she talked about the past, trying to make him remember her. Those past events might be ordinary, but they contained the love between the two of them. The love in Feng Yuan's heart seemed to be awakened. He looked at Xionyang's eyes as he stretched out his hand, caressing her soft face as he called out softly, "Xionyang, sigh." Xionyang quickly agreed. She grabbed Feng Yuan's hand and placed it on her face. Next, she looked at Feng Yuan's eyes with deep love. calling out again, "My darling San, my darling San." Outside Fetus Earth Maze, in the Immortal battlefield, Lu Wei-yin smiled as he muttered to himself, "I was right after all, humans are not plants, how can they be emotionless? This Feng Yuan is not a heartless person, he still has love and affection in his heart." Lu Wei-yin looked around. At some point in time, be it Tai Mian Shen and the other Gu Immortals, or Shang Xianxia and the other Gu Masters, they were floating in the air with their eyes closed. Among them, Shang Xianxia's eyes were shut, her eyeballs were rolling and her face was slightly red. She seemed to be in a beautiful dream. Chapter 1554. Langya Blessed Land. An intense battle was ongoing. Central Continent's Gu Immortals received orders and scattered, setting up immortal formations. As long as the immortal formation was completed, Central Continent's Gu Immortals would be able to enter Langya Blessed Land and reinforce Feng Jioge and the rest. This was bad news for the land spirit of Langya. Thus, they had to be stopped. This Feng Jioge is truly scheming. My hairy man Gu Immortals can only gather and form Heavenly Giant Solar Ancient Battle Formation to fight rank 8s. He wants me to split up, how can I let him do that? Land Spirit of Langya snickered in his mind. If it were the previous white-haired Land Spirit, he might have been panicking already. But this black-haired Land Spirit was skilled in fighting. He immediately saw through Feng Jioge's scheme. We cannot split up. In that case, I will kill some of your Central Continent Gu Immortals first. We will compete in speed. Will your immortal formations come faster, or will I kill you faster? Land Spirit of Langya's eyes shined with an unyielding light. The silver giant suddenly roared, and the sound waves surged in all directions, repelling Feng Jioge. Next, the silver giant raised its right leg and moved forward. It moved very slowly, as if there was a formless mountain hanging on its right leg. Oh no! Feng Jioge's expression changed, because he sensed an intense space path aura from the silver giant. This was a space path killer move. Feng Jioge wanted to stop it. He used triple extreme sound attacks again, but the silver giant was unreasonable. It forcefully endured the attacks and wanted to complete the space path killer move. The silver giant finally moved its right leg. The moment its right leg stepped on the ground below it shrunk by countless times. It moved 100 li in one step. A Central Continent Gu Immortal was flying on a cloud when suddenly, the air around him rippled. His entire body and the area in front of him were shrouded by a huge shadow. He turned around and his pupils shrunk to pin size. He saw that the silver giant was already behind him. Its hands were grabbing at him from both sides. The Central Continent Gu Immortal felt a strong sense of danger. He gritted his teeth and activated all his methods, trying to escape. However, a mysterious radiance suddenly shot out from each of the silver giant's palms. The two profound lights landed on the Central Continent Gu Immortal. His killer move that was about to form crumbled. Save me! The Central Continent Gu Immortal was locked in place by the two mystical lights. He could not move. He screamed in panic and asked for help from his companions. At the next moment, he was trapped by the silver giant's two hands. The silver giant's 10 fingers clasped together, the two hands fused together, forming a spherical silver cage. Unparalleled pressure came from all directions. Central Continent's Gu Immortal's bones were crackling. The Central Continent Gu Immortal's expression changed. He could feel that his defensive methods were collapsing. He could not resist the internal pressure of the silver prison. Save me! He no longer had a trace of calmness as he screamed at the top of his lungs. At the next moment, his body turned into a pile of flesh and blood. He was crushed by the pressure of the silver cage. This rank 7 expert of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects died tragically at the hands of the silver giant. The Gu Immortals of Central Continent's 10 great sects are only SOSO. Inside the silver giant, Land Spirit of Langya laughed loudly. Let's do this. That Feng Jioge has rank 8 battle strength. He is the hardest nut to crack. Let's ignore him for now. Let's crush these weaklings first. Let's see who in this world dares to invade our hairy man habitat. Heavenly Giant Solar was the number 2 ancient battle formation. It had been tested for a long time. It was the peak of ancient Gu cultivation. It had rank 8 battle strength to begin with, but the hairy man Gu Immortal's battle attainment was too low. Even the white-haired land spirit was the same. That was why they performed poorly against Shadow Sect's attacks. The rank 8 Immortal Gu House Refinement Cauldron was destroyed by Shadow Sect. They could leave easily. But it was different now, with the black-haired land spirit's reforms and the establishment of Langya Sect. After a period of Fang Yuan's personal guidance, the hairy man Gu Immortal's battle attainment was much higher than before. It was much higher now. This way, the ancient battle formation Heavenly Giant Solar that was formed could truly display rank 8 battle strength. The black-haired land spirit often stopped the hairy man Gu Immortals from practicing this ancient battle formation. It caused Central Continent's rank 7 Gu Immortals to lose their lives here. Southern Border, Fetus Earth Maze. Scenes of the mortal world continued to play out. It seems that I really lost my memories. Under the moonlight, Fang Yuan sighed. He wore a simple robe as he walked in a courtyard surrounded by mud walls. There was a well in the courtyard. Most of the bricks in the well were gone. There was also a fruit tree that had no leaves at all. It was withered and thin. This is my home. Fang Yuan looked around as he sighed. He looked at the old woman's sleeping room. It was even more dilapidated than his own room. There were many holes in the paper windows. Seeing this, Fang Yuan felt ashamed in his heart. Thinking of Xianxia, Fang Yuan felt a deep sense of love. Undeniably, these were the 2 most important women in his life. After recuperating for several months, his injuries were almost completely healed. He could get off his bed and walk around. Right now, he was thinking about many things. The moonlight was like frost. It shone on his tightly furrowed brows. Lying on his bed for the past few days, he had been thinking about his situation. Xianxia treats me so sincerely. I must marry her. I will not let her down. Mother likes Xianxia very much, but due to the situation, I had to give her up. There are 2 obstacles for me to marry Xianxia. The first is Shu clan. They have a huge business and many people. The second is Xianxia's parents. They are both Gu masters. They look down on a mortal like me. In the end, it is because my aptitude is not good enough. I cannot become a Gu master. If I can become a Gu master and cultivate to rank 3, Xianxia's parents might be able to accept me. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan heaved a deep sigh. This was a dead end. There was no way out. Even though there were rumors of Gu that could change aptitude, who would pay a huge price to help a poor lad like Fang Yuan for no reason. Even though Xianxia had Gu master aptitude, she was only C grade. Her potential was low. If she had a bright future, she would become a rank 3 Gu master. She would be able to decide her own happiness. She would not be helpless like now. What should I do? Fang Yuan looked at the moon and sighed. He was extremely troubled. But at this moment, he heard the sound of a zither. Where is this zither's sound coming from? Fang Yuan listened carefully. He heard that this was not just zither music. There were also bells, flutes, and so on. He listened carefully, trying to find the source of the music as he walked towards the well. Strange, this music is coming from my well. Why is this? Fang Yuan leaned against the well and looked inside. He saw that the moonlight was shining into the well. It was very clear. Fang Yuan saw that on the wall of the well, there was a place where dozens of bricks formed the shape of a door. It was shining with a white jade-like luster. It was extraordinary. His curiosity was piqued. He tied the hemp rope on the bucket to a nearby fruit tree, then climbed down along the hemp rope. At the middle part, his legs were on the rope as he stretched out his hand towards the white jade-like bricks, trying to push. His strength was small, but the moment he touched the jade brick, it turned into nothingness, and a suction force appeared out of nowhere, sucking Fang Yuan, who was caught off guard in the next moment. The night passed. Fang Yuan got up, his eyes shining. His spirit was completely different from before, a world of difference. As it turned out, there was an inheritance left behind by a Gu Immortal in this well. It was called Virtue True Inheritance. Because it had existed for too long, it was already damaged. Fang Yuan inherited this damaged true inheritance. He opened his aperture that night and became a rank 1 Gu master. He also obtained the acknowledgement of several mortal Gu. His strength rose sharply. His life was completely different now. Heaven took pity on me, giving me such a peerless, fortuitous encounter. Now there is a huge chance for me to marry Xiaonyang. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. He was overflowing with joy. But he endured it. He knew that he could not expose himself now. This fortuitous encounter was too important. If he exposed it, he would get himself killed. I need to cultivate hard and accumulate my strength secretly. Only when I have enough strength to protect myself can I expose my identity. Cultivate this virtue true inheritance. Fang Yuan made up his mind. He frowned slightly. But this true inheritance has a special requirement. It requires the inheritor to maintain justice in his heart, to be a person of virtue. Moreover, the more virtuous one is, the easier it will be to cultivate. Virtue? Fang Yuan hesitated. He felt some disdain towards this term, but now that he obtained this true inheritance, this disdain dissipated. In the following days, Fang Yuan cultivated hard, secretly accumulating his strength. The old woman persuaded him not to get close to Xiaonyang. Fang Yuan nodded in agreement. He had his own plans. Xiaonyang came to find him to relieve her pain of longing. Fang Yuan advised her gently. He told her to endure it. He had a way. What made Fang Yuan extremely happy was that Xiaonyang believed his words without reservation. During the cultivation, the old woman suddenly fell ill. Fang Yuan felt like his heart was being stabbed, but ordinary herbs had no effect. Fang Yuan was burning with anxiety. He found a Gu master to treat her, but that rank 2 Gu master did not want his meager fees. He did not want to do it in winter. Fang Yuan heard that this Gu master liked to eat fish. He walked for a dozen li and arrived at a lake in the mountains. Fang Yuan started a fire and melted the ice. He dived into the water and caught some fish, giving them to the Gu master. The Gu master was very touched by Fang Yuan's filial piety. He finally treated the old woman. The old woman recovered. Fang Yuan was very happy about this. There was also an unexpected joy. He found that he had a rank 2 accumulate virtue Gu in his aperture. According to the true inheritance, this kind of accumulate virtue Gu could be refined continuously as long as Fang Yuan did good deeds and did good deeds. The greater the good deeds they accumulate, the higher the rank of the accumulate virtue Gu that they refine. Accumulate virtue Gu had many uses. It was one of the foundational cores of the virtue true inheritance. Its greatest use was to improve Fang Yuan's cultivation aptitude, turning him into a righteous path virtuous body. According to the vague records in the true inheritance, the righteous path virtuous body was only inferior to the 10 extreme physiques. It did not have the drawbacks of the 10 extreme physiques. It was not a small matter. It represented a bright future and potential. Fang Yuan continued to do good deeds. He did not let go of any opportunity. He continued to refine accumulate virtue Gu. Soon, his virtue and reputation started to spread. Fang Yuan's aptitude got better. His cultivation efficiency also got higher. 2 years later, he secretly became a rank 2 Gu master. In an accident, he had to expose his identity as a Gu master to save a drowning baby. Coincidentally, a Shu clan elder saw this. Fang Yuan's secret was exposed. The Shu clan elder thought that a mere mortal like Fang Yuan could actually improve his aptitude and cultivate to rank 2. There had to be a huge secret, thus he attacked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan fought with him bitterly, but in the end, he performed exceptionally, using the mortal killer move virtue win over people. This move expended all of the accumulate virtue Gu that he had accumulated. The Shu clan elder was unharmed after getting hit by this move, but soon he cried bitterly, kneeling on the ground and slapping his own face, before crying out, "I am not a human, I am not a human, I actually had such evil thoughts, I dared to attack such a noble and virtuous person like you. I am a beast, I am not a human. Please forgive me, give me a chance to repent and make up for my mistakes." Fang Yuan was stunned. He did not expect this move to be so powerful. From then on, he subdued this Shu clan elder, and obtained the most reliable source of information about Shu clan's young master. At this point, Fang Yuan worked even harder to accumulate virtue. His reputation spread among mortals. many Gu masters heard of him. After a few more years, the truth could not be concealed. Fang Yuan's Gu master identity was exposed. But he used other Gu worms to conceal his huge secret. Xiaonyang's parents changed their opinion of him, but they still did not want their daughter to marry a poor person like Fang Yuan. Compared to the lone Fang Yuan, Shu clan's young master had a huge advantage. But Xiaonyang was in love with Fang Yuan. Shu clan's young master was filled with jealousy. He found trouble with Fang Yuan many times. Even though Fang Yuan's life was full of twists and turns, as long as Xiaonyang was around, he welcomed every day with hope. Finally, the conflict reached its limit. Shu clan's young master challenged Fang Yuan to a life-and-death battle. Fang Yuan agreed. This caused a huge commotion. Even in the surrounding forces, many Gu masters heard about it. Right before the battle, in the middle of the night, Fang Yuan was ambushed by Shu clan's Gu masters. Fang Yuan escaped to the forest with heavy injuries. He was filled with hatred. Because he knew that he was heavily injured, he was not Shu clan's young master's match. If he agreed to the battle, he would be courting death. But if he did not go, he would be considered defeated. Xiaonyang would be forced by her parents to marry Shu clan's young master. How can I let Xiaonyang fall into the hands of this despicable person? Even if I die, I want to what sound? Fang Yuan was shocked. He turned his head and saw a terrifying beast tide charging towards him from the mountaintop. Could the heavens have opened their eyes and allowed this beast tide to destroy the city? The Shu clan will be caught off guard and will definitely suffer a great defeat. This can be considered as taking revenge for me. Fang Yuan was overjoyed, but his smile froze at the next moment. He thought of his mother, he thought of Xiaonyang, he thought of his neighbors and friends. The cute faces of these people appeared in his mind. He could not get rid of them. If he allowed the beast tide to attack the city, who knew how many of these people would die? Even if he secretly saved them, with his strength, how many could he save? Even if I saved Xiaonyang and my mother, what about these people? Do they not have children? They have parents too. If I did not report them, I would be harming them. Also, even if Shu clan's young master is a scoundrel, not everyone in Shu clan is like him. There are cute and respectable people among them. Why should I vent my anger on them? Do they deserve to die? Furthermore, I have lived in this city for 20 years. It has raised me. Without its protection, I would have been killed by wild beasts long ago. Could it be that I also have to watch as this city is captured? No, this is my home. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's gaze became firm. He turned around and ran towards the city. Even though he knew that on the way back, he would likely meet those Shu clan Gu masters and be killed by them. But he had to go. Because ever since he inherited the true inheritance of Daoda, in these past few years, he had already engraved Daoda into his bones. It permeated into his thoughts. He felt that he had the responsibility and obligation to do some things. Fang Yuan ran back to the city and informed everyone about the beast tide. It attracted a lot of attention. This beast tide was so sudden and hidden, but thanks to Fang Yuan's warning, the Gu masters in the city were fully prepared. They stabilized their footing. The city lord learned of Fang Yuan's situation. He praised Fang Yuan for risking his life to inform them. With the city lord's support, Fang Yuan was no longer afraid of Shu clan using their forces to find trouble with him. His battle with Shu clan's young master was also postponed. Afterwards, in the battle that lasted for a year, Fang Yuan performed extremely well. He saved countless Gu masters and mortals. He was willing to help others. He did not ask for anything in return. On one hand, his strength increased greatly. He refined countless accumulate virtue Gu. On the other hand, people respected him greatly. His reputation rose greatly. After the beast tide retreated, Fang Yuan, on the other hand, underwent a complete transformation. He finally fought against Shu clan's young master openly. In this battle of life and death, Fang Yuan obtained victory with absolute dominance. But he spared Shu clan's young master's life. O Shin-san, you repaid evil with kindness. I am convinced. I will follow your lead from now on. Please accept my bow. Shu clan's young master knelt down on the spot. Everyone in the city was filled with admiration towards Fang Yuan. 3 years later, the city lord felt old. He gave his position to Fang Yuan. Feng Yuan had rank 5 cultivation level. He became the new city lord. The day he took office was also the day he and Xianxia got married. Bright red, happiness, characters, lively guests, good wine and delicacies, and a wedding night. Xianxia was dressed beautifully. She sat on the bed, looking at Feng Yuan with deep emotions. Feng Yuan, we are finally husband and wife. I knew I was not wrong about you. Feng Yuan laughed heartily. Of course. He pressed on his chest. Xianxia became nervous. But what? Were you feeling unwell? Feng Yuan shook his head. I suddenly feel a little empty. Xianxia giggled. She was like a blooming peony, extremely beautiful. What are you feeling empty about? Lang-san, I wonder how many people are envious of you now. Feng Yuan's expression turned stiff. They are envious of me? It is just wealth, power, strength, and beauty. As he said this, his tone turned cold. A sharp aura shot out of his gaze. Xianxia's expression changed. Lang-san, what's wrong? Your words are making me feel uneasy. Feng Yuan looked at her with a serious expression. He looked at this beautiful woman who made him yearn for her day and night. He loved her dearly. His gaze was so serious that Xianxia felt even more uneasy. Next, Xianxia saw Feng Yuan shake his head and sigh. So many things, they are just so. At the next moment, everything around them collapsed. Chapter 1555. Northern Plains, Xianxia Blessed Land. If you want to kill me, you will have to pay the price. A Central Continent rank 7 Gu Immortal shouted. He knew he could not escape. Facing the silver giant, he retaliated before his death. The Immortal killer move was powerful. The entire silver giant staggered back a few steps. But that was all. The silver giant clapped its palms, turning him into meat paste. Haha, the third Central Continent Gu Immortal is dead. Land Spirit of Xianxia laughed loudly, feeling satisfied. The silver giant turned around and looked at Feng Jioge, who had just arrived, shouting provocatively, Oh Feng Jioge, even if you have rank 8 battle strength, so what? Can you stop me from killing your companions? You dared to invade my Xianxia Blessed Land. I will make this place your burial ground. Feng Jioge's gaze seemed to be spewing fire. He was furious. In this Xianxia Blessed Land, Land Spirit of Xianxia was the main force. He had a huge territorial advantage. The silver giant formed by Heavenly Giant Solar had genuine rank 8 battle strength. Even if he used his killer move, he could not stop the silver giant from slaughtering the other Central Continent Gu Immortals. In that case, I have no choice but to do this. Feng Jioge's gaze suddenly turned deep and unfathomable. Land Spirit of Xianxia had a bad feeling. What are you trying to do? Feng Jioge smiled lightly. Nothing much, I am just trying to imitate you. He suddenly flew down from Cloud Cover Continent, arriving at one of the 3 continents above the sea, Black Hair Continent. Below Feng Jioge, there was a hairy man city. Countless hairy men were living inside. They did not know that a calamity was about to befall them. Stop! Land Spirit of Xianxia drove the silver giant towards Feng Jioge. But Feng Jioge forcefully activated an immortal killer move. With a loud sound, this hairy man city crumbled. Countless hairy men were buried in the rubble. Tens of thousands of hairy men died in an instant. Land Spirit of Xianxia's eyes were bloodshot as he screamed, Feng Jioge! You are a righteous path Gu Immortal. You actually attacked so viciously. Feng Jioge smiled coldly. My righteous path is the righteous path of humanity, not the righteous path of you variant humans. Since when did you variant humans want to be on the same level as us humans? Since when did variant humans want to be on the same level as us humans? Xianxia Land Spirit tried to stop him, but just like how Feng Jioge could not stop him from slaughtering Central Continent's Gu Immortals, he could not stop Feng Jioge from killing these hairy men. Feng Jioge did not care about these Central Continent Gu Immortals. After all, they came from different sects. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects had been fighting for a long time. But Land Spirit of Xianxia cared about these hairy men's lives. Because he had the ideology of hairy men, this was his weakness. Feng Jioge attacked the enemy's weakness. He immediately restrained Land Spirit of Xianxia. The other central continent Gu immortals were saved from danger. The situation was very disadvantageous to Langya. Southern border, inside the battlefield killer move. Strange. Lu Wei-yin had a bewildered expression. My killer move imitates reincarnation battlefield, using fetus Earth maze as the foundation to form a sympathetic dream realm. There are many people participating in the dream realm this time. They are all human path elites. The dream realm is so powerful that even I can only influence it, I cannot control it. This Fang Yuan has emotions and love in his heart. He also yearns for wealth, authority, and strength, but why did he suddenly lose control of the dream realm? This sympathetic dream realm's virtue true inheritance was not fake. It was a crucial move that Lu Wei-yin had specially arranged. The main goal was to guide Fang Yuan towards kindness, to stimulate the morality and righteousness in his heart, to turn him from demonic to righteous, to become a righteous path Gu immortal. The entire process, from the start to the end, was very smooth and successful. But right when Lu Wei-yin thought that he was about to succeed, Fang Yuan suddenly deviated from the original path. This situation made Lu Wei-yin extremely puzzled. He thought about it carefully but could not understand it. Forget it. Even though this life has passed, there are still 2 lives left. Let me reform you again. Lu Wei-yin breathed in deeply, his expression becoming extremely serious. In the second life in the dream realm, Fang Yuan became a young master. His clan was a super force that ruled over an area. His grandfather was the first supreme elder. His father and mother were Gu immortals with supreme authority. As the only son of the family, Fang Yuan was pampered from birth. He enjoyed the pinnacle of glory and wealth in the world from a young age. When he was young, he inevitably became a profligate young master. Even though he was lazy and neglected his cultivation, his elders supported him and paid a huge price to raise his cultivation level. Thus, when Fang Yuan was 16, even though he played around all day, he had rank 5 peak stage cultivation level. Fang Yuan forgot his original self. He also forgot his first life in the dream realm. He lived happily and without worries. Just when he thought that his life could continue like this forever, the clan was attacked by a demonic overlord. This peerless demonic cultivator had quasi-rank 9 battle strength. He was ferocious and cunning. Fang Yuan's clan was not his match. The clan paid a huge price to invite helpers. They allied with other righteous path forces to attack the demon. In this battle, his grandfather and father died in battle. The demon was defeated and disappeared without a trace. News of his death spread. However, Fang Yuan's life took a nosedive. His mother could not hold the fort alone. She was soon suppressed by the other forces in the clan. Survival was not a problem. After all, his mother could shelter him from the wind and rain. But a few years later, that demon reappeared. The first thing he did was to kill his way into Fang Yuan's clan, slaughtering all of his clansmen. The scene was extremely tragic. The Blessed Land's headquarters that had been living in peace and contentment was now in ruins. Corpses were everywhere. Fang Yuan was the only Gu master who survived by a fluke. Demon, I will kill you. He was determined to die. He disregarded his own safety and charged towards the demon. The demon laughed loudly. He blew out a breath of air and blew Fang Yuan to the ground. He stretched out his leg and stepped on Fang Yuan's head, smiling. Little scoundrel, do you hate me? I can feel how much you hate me. Because what you experienced today is the same as what I experienced. I was immortal. I had family to live with. Even though the days were tough, they were happy and harmonious. But a Gu master in your clan killed my entire family because of a tiny Gu worm. I narrowly escaped death. I was determined to take revenge. Heaven has eyes. I obtained a fortuitous encounter and became a Gu immortal. I can finally take revenge today. Ha! Fang Yuan struggled with all his might. The demon laughed even louder. Eventually, he stomped on Fang Yuan's head until it exploded. 3 days later, in a hidden cave on a mountain, Fang Yuan opened his eyes. Didn't I die? When he realized he was still alive, he was extremely shocked. But soon, a scene of the past appeared in his mind. His mother used an immortal killer move on him solemnly. the entire process was extremely secretive, no one knew about it. My son, this killer move can protect your soul and allow you to revive once. If this killer move is useful in the future, I hope you can live a good life, don't take revenge for us. His mother said this to him. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan could not help but cry. He realized that the reason he could revive was because of his mother. He had been reborn, but his mother had not. Evidently, she had given her only chance of survival to Fang Yuan. What a great mother's love! Fang Yuan was sobbing uncontrollably, the hatred in his heart was accumulating like a vast ocean, creating huge waves in his heart. How much he loved his clansmen and his home, how much he hated that demon. After crying for a while, Fang Yuan knelt on the ground. He swore to the heavens that he would use all his strength. No matter what price he had to pay, he would kill that demon and take revenge for his parents, clansmen, and himself. From then on, Fang Yuan started to cultivate hard. He worked extremely hard, he only had the most basic sleep every day, even eating and defecating had to be calculated by the seconds. After he revived, he changed his body, but his aptitude was still peerless. It was even more convenient for him to conceal his identity. He still had his clan's inheritance and the foundation of a super force. Even though there were no immortal goo left behind, in this place where he was reborn, his mother had arranged many mortal goo for him. Like this, he cultivated hard in this cave. 8 years later, he successfully advanced to Goo Immortal, becoming a rank 6 Goo Immortal in a high-grade blessed land. But rank 6 was not that demon's match. Fang Yuan's heart for revenge became firmer as time passed. The cultivation resources left behind by his mother had already been used up. Fang Yuan left the cave and started to roam the world. At this time, the whole world submitted to the demon's might. Without rank 9 appearing, the demon was the #1 person in the world. Fang Yuan cultivated while actively joining the forces that resisted the demon. However, the demon was truly too powerful. Countless resistance forces had vanished into thin air under his powerful strength. Gradually, the situation became worse. Many Goo Immortals joined the demon and became his lackeys. Even though Fang Yuan's strength grew, his rank 7 cultivation level was still not the demon's match. He still had to deal with the encirclement and pursuit of those lackeys. His cultivation situation became more and more difficult. The number of injuries he suffered was uncountable. Many times, in desperate situations, he relied on luck to survive. He suffered untold hardships and endured untold pain. These pains were deeply buried in his heart, making the hatred in his heart even more intense. He became older. He became silent. I don't have much lifespan left. Fang Yuan looked at his old face in the water, feeling anxious. Please give me your lifespan goo. I am willing to pay you 3 rank 7 immortal goo. He found a Goo Immortal, this was his benefactor, and also someone who wanted to deal with the demon. Chapter 1556. I really need it, I have a reason to live on. Fang Yuan shouted loudly, persisting with all his might. In this world, everyone has a reason to live. Why do you want me to die just because you want to live? This Goo Immortal smiled. Of course, I understand your reason. That demon is your mortal enemy, you want to take revenge on him. But he is also my enemy, I want to take revenge on him too. Why do you want to sacrifice my reason to fulfill yours? Go find other lifespan goo, I want to use my own lifespan goo. Fang Yuan could not retort, because this Goo Immortal's words were very reasonable. He continued to plead, but it was useless. Fang Yuan could only go out to find lifespan goo. In fact, he had been paying attention to lifespan goo while cultivating. But his luck was bad. The demon was also collecting lifespan goo, causing lifespan goo to become very rare in the outside world. Fang Yuan had no way out. He knelt in front of his parents' tombstones for the entire night. That night he first cried, then sobbed. At dawn, he stood up, and his eyes became very dangerous. In order to obtain lifespan goo, he decided to take a risk. Eventually, he killed his benefactor and took the lifespan goo from him. Using this lifespan goo, he successfully extended his life and continued to cultivate, looking for a chance to take revenge. He started to lose his principles, he became unscrupulous. Thus, he was gradually treated as a dangerous person by other Gu immortals. They saw him as a member of the demonic path. So what if I become a demon? I will do anything that can help me take revenge. The demon exterminated all the forces that resisted him. His status was like the sun in the sky. No one in the world could shake him. Fang Yuan could not find any hope of killing the demon. He could not endure it anymore. The hatred in his heart was like a monster in the darkness. If he did not satisfy this monster's desire for revenge, this monster would first devour Fang Yuan himself. Thus, Fang Yuan turned his gaze to the people around the demon. The demon was also human, even though his family was killed. But over the years, he had a wife, subordinates, and many children. Among all of his children, the demon doted on a young girl the most. She was only 16 years old when the demon paid an astonishing price to forcefully raise her to a Gu immortal. Fang Yuan then carried out a meticulous plan and created an accident to purposely get close to this female immortal. You can call me Little Shang. Thank you for saving me. The female immortal was very innocent, and Fang Yuan appeared as her savior, so he quickly gained her trust. Fang Yuan was good at acting. The vicissitudes of life made his acting skills exquisite, and his rich experience made him able to see through people's hearts. At first, he got close to female immortal Xiaoshang to kill her and let the demon taste pain. However, as he spent more time with Xiaoshang, the beautiful memories in Fang Yuan's heart were gradually awakened. However, when Xiaoshang took the initiative to confess her love to him, Fang Yuan panicked and fled with his face covered. He disappeared from Xiaoshang's sight. He concealed himself and returned to his parents' tombs, kneeling down as tears flowed down his face. Because from his panic, he understood his own feelings. Unknowingly, he had fallen in love with Xiaoshang. How could he fall in love with the daughter of his mortal enemy, the person who killed his family? Fang Yuan was extremely sad and also extremely conflicted. Eventually, he decided to let Xiaoshang go and only find the demon to take revenge. He changed his appearance and did some businesses that cost nothing. After gathering enough cultivation resources, he built a hut in front of the tombs and cultivated bitterly to advance to rank 8. He succeeded in advancing to rank 8, but he was heavily injured. When he was recuperating, Little Shang actually appeared and found Fang Yuan. She questioned Fang Yuan, why did he cover his face and flee when she confessed? She said that this was the first time she confessed to someone she liked, but she was treated like this. She was not resigned to this, she had to get to the bottom of it. Fang Yuan could not tell her the truth, he could only bring her to his parents' tombs, saying, "This is the tomb of the person I once loved." Little Shang's face turned pale. She apologized to Fang Yuan and asked, "Why are there no words on this tombstone?" Of course there were no words. How could Fang Yuan leave behind such a loophole and expose his true identity? Thus, he sighed, because I did not know her name from start to end. Next, he narrated a sad and beautiful love story. Little Shang's face was covered in tears as she listened. She was deeply immersed in the story. She was filled with sympathy and love for Fang Yuan. She decided to accompany Fang Yuan and live with him, to help Fang Yuan walk out of the shadow of his life. Her reason was very strong. What's wrong with helping the person I love? Although Fang Yuan loved Xiaoshang, he was not willing to be with her. Because he was afraid. He was afraid that after he succeeded in his revenge, he would cause even more harm to Xiaoshang. He was also afraid that if he and Xiaoshang were together, his will to take revenge would fade away. On the night that Xiaoshang stayed, Fang Yuan met the demon. His lifelong enemy. The demon used his methods to make Xiaoshang sleep before forcefully summoning him over. Fang Yuan carefully hid himself. The demon did not discover his true identity. Although the demon's tone and attitude were strong, what surprised Fang Yuan was that he did not forcefully separate him and Xiaoshang. From the demon's words, Fang Yuan acutely sensed the love of a father who cared for his children and hoped that they would be happy. "You have rank 8 cultivation. You are barely worthy of my daughter. Treat him well. This kid really likes you." After the demon said this, he left. Fang Yuan thought about it. He felt that the demon's actions had some hidden reasons. Sure enough, little Shang revealed a shocking secret after he probed in a roundabout way. That was, the demon wanted to break through to the Nine Revolutions realm, but he himself did not have much confidence in doing so. Fang Yuan was overjoyed when he heard this. He understood the demon more than he understood himself. The demon's actions meant that he did not have much confidence in breaking through to rank 9. Once he failed, if he did not die, he would be like Fang Yuan, heavily injured. At that time, it would be the best time for Fang Yuan to take revenge. At once, the will to take revenge took the upper hand. The unprecedented hope made Fang Yuan calm and rational. He decided not to chase Xiaoshang away. He wanted to use her to get close to the demon. The demon failed to break through to rank 9 indeed. He hid in a valley to recuperate. Before Fang Yuan could find out his location, the news was leaked by the demon's most trusted subordinate. The demon had always been domineering and strict towards his subordinates. It was normal for his subordinate to betray him. Most Gu immortals did not truly submit to the demon. After getting this news, the 5 regions rose up. A large number of Gu immortals worked together and surrounded the valley. The demon was in danger. Xiaoshang was worried about her father and wanted to go help him. Fang Yuan took the chance to go with her. Xiaoshang was extremely moved. Fang Yuan thus got close to the demon. A huge battle started. The demon was unstoppable and killed many Gu immortals, but he also exposed his weak nature. The Gu immortals saw hope and fought to the death. Fang Yuan schemed and framed the demon, leaking precious information and causing him to fall into a dangerous situation. In the final battle, both sides fought until they ran out of resources. Under a coincidence, Fang Yuan obtained the control of the Immortal formation that defeated the enemy. The Immortal formation only had the power for one final attack left, but it was enough to decide the battle. The Gu immortals shouted at Fang Yuan, "Quickly kill this demon, uphold justice and restore order to the world." Little Shang was in a desperate situation. Fang Yuan was her only hope of survival. The demon said to Fang Yuan, "Quickly kill these Gu immortals. I will make you the second strongest person in the world. You will enjoy endless wealth. My daughter will accompany you for the rest of your life." Fang Yuan hesitated and struggled. In his mind, his parents appeared. They were also roaring angrily, "Kill him! Kill this demon! Avenge our clan!" Countless gazes gathered on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan controlled the Immortal formation. Wherever he attacked, that side would be destroyed and the other side would win. If he attacked the righteous path Gu immortals, the demon would win. This was not what Fang Yuan wanted to see. But if he did not do this, little Shang would die. Maybe he should save little Shang first. There would be a chance to kill the demon in the future. After this, Fang Yuan would gain the demon's trust. But this was not safe. Fang Yuan did not have confidence in killing the demon alone. The demon was truly too strong. As long as he could catch his breath, he would become even more vigilant and stronger than before. Fang Yuan's hope of revenge would become very slim. If he attacked the demon, this would be the safest. Fang Yuan would be able to kill him. He would be able to resolve the blood feud that he had been carrying for his entire life. But this way, little Shang would die. This was not what Fang Yuan wanted to see. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered. Love and hate were entangled in his heart. The conflict and pain was unprecedented, and time was pressing. He needed to make a final decision. No matter what, this decision would determine the future of the world. It would greatly influence the rest of his life. Should he attack this final attack or not? If he attacked, where would he attack? All the Gu immortals who had doubts looked at Fang Yuan. Many of them shouted loudly, urging Fang Yuan to make this crucial decision. Under everyone's gazes, the hesitation and struggle on Fang Yuan's face disappeared. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a mocking smile. Next, he started to laugh. As he laughed, he let out a long breath. His entire body relaxed. "What are you laughing at? Quickly make a decision." The demon shouted angrily, urging him. "I am laughing at myself. I am also laughing at all of you." Fang Yuan looked at him with a calm gaze, then looked at the surroundings, his eyebrows drooping. "Love, fighting and killing. Don't you find these trivial matters boring?" Chapter 1557. Boom. With a loud sound, another city on Black Hair Continent collapsed. Countless hairy men died instantly. Feng Jioge, you deserve death. Land Spirit of Langia let out a furious roar. His voice was filled with deep sorrow. Feng Jioge smiled coldly as he flew away again. The silver giant was driven by Land Spirit of Langia as it chased after him. Before leaving, it scattered bright light. Inside the ruins of those cities, the injured hairy men who were not dead quickly recovered from the bright light. Their lives were saved. But this was useless in the battle. The silver giant had rank 8 battle strength, but so did Feng Jioge. Neither could stop the other. Unless there was a huge difference in their battle strength. Feng Yuan still hasn't responded? Land Spirit of Langia's eyes were bloodshot as he shouted. The hairy man Gu immortals in charge of contacting him shook their heads. Damn it. Land Spirit of Langia gritted his teeth. He clenched his fists as he went into a frenzy. At the crucial moment, he can't use it anymore. Is he trying to run away? No, that's not right. He is not someone who lacks courage. As long as he works with me, these Central Continent Gu immortals will all die. That means, I'm afraid Feng Yuan has also been attacked by the Celestial Court. Land Spirit of Langia might be furious, but he was still rational. First Supreme Elder, what do? We can't chase after that Feng Jioge like this. Sixth Hair asked. The hairy man Gu immortals were not Land Spirit of Langia. Even though they were born and raised here, after becoming immortals, their views changed. They were separated into mortals and immortals. If these ordinary hairy men died, they would just need to spend more time nurturing them. But if these Central Continent Gu immortals were allowed to set up the formation freely, the whole of Langia Blessed Land would be in trouble. These hairy man Gu immortals also wanted to persuade the Land Spirit of Langia, but they lacked the courage. Only Sixth Hair had a special status. He was a split soul of spectral soul. At this crucial moment, he knew he had to stand up. Out of the other hairy man Gu immortals' expectations, the Land Spirit of Langia did not become more irritable or furious after hearing Sixth Hair's suggestion. Instead, he laughed savagely. Don't worry. How could I forget about those Central Continent Gu immortals? Even without Feng Yuan, we still have other reinforcements. Ha! This Feng Jioge thought that he had succeeded, but in fact, it was just a last-ditch struggle. These people all had to die. All of you must die. Could it be? Hearing this, Sixth Hair's eyes lit up. The other hairy man Gu immortals also reacted. That's right, we're not alone. Not bad, not bad. Our Langia sect has joined the Four Races Alliance. Central Continent's Gu immortals have reinforcements, but so do we. Back then, when Feng Yuan created the Four Races Alliance, he had already considered this situation. Feng Yuan was well aware of the importance of Langia Blessed Land. The alliance he created was to provide a strong guarantee for Langia Blessed Land safety. The Land Spirit of Langia and the hairy man Gu immortals were led by the nose by Feng Jioge. Langia sect's forces were all concentrated on the Silver Giant. Central Continent's Gu immortals thought that they were safe, but in fact, Langia sect still had a lot of forces that could be mobilized. In fact, the reinforcements of the Inkmen, Rockmen, and Snowmen had already arrived, but they had yet to show themselves. Is it finally time for us to make a move? Rank 7 Rule Path Rockman Gu Immortal Shi Xiong received the message from the Land Spirit of Langia and muttered. Let's go. What are we waiting for? The Rank 7 Snowman Gu Immortal Bing Feng could not hold back anymore. It is a pity that I cannot participate in this battle. Another Rank 7 Close Combat Snowman Gu Immortal, Bing Zhua, said regretfully. With such a formation, why would we need to make a move? The Inkman Gu Immortal from Inkman City laughed heartily. Other than the 4 Rank 7s, there were also many Rank 6 Gu Immortals. Langia sect was attacked. According to the agreement of the Four Races Alliance, the other 3 races had to help each other and resist the enemy together. If they violated the agreement, the punishment would be severe. When Feng Yuan made the agreement, he emphasized on the speed of reinforcements. He did not let go of any details. But these 3 races were not forced to help. They were willing. These variant humans did not have a good impression of humans. Their only worry was that their own Gu immortals would die in battle. But Langya Blessed Land's hidden immortal formation perfectly resolved this worry of theirs. Ever since the rank 8 Immortal Goo House Refinement Cauldron was destroyed by Shadow Sect and the core Immortal Goo were taken away, Langya Blessed Land could only barely defend itself with a damaged Refinement Cauldron. Langya Blessed Land's defenses were greatly weakened. Feng Yuan was a wise man, he had noticed this long ago. A long time ago, he, who had Formation Path Attainment level, exchanged inheritances with the land spirit of Langya. There were a large number of immortal formations inside that could replace Refinement Cauldron and defend the Blessed Land. Langya sect did not lack immortal goo. Feng Yuan modified the immortal formations and secretly set up a super goo formation that was hidden in the whole of Langya Blessed Land. During normal times, it would be hidden and only when a strong enemy came, the goo immortals would activate it and unleash a vast power. This was naturally done intentionally by Feng Yuan. He had thought about it deeply, considering the individual battle strength of the hairy man goo immortals, and also the mentality of the goo immortals who came to help. Setting up an immortal formation was the best choice. And there was another point: after the immortal formation was set up, it could not be moved. Langya Blessed Land might be strong now, but if something happened in the future and they wanted to deal with Feng Yuan, this immortal formation would be useless. In fact, Feng Yuan had even left some hidden doors in this immortal formation. After these variant human goo immortal reinforcements arrived, they were arranged into the immortal formation by the land spirit of Langya. They spent some time familiarizing themselves with the immortal formation, but now, they worked together and injected immortal essence, activating this super formation. What's going on? There is actually a super goo formation hidden here? Impossible. How can Langya still have people? The immortal formation activated with immense power, it was unstoppable. The immortal formation that the Central Continent Goo Immortals had just set up immediately crumbled. Many of them were heavily injured. Bing Zhua and the rest used this chance to kill without mercy. The immortal formation emitted a formless force that was like a giant grinder. Under the pressure, 2 Central Continent Goo Immortals lost their lives. Feng Jioga's expression changed. Land spirit of Langya, I actually fell for your trap. The cruel truth was like a slap that ruthlessly slapped Feng Jioji's face. This legendary figure of the current era also showed anger on his face. In this situation, Feng Jioga could not continue with his previous tactic. He quickly returned and tried to save the remaining Central Continent Goo Immortals. But the Silver Giant was holding him back. There was still a super goo formation in the Blessed Land that was affecting him. Feng Jioga used all his strength, but he could only watch as the final Central Continent Goo Immortal died. The information was wrong. Langya Blessed Land actually had such a huge force. This is unbelievable. Feng Jioga's expression was grim as he faced the combined attacks of the Silver Giant and the super goo formation. Immortal Killer Move, Green Jade Song. In this situation, only Feng Jioga was left. He finally used all his strength and unleashed his trump card. Green Jade Song's voice was crisp and clear. It was like pearls of various sizes landing on a jade plate. As the song spread, the Silver Giant's body was covered in a layer of green. Its surface turned into a thick layer of jade. The song resounded everywhere it went. White clouds turned into jade. Yellow soil turned into jade, even flowing water turned into jade. Everything turned into jade. The surrounding 100 li turned into a world of jade in the blink of an eye. Even the Silver Giant was frozen, turning into a jade statue. This green jade song is truly extraordinary. From the jade statue, the land spirit of Langya's voice could be heard. Soon, cracks appeared on the surface of the jade statue. They spread all over its body before collapsing. The Silver Giant broke free and charged at Feng Jioga again. Feng Jioga was not surprised. This green jade song had the power of rank 8, but against the Silver Giant, it could only obstruct it temporarily. But he had already gained enough time to use the second immortal killer move, Submission Song. This move covered Wisdom Path, Enslavement Path, Sound Path, and Soul Path. It could affect people's hearts. It was created by Feng Jioga himself. It was inspired by Five Finger Fist Heart Sword. It could temporarily make desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts change sides and become the singer's subordinates. The song quickly spread throughout the whole of Langya blessed land. But it was useless. Land spirit of Langya laughed loudly. Feng Jioge, did you think we would not make preparations? Feng Yuan had already informed me about your submission song. While we were fighting earlier, we had already stored all of the desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts and desolate plants into our immortal apertures. Know yourself and your enemy, you will never be defeated. Celestial Court could probe Langya Blessed Land's information. Langya Blessed Land could naturally gather information as well. Among them, Feng Jioge was someone whom Feng Yuan had instructed the land spirit of Langya to be on guard against. Feng Jioge breathed in deeply, using Immortal Killer Move Heaven and Earth Song. The song was loud and grand, it could move heaven and earth and draw the power of heaven and earth, it could suppress one's will and weaken the enemy's attacks. But this move was even weaker. This was Langya Blessed Land, it was the enemy's headquarters, it had deep enmity towards Feng Jioge, how could it be used by him? Immortal Killer Move, Separation Song. Feng Jioge dodged left and right as he used his trump card. This song was extraordinary, it was the best method to destroy immortal formations and immortal goo houses. Back then, Wu Yang's rank 8 immortal goo house clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building had almost been disassembled by this move. Wu Yang was greatly shocked. The silver giant was an ancient battle formation, while Bingzhua and the rest were using the current immortal formation, they were both immortal goo formations. They were naturally countered by this move. Once they were disassembled, how could these variant human goo immortals be Feng Jioge's match in a duel? Feng Jioge's separation song could not move at all when activated. But he had improved a lot over this period of time. Now that he activated separation song, he could move freely and dodge. Once the song was played, it was very weak at first, it was like a soft chant, but also like the murmurs of a quiet night. Next, emotions emerged spontaneously in all of the variant human goo immortals present. The song gradually became louder, but it did not soar into the sky, it was soft and gentle, going round and round, alternating between rising and falling. The goo immortals could not help but feel sorrow, sorrow and sorrow. The song suddenly became softer, incomparable sadness and melancholy assaulted the variant human goo immortals. They had the urge to cry. The pain of separation, the sorrow of separation, the sorrow of separation, the reluctance of separation. Breaking up with her lover, never seeing her friends again, and parting with her family. Separation, the past. Separation, the waving of old friends. Separation, the reflection of the setting sun. Separation, the falling crimson tears of sorrow. Fuck you! Suddenly, land spirit of Langya's roar resounded like thunder, resounding in the sky. At this moment, his immortal killer move had been prepared. Immortal killer move, complete silence. The silver giant shot out countless rays of light. The silver-white light was dazzling, it was like a fragment of the sun. Wherever it shone, the song would dissipate. A shocked expression finally appeared on Feng Jioge's face. This move had rank 8 power, it countered him to death. Feng Jioge, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death. Land spirit of Langya shouted proudly. The silver giant pounced at Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge retreated rapidly, he could only dodge. His gaze flickered rapidly, Langya's side's battle prowess had shocked him time and again. This complete silence was a killer move, land spirit of Langya had purposely left it at the end before using it. This move was too crucial. In an instant, Feng Jioge was at an absolute disadvantage. This legendary character of Central Continent finally felt an intense aura of death. Chapter 1558. Northern Plains. There was a boundless grassland, it was extremely vast. There were no clouds in the clear sky, there seemed to be nothing, but in fact, there were 3 goo immortals floating in the sky. According to Fairy Myrtle's deductions, this is the place closest to Langya Blessed Land. The leading male goo immortal thought to himself. If Northern Plains Gu Immortals saw this male Gu Immortal's appearance, they would shout in shock, "Prince's impatience!" Indeed, this person was one of the 5 rank 8 Gu Immortals in Northern Plains, Prince's impatience. The situation had changed. The number 1 rank 8 Gu Immortal, Old Ancestor Shui, who had disappeared with his wife because of the destruction of snowy mountain-blessed land. Yao clan's first supreme elder, Yao Huang, was chosen by Longevity Heaven. He gave up his clan's responsibility and became the new South Desolation Immortal of Longevity Heaven. Heavenly Lord Baizu was once a lone immortal, but now he had occupied He tribe's territory and created the Superforce Baizu tribe. He was part of the righteous path. 5 Elements Grandmaster was still trapped in Longevity Heaven's Immortal Gu House Calamity Luck Altar. Because of the invasion of Celestial Court's Gu Immortals, Longevity Heaven appeared. Heavenly Lord Baizu became a righteous path Gu Immortal, Old Ancestor Shui who disappeared. The whole of Northern Plains became the world of righteous path. It was bright and glorious. Demonic path Gu Immortals had to live in fear. Among the 5 rank 8 Gu Immortals, only Prince's impatience was still safe and sound. There were no changes to his body. This person had a special identity on the surface. He was a foreign rank 8 Gong tribe's supreme elder and Gong Wanting's husband, but he had another identity. He was a pawn that Spirit Affinity House had placed in Northern Plains Gu Immortal world long ago. He was Central Continent's highest level spy in Northern Plains. Fairy Myrtle had planned for a long time. This time, she sent Feng Jioge and the rest to attack Langya Blessed Land. Other than Shen Yi, she also used the important pawn, Prince's impatience. Lord, the nearest place is one of the 10 great forbidden areas of Northern Plains. Loose Tail Ridge, Langya Blessed Land is likely hidden there. Beside Prince's impatience, a rank 6 female immortal spoke. Prince's impatience had 2 servant girls by his side, and because of Prince's impatience's fame, his name also shook Northern Plains. They were Lu Yao and Swordmaster Yulan. Both of them were Spirit Affinity House Gu Immortals. The one who spoke was Lu Yao. She was dressed in yellow. She was extremely beautiful. Swordmaster Yulan stayed behind to guard the base camp and did not follow the Prince's impatience. Prince's impatience nodded slightly. He had the same guess. His gaze turned and landed on the Gu Immortal beside him. Standing on the other side of Prince's impatience was a rank 6 hairy man Gu Immortal. This hairy man Gu Immortal had a dazed expression. He was motionless like a statue. He was clearly being controlled by Prince's impatience using supreme methods. If the land spirit of Langya or other Langya sect hairy man Gu Immortals were here, they would definitely say out his identity when they saw him. Because this hairy man Gu Immortal was a member of Langya Blessed Land. Back then, after the battle of Tian Mountain, the land spirit of Langya helped Feng Yuan move away Hu Immortal Blessed Land's assets. Feng Yuan obtained the sovereign immortal body and wanted to return to Northern Plains, but he was chased. In order to receive Feng Yuan, the land spirit of Langya sent 2 hairy man Gu Immortals. But one of these 2 Gu Immortals died, while the other went missing mysteriously. Lu Yao and Swordmaster Yulan were indignant that a rank 7 Gu Immortal was placed on the same level as their rank 8 master. Even Prince's impatience was unhappy. He wrote a letter and questioned those core supreme elders of Spirit Affinity House. But as time passed, Lu Yao and Swordmaster Yulan gradually had a new view of this matter. As for Prince's impatience's change in mentality, it was because of his fight with Feng Jioge. Many years ago, not long after 88-point Jinyang Tower collapsed, Feng Jioge led several Central Continent Gu Immortals to Northern Plains to investigate the truth. As Spirit Affinity House's greatest pawn in Northern Plains Gu Immortal world, Prince's impatience secretly met with Feng Jioge. It was during this meeting that the two fought and sparred. The result was shocking. Even though Prince's impatience did not use his full strength, he could only fight to a draw with Feng Jioge. Thinking of the scene of their fight, Prince's impatience heaved a long sigh. Feng Jioge having rank 8 battle strength does not surprise me. What truly shocked me was that immortal killer move he used. This is an unprecedented creation. No one in history has ever done something like this. What kind of immortal killer move? Lu Yao asked. Prince's impatience had a solemn expression as he said slowly, Feng Jioge called it Assimilation Wind Song. Northern Plains, Langya Blessed Land. Feng Jioge took a deep breath. Even farewell song was useless. At that moment, he only had one last trick left. He did not use this method easily, because once he used it, not only would the risk be huge, the process would be extremely dangerous, the damage would also be too great, there would be a huge loss in profits after the battle. Feng Jioge had always been very cautious when using it. But now, he had to admit that he was already in a dangerous situation. He had obtained a lot of information about Langya Blessed Land from the sect and Fairy Myrtle. But when they fought, Langya Blessed Land's strength far surpassed his estimations. Not just this super immortal formation, there were also those Gu immortals hidden in the immortal formation, as well as the killer move, Complete Silence. Feng Jioge knew that Langya sect had an immortal killer move that countered Sound Path. It was called Silence of Heaven and Earth. But he did not know that this move had been modified by Feng Yuan to become even stronger, Complete Silence. Feng Jioge had methods to defend against the killer move Silence of Heaven and Earth, but against Complete Silence that was several times stronger, he was somewhat helpless. Immortal killer move, Assimilation Wind Song. Feng Jioge dodged left and right. He obtained a chance to use the strongest defensive method he had in his entire life. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Intense winds blew, heaven and earth changed color. This was not the metal wind, not the willow wind, not the immortal wind, not the eerie wind, not the Xinghan wind, not the Fangate wind. Once this wind appeared, land spirit of Langya's expression changed, the hairy man Gu immortals were shocked, while the other variant human Gu immortals were tongue-tied. This was the wind of assimilation. It was the number one wind in the world. It could assimilate everything, few methods could counter it. When an immortal aperture was destroyed, it would create such a wind. How can it be the wind of assimilation? Impossible. Some hairy man Gu immortals lost their composure, they screamed. Unbelievable, someone can actually control the winds of assimilation. Bingzhuo was extremely shocked, his eyes were about to pop out, he no longer had his usual cool demeanor. In human history, no one had been able to use the winds of assimilation for their own use. But now, this record was broken. Feng Jioge had become the first person in history. He could actually use the winds of assimilation. Feng Jioge had 7 songs. Obtain Treasure Song and Towards Heaven Song were used to support his cultivation, while Green Jade Song, Heaven and Earth Song, Submission Song, and Separation Song were his trump cards. He had used them many times. The final song was Assimilation Wind Song, but he did not use it easily. If this move failed, Feng Jioge would be destroyed by the winds of assimilation. It was extremely dangerous. Many songs could be turned into clones through the killer move Song Warrior, but Assimilation Wind Song could not. It was the most unique one. This wind was too powerful. The situation was instantly turned around. The variant human Gu immortals were helpless. They were panicking. Because ordinary killer moves would be assimilated by the winds of assimilation, turning into resources to create the even larger winds of assimilation. Langya Blessed Land is the number 1 blessed land in the world, but against this wind, it will be destroyed. A Rockman Gu immortal said in despair. Absolutely not. Land Spirit of Langya shouted. He knew that he had to stabilize the morale of his troops. He shouted, it really is the winds of assimilation, Assimilation Wind Song. When Feng Yuan warned me, I did not believe it, but the truth is right in front of me. I have no choice but to believe it. Don't worry, we already have a method to deal with this wind. What? Feng Yuan can even find out such a secret? The other Gu immortals heard this and felt hope ignited in their hearts. At this moment, Feng Yuan, who also had rank 8 battle strength, played a crucial role even though he did not appear. He helped Land Spirit of Langya stabilize the morale of his troops. Feng Yuan was someone who had been reborn. He knew that this move was extremely vicious. During the 5 regions chaotic world, Feng Jioge used this move to slaughter everyone. No one was not afraid of it. He had already warned Land Spirit of Langya. He had once fought against Feng Jioge. He was extremely wary and vigilant. This move was extremely powerful, But it had a huge flaw. For example, if it was used in the 5 regions, Feng Yuan could avoid it completely. But in this situation, the winds of assimilation were happening in Langya Blessed Land. Land Spirit of Langya had to deal with this wind as soon as possible. Chapter 1559. Come, True Stability Branch Transformation. Facing the winds of assimilation, Land Spirit of Langya growled, using an Immortal killer move. Once this move was used, the silver giant underwent a huge transformation. The huge human body turned into a huge tree. Its trunk was silver white, it had countless branches and countless leaves that looked like they were carved from silver, shining brightly as they collided with each other, emitting crisp sounds. The branches and leaves grew rapidly, facing the winds of assimilation. The winds of assimilation were rampaging everywhere, but after being obstructed by the giant tree, their expansion was halved. The winds of assimilation were actually blocked. Unbelievable! Langya Blessed Land's foundation is truly unfathomable. The Snowman, Inkman, and Rockman Gu Immortals saw this and were overjoyed. This is True Stability Tree? A red and white rainbow flew out of the wind of assimilation. It was Feng Jioge. Even though he created Assimilation Wind Song, it could create the winds of assimilation. But once this wind appeared, Feng Jioge had to leave the wind core immediately, otherwise, when the winds of assimilation spread and fill up the empty space in the wind core, Feng Jioge would die. Feng Jioge could only create the winds of assimilation, he could not manipulate them. It wasn't that he hadn't tried it before. However, any method of manipulation would be assimilated by the winds of assimilation and strengthen them. Feng Jioge had the Immortal Killer Move Song Warrior. He could use Heaven and Earth Song, Separation Song, and others to form clones. But Assimilation Wind Song could not form Song Warrior. Feng Jioge left the battlefield. Land Spirit of Langya and the rest were focused on dealing with the winds of assimilation. They did not have the energy to pay attention to him. It really is the True Stability Tree, to think that they have a method to counter the winds of assimilation. Feng Jioge watched from afar, his eyes shining with bright light. This True Stability Tree was a legendary immemorial desolate plant. It was famous in history. Since the immemorial antiquity era, before Renzu was born, it had existed in this world. After the remote antiquity era and olden antiquity era, it died at the hands of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable in the medieval antiquity era. There were many wild immortal gu on this tree, among which there were several rank 8 immortal gu. When Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable only had rank 8 cultivation level, when he was traveling in Eastern Sea, tsunamis and floods wreaked havoc in the world. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable could not use his immortal gu to quell this flood. He borrowed 2 rank 8 immortal gu, Calm Wind and Quiet Wave, from the True Stability Tree in Eastern Sea. But this legendary immemorial desolate plant, with its status and strength, did not want to lend it to Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. It gave harsh conditions. Genesis Lotus was furious and fought with it. He killed the Truth Stability Tree and took all of its gu, quelling the flood and saving countless mortals. Although Genesis Lotus killed the Truth Steadying Tree, he was full of praises for it. Later on, when he became a venerable one, he would occasionally sigh. It was truly a pity that he got rid of this tree back then. This tree was unique in this world and had the ability to restrain the winds of assimilation. Feng Yuan was someone who had been reborn, so he already knew about the Song of Gale in Feng Jioge's hands. This move was extremely powerful. During the 5 regions chaotic war, countless gu immortals were killed by it. Thus, countless gu immortals thought of ways to find this move's weakness. There were no unsolvable moves in this world, only unsolvable people. Even though Song of Gale was strong, this move was fixed. There would always be a weakness. Land Spirit of Langya rejected. He thought of Feng Yuan's solemn reminder earlier. He explained, "Once we do that, we will fall into the enemy's trap. Giving up the blessed land means connecting to the outside world. It is like opening a door at that moment. That way, our Langya Blessed Land's location will be discovered by the enemy. We cannot do that. This land spirit of Langya is willing to pay a huge price to deal with the winds of assimilation rather than give up this small piece of blessed land? Feng Jioge had a shocked expression. If land spirit of Langya did this, he would definitely leak crucial clues. Prince's impatience, who was roaming around the outside world, would immediately sense it. This way, the battle would be decided. With the rank 8 Gu Immortal Prince's impatience making a move, these Langya Hairy Man Gu Immortals would not be able to stop him. But land spirit of Langya gritted his teeth and refused to do this. Feng Jioge's plan failed. A shocking bolt of lightning appeared out of nowhere, striking at Feng Jioge's head. Feng Jioge moved like smoke, vanishing on the spot. He successfully dodged it. He looked at the sky as thoughts flashed in his mind. Heavenly Giant Solar is restrained by the winds of assimilation. Only this super immortal formation is left. Dealing with it is much easier than dealing with Heavenly Giant Solar. Immortal Killer Move, Separation Song. Feng Jioge activated Separation Song. As expected, the super immortal formation started to break apart. Even though Separation Song did not have any offensive power, it had incredible power. It could break apart any Gu formation. But thankfully, when Feng Yuan created this formation, he had thought about it thoroughly. He arranged this immortal formation into multiple layers. Feng Jioge activated Separation Song, but he only broke apart the outermost layer of this super immortal formation. The 3 variant human Gu Immortals were at the center. They were unharmed. Feng Jioge urged Separation Song again. Soon, he broke apart the outermost layer. But the immortal formation's 3rd layer was exposed. I want to see how many layers this immortal formation has. Feng Jioge's eyes shined with bright light. He continued to use Separation Song. This time, he broke apart 5 to 6 layers before stopping. Even someone as strong as Feng Jioge felt like vomiting blood. How many layers does this immortal formation have? Separation Song expended a huge amount of immortal essence. After using it several times, Feng Jioge's immortal essence reserves were less than 30% of before the battle. Of course, the biggest expenditure was still Assimilation Wind Song. If I use Assimilation Wind Song, I can use it countless times, but the risk is too high. Feng Jioge shook his head. He dispelled the thought of using this killer move again. Even though this move was powerful, it was too dangerous. Feng Jioge rarely used it. Back then, when he sparred with Prince's impatience, even though he used Assimilation Wind Song, that was just sparring. Prince's impatience had written a letter to Spirit Affinity House. He was unhappy with Feng Jioge's Twin Phoenixes theory. It gave Feng Jioge huge political pressure. When Feng Jioge went to Northern Plains, he challenged Prince's impatience to one move. In that competition, Feng Jioge had enough time. He activated his Gu worms slowly. There was no outside interference. The risk was low. But at this time, Feng Jioge was in battle. There was a lot of outside interference. He had to use his killer move quickly. Earlier, Feng Jioge had no choice but to take the risk. But now, he was facing the super immortal formation. The pressure he felt was much smaller. Feng Jioge did not use Assimilation Wind Song. He looked around. The silver tree was still dealing with the winds of assimilation. The winds of assimilation had already shrunk by more than half. The next invasion would definitely be a fierce one. It would be a huge threat. Fang Yuan's words were reasonable, but he was truly unwilling to let the land spirit of Langia give up on his plan. At this time, Fang Yuan said again, "First Supreme Elder, secluded residence is good, but it has its disadvantages too. If Langia Blessed Land was truly turned into a paradise, a place where no one would care about, would the Hairy Man Gu Immortals still have the motivation to cultivate? We want to create Hairy Man dominance. If these Hairy Man Gu Immortals live under the protection of secluded residence, wouldn't they return to their previous state?" The land spirit of Langia was stunned. Fang Yuan's words made sense. What Hairy Man Gu Immortals lacked was a sense of danger. The previous land spirit of Langia protected the Hairy Men too well. These Gu Immortals did not have the ability to fight at all. As a result, when Shadow Sect invaded, they were almost conquered by Shadow Sect. They could not return to their previous state. The land spirit of Langia breathed in deeply, nodding heavily. "Fang Yuan, I agree to your request. I will give you this method in its entirety. 10 Dang Hun mountains as compensation. This method is worth half a mountain." All right. Fang Yuan did not doubt the price of the land spirit of Langia. The land spirit of Langia would not lie. Negotiating with him was very beneficial to Fang Yuan. "Next, I need some lifespan Gu." Fang Yuan raised his second request. If he moved Wisdom Gu into the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, he would no doubt have to bear the burden of feeding it. Even though Fang Yuan had lifespan Gu, it was not safe to rely on them. All right. The land spirit of Langia agreed readily this time. He was the land spirit. As long as Langia Blessed Land existed, he could exist with it. Thus he had no need for lifespan Gu. Of course, the Hairy Man Gu Immortals in Langia sect also needed lifespan Gu to extend their lifespan. However, Hairy Men were variant humans. Their lifespan was much longer than humans. Secondly, feeding Wisdom Gu was more important than extending the lifespan of the Hairy Man Gu Immortals. Thus, Fang Yuan used 1.5 Dang Hun Mountain as compensation to obtain a large amount of lifespan Gu in Langia Blessed Land. Long Hair Ancestor was a person from 300,000 years ago. Langia Blessed Land had a long history. After 300,000 years, it had obtained a large amount of lifespan Gu. In this compensation, even though Fang Yuan took away most of the lifespan Gu, Langia Blessed Land still had some left. Fang Yuan calculated, this way, if he used all the lifespan Gu he had on himself, he could extend his lifespan to over 4,000 years. Red Lotus Demon Venerable had only lived for over 3,000 years. This also meant that if Fang Yuan used all these lifespan Gu, he could live longer than Red Lotus Demon Venerable. They are used in the righteous path of the celestial court. If they are destroyed, then so be it. This is also making the best use of them. Jing Lan smiled unconcerned before asking, "How many are left?" Fairy Myrtle answered in detail. Jing Lan slightly frowned. 3 core immortal Gu are missing. Many methods cannot be used. If I were to deal with Spectral Soul, I would need at least 3 months to solve this problem. Fairy Myrtle was a little disappointed. With her methods and the help of Star Constellation Chessboard, she would only need over 2 months to solve this problem and capture Spectral Soul again. How about this? Although Spectral Soul has been captured and brought to the Celestial Court, his inheritor is very active. The explosion of Dang Hun Mountain this time was also the work of this inheritor. Fairy Myrtle said, "Demonic Path scoundrel, everyone has the right to punish him. You are saying this? You want me to get rid of Spectral Soul's inheritor? Quickly tell me, where is this inheritor? I want to pull out his tendons and skin him alive. I will cut off his head and send it to Spectral Soul for him to admire." Ha! Jing Lan laughed loudly, her battle intent surging. With Senior taking action, that Fang Yuan will definitely be doomed. As for his location, Fairy Myrtle smiled confidently. Senior only needs to wait for a moment. Junior will deduce it for you. Fang Yuan pushed with both palms and immediately, countless meteors with long flaming tails smashed towards Jinglan, who was on the ground. After completing this move, he clenched his right hand into a fist and suddenly threw out countless dazzling and translucent purple starlight. Jinglan's lightning eyes first saw the ignited thought-flying rocks and immediately showed disdain, but when she saw the purple thought perception starlight, her pupils slightly shrunk. This killer move is superb, I need to avoid it. Jinglan's thoughts moved, and with a crack, her body turned into a flash of lightning that shot towards Fang Yuan. Quick, quick, quick. Her speed was so fast that even Fang Yuan showed a shocked expression. Moreover, the lightning was extremely agile and did not just charge around blindly. Along the way, when it encountered the ignited thought-flying rocks, it would all be knocked away, but when it encountered the purple thought perception starlight, it would directly dodge and move unhindered. Fang Yuan's offense was majestic, but Jinglan was unstoppable. After turning several times in the air, she arrived in front of Fang Yuan. Come at me. Fang Yuan inwardly gritted his teeth and suddenly turned into an ancient sword dragon, fiercely grabbing at Jinglan with his sharp claws. Jinglan's armor was huge and heavy, but compared to Fang Yuan's sword dragon transformation, it seemed a bit pocket-sized. But she was extremely fierce. With a low growl, she did not dodge and directly used the sharp horn on her helmet to collide with the dragon claw. Boom! With a loud sound, both sides were fiercely bounced back. Fang Yuan's claws were soft and limp, feeling numb from the recoil. Meanwhile, all the sharp horns on Jinglan's armor were broken and her helmet was covered in cracks. At the same time, she felt a slight sense of dizziness. This is reverse flow protection seal. Jinglan was well aware of this. She had set out from the Celestial Court and had naturally obtained detailed information about Fang Yuan provided by Fairy Myrtle. Therefore, Jinglan was not surprised by this situation. Everything was within her expectations. She laughed and shot forward again, lightning radiance erupting around her body as she charged at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan fought her without any fear. Both sides fought back and forth in the air, fighting until the sun and moon lost their light and the world changed colors. Fang Yuan relied on reverse flow protection seal to fight evenly with Jinglan, but he retreated as he moved. This person clearly knows about the countercurrent protection seal. That's why he's using such a powerful technique. Not only does he force me to use the countercurrent protection seal to block the attack, but he also doesn't let the rebound attack harm him. Fang Yuan had a bad feeling. Although Jinglan could not do anything to Fang Yuan, this situation was only temporary. There was definitely a wisdom path great expert behind her that was closely watching the battle and constantly analyzing Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal. Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal was constantly being analyzed and deduced. Once it reached a certain level, a killer move that could counter reverse flow protection seal would be deduced. With such a killer move, after breaking reverse flow protection seal, Fang Yuan's doomsday would arrive. This person is constantly changing methods to probe my reverse flow protection seal. His intentions are clear. She cultivates both Thunder Path and Soul Path. Her Thunder Path attacks are extremely fast and powerful, while her Soul Path condenses into armor that can defend like a mountain and recover extremely quickly. Retreat. Fang Yuan used myriad dragons and used familiar face to transform into one of them, disguising his identity. The myriad dragons did not attack Jinglan, but scattered in all directions. Where do you think you're going? Jingbo shouted loudly. Thunder and lightning surged, smashing down from the sky. In that instant, tens of thousands of streaks of lightning scattered the flood dragon army. Although myriad dragons were much stronger than myriad self, They were nothing compared to this rank 8 killer move. Fang Yuan's true body was soon found. Jing Lan continued to attack, chasing him relentlessly. Fang Yuan started to run for his life, rarely retaliating. Truly a tortoise shell. Jing Lan was quite annoyed. Fang Yuan clearly only had rank 7 cultivation, but after using reverse flow protection seal, his entire body was covered in thorns that could not be used. Still not done? Jing Lan transmitted to Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle was far away in Celestial Court, but she was paying close attention to this place, using Celestial Court's Wisdom Path formation to break reverse flow protection seal. As for Star Constellation chessboard, because it was heavily damaged, it could not be used for the time being. There are some results, Senior, please listen carefully. Fairy Myrtle explained the killer move to Jing Lan. Jing Lan immediately tried. After failing 2 or 3 times, she finally activated it and shot out a profound light. The gray profound light hit Fang Yuan, causing the reverse flow protection seal on Fang Yuan's body to ripple. You have already deduced a method? Fang Yuan's heart tightened, but fortunately, this killer move was only rank 6, it was not high level and could not shake reverse flow protection seal for the time being. Fairy Myrtle's eyes flickered with starlight. She firmly remembered the effect of the gray profound light. This was not only a result, but also a further probe of the reverse current protection seal. Ah, Fang Yuan, it must have been hard for you to think of such a killer move. Unfortunately, you will die today. Jing Lan laughed loudly. Her speed was astonishing, far faster than Fang Yuan. At this rate, Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal would be broken sooner or later. Don't you have the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel? Don't you need it now? Jing Lan smiled again. With a loud sound, the lightning in her hand struck Fang Yuan's back again. Chapter 1569. To be able to forcefully destroy my Yama after Langya Blessed Land was attacked, it is most likely the Celestial Court's doing. At that instant, thoughts moved rapidly in Fang Yuan's mind. Guiyue Fangjing was taken away, he has a blood connection with my time path clone, but the clone is inside my sovereign immortal aperture. I don't think we can use this clue. My dark limit immortal goo was in the hands of the Celestial Court. This clue is very important, but just this alone is not enough to destroy my Yama. Then, what method did the Celestial Court use? What crucial clues did they find that are related to me? Fang Yuan thought as he rapidly moved. Now that his location was exposed, staying at the same place was definitely a bad idea. The urgent matter at hand was to continue moving. At the same time, he had to repair ghostly concealment and think of a way to solve the current problem. Fang Yuan flew for 4 to 6 hours, when suddenly, a thunderbolt burst out from the clear sky. The thunderbolt directly struck at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was already prepared, he quickly dodged. With a loud sound, the thunderbolt landed on the ground. The lightning solidified and turned into a human figure. The figure quickly became clear. Thunder Ghost True Monarch Jing Lan was wearing a sinister black armor, half squatting on the ground. Crackle, 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 countless tiny bolts of lightning coiled around her armor. The crater created by the explosion had already been completely roasted into a lump of charcoal. Because of the high temperature, white smoke was rising in spirals. Jing Lan slowly stood up. She had a petite figure, but after wearing the armor, she was over 10 feet tall, her body was tall and sturdy. Boom! Her rank 8 aura swept out like a majestic mountain. She slowly raised her head, looking at Fang Yuan who was in the air, saying in a cold voice, "You are Fang Yuan? Where do you think you can escape to?" A central continent rank 8 Gu Immortal. Furthermore, looking at your appearance, you are likely a member of the Celestial Court. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk, his vigilance rose to the highest. Immortal killer move, Myriad Self. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed. Facing an unfamiliar enemy in front of him, he brazenly attacked. In an instant, countless Fang Yuans spread across the sky. In Jing Lan's blink of an eye, the originally clear and cloudless sky was filled with a sea of Fang Yuan's strength path phantoms. With a hula sound, the army rushed towards Jing Lan like a tsunami that shook the heavens. Jing Lan closed her eyes and then abruptly opened them. Her originally black eyes had turned a deep blue. Endless electric arcs were like vortexes that constantly rotated in her pupils. She scanned her surroundings but did not find Fang Yuan's true body. Familiar face of Jing Lan coldly snorted in displeasure and suddenly opened her mouth. She roared, and thunder rumbled. The sound waves carried a blue electric light, with her as the center, spreading rapidly in all directions. Wherever it went, Fang Yuan's strength path phantoms could not even resist for a breath's time, shattering and collapsing. With one move, the clear sky reappeared, and Fang Yuan's strength path phantoms were completely destroyed. Only his true body was left. Lightning Path Rank 8? Why do I sense the aura of Soul Path from her? Fang Yuan frowned slightly. He was not shocked by the destruction of Myriad Self. Myriad Self was originally a probing move. Facing a Rank 8 Gu Immortal's killer move, no matter how many Myriad Self there were, it would be difficult to have a good effect. Immortal Killer Move, Ignited Thought Flying Rock. Immortal Killer Move, Purple Thought Insight Starlight. Fang Yuan pushed with both palms, and immediately, countless meteors with long flaming tails smashed towards Jing Lan, who was on the ground. Her forehead was covered in sweat. In just a short moment, there was a layer of cold sweat on her forehead. Senior Jing Lan will definitely suffer heavy injuries from this attack. Hold on, you must hold on. Fairy Myrtle had deduced a Rank 8 killer move. She naturally knew the power of this move. The investigative killer move that she had placed on Jing Lan was also destroyed by this attack. Fairy Myrtle had completely lost her ability to investigate the battle. She immediately sent Qin Yi and the rest to the regional wall battlefield to reinforce Thunder Ghost True Monarch. But she still had to stay in the Celestial Court. Duke Long was wholeheartedly nurturing Feng Kim Hong. He was no longer here. Spectral Soul was resisting stubbornly. He needed to be monitored at all times. The Celestial Court also needed her, Fairy Myrtle, to oversee the overall situation. Crack, crack, crack. A series of sounds came from Jing Lan's body. Fang Yuan's dragon claw was sharp as a blade as it stabbed at Jing Lan's chest. But at the critical moment, a dense layer of lightning armor appeared in front of Jing Lan's chest, intertwined with arcs of electricity. The dragon claw scratched this layer of armor like it was scratching the hardest steel. This was a Rank 8 killer move, passive defense. Even if a Gu Immortal was unconscious, it could still be activated by external attacks. Normally, Fang Yuan would be like a mouse fighting a bull. But now, this layer of lightning armor was damaged from the previous attack. It was not in a complete state. Thus, Fang Yuan used all his strength to tear it apart. The dragon claw firmly chopped down, piercing Jing Lan's skin along the way, from her left shoulder to the right side of her waist. Wherever it went, lightning flashed and the lightning armor was torn apart. Jing Lan's ribs were even harder, but 3 of them were cut by Fang Yuan's dragon claw. The dragon claw was completely undamaged. Immortal essence was rapidly consumed. Reverse flow protection seal had been maintaining it, loyally protecting Fang Yuan. If not for this layer of protection, just the dragon claw alone would have broken countless bones and shattered half the distance. The intense pain stimulated Jing Lan to open her eyes. She was worthy of being an experienced Rank 8 great expert that could resist Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. In an instant, she understood her situation and let out a sharp scream. This scream was not meaningless. It was an immortal killer move. Fang Yuan only frowned. He was unscathed. On the contrary, this attack was completely reversed by the countercurrent protection seal and struck Jing Lan's body. Jing Lan's eardrums were instantly destroyed and her mind was in chaos. Large amounts of internal bleeding occurred in her head, thick blood gushed out of her eyeballs and her vision turned blood red. Jing Lan had outstanding battle accomplishments, but maybe because she had just woken up from her slumber and had not exercised her body, her first battle was with Fang Yuan. Or maybe, after she was woken up by the pain, she realized she was heavily injured and subconsciously defended herself. In short, her reaction was too fast and she forgot that Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal had already undergone a new transformation, resulting in this mistake and causing her to suffer heavy injuries again. Take her life while she is ill. Fang Yuan's dragon pupils were filled with a cold and sinister light. He fiercely swung his dragon tail and ruthlessly slammed Jing Lan down from the sky. With a loud bang, the ground shook and Jing Lan was smashed into the ground like a rubber ball, creating a deep pit with a radius of 3 meters. Damn it! Jing Lan gritted her teeth and struggled to get up. Her injuries were extremely heavy, her armor was intact and her ribs were broken. From the outside, her beating heart and expanding and contracting lungs could be seen. Chapter 1571. Fang Yuan activated his strongest defensive method. Dragon roars resounded, silver scales appearing like a sea. Tens of thousands of flood dragons surged forward, savagely encircling Jing Lan in the center of the deep pit. Damn it! Jing Lan gritted her teeth, the anger in her eyes like blazing flames. After the attack just now, her aura had fallen to rock bottom. The myriad dragons pounced over and were all killed by her. These little earthworms are nothing at all. Fang Yuan, you coward, come, let's fight with our true bodies. Jing Lan roared. Fang Yuan sneered, his true body hiding in a corner. Myriad dragon! Myriad dragon! Myriad dragon! Myriad dragon! Disregarding the expenditure of immortal essence, Fang Yuan frantically activated Myriad Dragon Killer move. Jing Lan's aura rapidly weakened, she roared again and again, provoking Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan did not move his true body. Myriad Dragon was a peak rank 7 killer move, but it was nothing to Jing Lan. Because Jing Lan still had abundant immortal essence and her immortal goo were not damaged. But every time Jing Lan used a killer move, she would suffer the backlash of the regional wall. Even though she had methods to weaken this backlash, she was heavily injured at this moment. The backlash was very fatal. Don't forget, she still had to heal herself. But how could the injuries on her body be so easily healed? It was very difficult to treat Gu Immortal's injuries. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body was unique in the world. Jing Lan saw that she could not lure Fang Yuan's true body, so she snorted and chose to break through. Myriad Dragon could not stop her, even though she was heavily injured. This was Thunder Ghost True Monarch who could resist Spectral Soul Demon Venerable back then. Her battle strength was peerless. Fang Yuan sighed. He knew that he was strong in defense, and although his battle strength could barely reach rank 8, against a person like Jing Lan, he could not keep her life. Gu Immortals who reached this level would not die easily. Unless they ambushed the Gu Immortal in the Immortal Battlefield Killer move and killed the Gu Immortal before the Battlefield Killer move was unraveled. Of course, from another perspective, Fang Yuan couldn't kill Jing Lan, but Jing Lan also couldn't kill Fang Yuan. No matter how fast she was, she couldn't stop Fang Yuan from entering the boundary wall. Even so, Fang Yuan clearly understood that even if he couldn't kill Jing Lan, he still had to pursue her. I need to weaken this person's battle prowess as much as possible so that I can buy some time for myself. Fang Yuan reached out and pointed. Immortal Killer Move. Directional Confusion Fog. The original Directional Confusion Fog was Purple Fog. It was not big but could make rank 8 Gu Immortals lose their way. After Fang Yuan's first modification, this move had no effect on rank 8 Gu Immortals, but its effect on rank 7 and below Gu Immortals was increased. Not only did its color change, its range also expanded greatly, but it only lasted for a short period of time. After the Battle of Green Ghost Desert, Fang Yuan's Theft Path Attainment Sword and he modified this move again, adding many theft path mortal goo and even fusing great thief immortal goo into it as the core to steal the enemy's perception ability. Thus, its power soared and it could affect rank 8 goo immortals once again. In an instant, large amounts of clouds and mist shrouded Jinglan, causing her to lose her sense of direction and lose her sense of direction. Fang Yuan took the chance to order the myriad dragons to encircle her again. Oh no, I lack many immortal goo, I can't even break this killer move? Jinglan tried many methods but was shocked to find that she actually had no good way to deal with this killer move. What's going on? Fang Yuan observed for a while and saw that Jinglan couldn't break out of the encirclement. He was baffled. This killer move had been modified by Fang Yuan and was even more convenient to use, but it was only at rank 7 level. Fang Yuan had not expected to block Jinglan with this move. His true intention was to delay her for some time. But Jinglan couldn't break out. This surprised Fang Yuan. From outside the fog, Fang Yuan could clearly sense the aura of an immortal goo. Jinglan had been using her methods to try and break it. Her move was not ineffective, but the effect was not great. It only thinned the direction confusion fog a little. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with bright light. After observing for a while, he immediately activated direction confusion fog. The fog continued to increase in density, layer upon layer, firmly trapping Jinglan inside. She really can't break out. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. If he had known this, he would have used this move earlier, and he wouldn't have had to struggle so hard to escape. However, any killer move's effect would diminish after being used too many times. Not only would the enemy be on guard, they would also give themselves away, leading to deductions and breakthroughs. Thus, it was a wise move for Fang Yuan to keep this killer move with him. But he had not expected it to actually trap Jinglan. This was a pleasant surprise. Oh no! Jinglan also realized the situation was far from good. At this moment, she truly felt the aura of death. Countless sword dragons drilled into the direction confusion fog, besieging Jinglan from all directions. Jinglan couldn't break out of the fog and fell into a bitter battle. The regional wall was still rejecting her. Every time she used a killer move, she would suffer a backlash. Could it be that I, Jinglan, the Grand Thunder Ghost True Monarch, am going to die here? As time passed, the situation became increasingly disadvantageous to Jinglan, making her heart sink. No, I still have to persevere, I still want to fight. Even if I die, I will drag this Fang Yuan down with me. Jinglan's gaze fell on her chest. The wound on her chest was extremely large, exposing her heart. Her heart was very special. Every time it beat, traces of purple lightning would burst out. This was her final trump card. Such powerful battle strength. Even with such heavy injuries, she can still persevere and still has strength to spare. Moreover, her will is also invulnerable, even though I secretly used so many wisdom path methods. After a long while of encirclement, Fang Yuan sighed and gave up. Time was crucial now. Fang Yuan needed to deduce and improve Ghost Soldier Garment as soon as possible. Although the situation was extremely advantageous to Fang Yuan, Celestial Court would definitely send reinforcements. Once reinforcements arrived, it would be a disaster for Fang Yuan. In fact, some Goo Immortals had come together with Thunder Ghost True Monarch, but they had left their companions far behind. This was a possibility. Chapter 1572. Celestial Court. In a grand palace, Fairy Myrtle slowly opened her eyes and stopped her deductions, sighing, "This Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment is already extraordinary. He was able to defend against my method again." Rank 8 Goo Immortal Chen Yi had been using Karma Divine Tree to help Fairy Myrtle make deductions. At this moment, he had a complex expression as he spoke. "Lady Ziwei, there is one more thing I need to report." "What is it?" Chen Yi had only been assisting from the side, but Fairy Myrtle was fully focused on deducing Fang Yuan, so Chen Yi was the first to notice Fang Yuan's actions. He immediately answered, Jewel Yellow Skies has sold 3 rib bones of Lady Thunder Ghost True Monarch. What? Fairy Myrtle's expression changed. She immediately contacted Jewel Yellow Skies and saw that the 3 rib bones had indeed caused a huge commotion. Many Gu immortal wills had gathered. It is hard to imagine that this demon Fang Yuan already has such battle strength. Sigh, his growth is too fast. He is already a demonic path overlord of the current generation. Fang Yuan is an otherworldly demon. He also has spring-autumn cicada and has been reborn. He naturally has a huge advantage in cultivation. I recognize her. This is Celestial Court's Gu Immortal Thunder Ghost True Monarch. To think that she was actually suppressed by Fang Yuan. Thunder Ghost True Monarch Jinglan, this is an old senior. She is actually still alive? Central Continent's Celestial Court is only SOSO. They are the #1 human force in vain. They have been searching for Fang Yuan all along and even sent a rank 8 Gu Immortal, but they were still beaten to such a sorry state by Fang Yuan. The Gu Immortal wills continued to converse. Fairy Ziwei's body started to tremble. This was because of anger. This was because not only was Fang Yuan selling the sternum, but he was also using a method to continuously replay the scene of his battle with Jinglan. Of course, he only chose the part where he successfully counterattacked and beat up Jinglan. "Milord, should we inform Thunder Ghost True Monarch about this?" Chini asked. By the time Jinglan defeated myriad flood dragons and dispelled the directional confusion fog with great difficulty, Fang Yuan had long since disappeared without a trace. Although Fairy Myrtle was still able to calculate Fang Yuan's position at that time, Jinglan's combat strength had been weakened to rock bottom. Her condition was extremely poor and she urgently needed to recuperate. Later, reinforcements arrived and met up with her. She once again set out to kill Fang Yuan. Unfortunately, the distance between her and Fang Yuan had already widened. Fang Yuan had been in the depths of the boundary wall all this time. Jinglan kept chasing after them, but her helpers didn't have the means to go so deep into the boundary wall, so they could only coordinate from outside the boundary wall. Jinglan was unwilling to accept her failure. Her heart was filled with anger and humiliation, so she kept chasing after them. But just now, Fairy Myrtle couldn't calculate Fang Yuan's position, so Jinglan lost her target and direction. "Ziwei, where is that demon Fang Yuan?" Jinglan transmitted to ask. She was flustered and exasperated. Her tone was very aggressive. She had thought it would be easy to capture him, but in the end she ended up seriously injured and in such a sorry state. How could the proud Jinglan accept this reality? She gritted her teeth, urgently hoping to capture and kill Fang Yuan to avenge her humiliation. Fairy Myrtle was silent for a moment before slowly informing Jinglan. "What? Even you can lose him?" Jinglan was furious and extremely dissatisfied. Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainments are no longer the same as before. But he has to go to Langya Blessed Land in the end. We have already made arrangements there. She didn't expect the Grand Thunder Ghost True Monarch to be so anonymous. "I am very interested in these 3 breastbones." Fang Yuan's will smiled. There are many people who are interested. Jinglan's will gritted her teeth, but there aren't many people who are willing to pay such a high price. Fang Yuan's will, however, didn't ask for the prices she expected, instead shaking his head. "No matter how high the price is, I won't sell." "You won't sell? If you won't sell, then why are you hanging it?" Jinglan immediately had a very bad feeling. Fang Yuan's will sneered. "I'm hanging it for fun. What can you do about it?" Jinglan couldn't bear it anymore. She coughed out a mouthful of blood. "Fang Yuan, if I, Jinglan, don't kill you, I am not human." More than 10 days later, Langya Blessed Land's Immortal formation shone brightly, soaring into the sky. The light slowly dissipated, and Fang Yuan slowly walked out of the Immortal formation. After defeating Jinglan, Fang Yuan had been using the Immortal killer move Yama, traveling day and night without rest until he finally returned to Langya Blessed Land. Because Fang Yuan did not know the true location of Langya Blessed Land, he had to rely on the Immortal formation to directly teleport back this time. Inside the Immortal aperture, I won't need Yama to conceal myself. Feng Yuan let out a breath of turbid air, dispelling Yama. Elder Feng Yuan, you are finally back. Land Spirit of Langya was already standing outside the Immortal formation. Seeing that Feng Yuan had dispelled Yama and revealed his true appearance, he immediately welcomed him with a smile. This time, when Langya Blessed Land was invaded, Feng Yuan did not contribute much, but why was Land Spirit of Langya so enthusiastic? Feng Yuan, however, knew clearly that it was because he had sold Thunder Ghost True Monarch's 3 rib bones in jewel yellow skies. Feng Yuan did not sell them. On one hand, he wanted to deal a blow to Celestial Court's reputation. On the other hand, he wanted to obtain Langya Blessed Land. Langya Blessed Land was invaded by Feng Jioga's group. It was in a pathetic state, and they had offended Celestial Court. These last days, the Northern Plains Variant Human Alliance's higher-ups were under immense pressure. They were in a constant state of anxiety. After all, these variant humans had once dominated a region, suppressing the human race beneath their feet. It was Celestial Court that led the human race to defeat these variant human races, creating the current era of humanity. Thus, these 4 races' variant humans were actually afraid of being beaten by the humans. They were hiding in one place and surviving secretly. Now that they had offended Celestial Court, it was easy to imagine how much pressure they were under. At this juncture, Feng Yuan beat up Thunder Ghost True Monarch. The battle was displayed in jewel yellow skies for the whole world to see. Jing Lan was a famous rank 8 expert in history. Such a person was also defeated by Feng Yuan. This was extremely good news to the variant human Gu immortals. Once the news spread, it was like sunlight shone upon them, dispelling the gloominess in their hearts. Elder Feng Yuan, you did well this time. Previously, when I asked the Stone Golem tribe to borrow the primordial rock dragon, the Stone Golem tribe was always evasive and ambiguous, but when your news came, their attitude clearly changed. Land Spirit of Langya secretly transmitted to Feng Yuan, winking. Now that you are back, with you around, we can force the Rockman tribe to lend us the immemorial rock dragon. By then, we will have 3 rank 8 battle strengths. It will not be a problem to relocate Langya Blessed Land. Land Spirit of Langya was excited. Feng Yuan glanced at the Land Spirit. He was not as optimistic as the latter. Celestial Court definitely had a lot of arrangements. Relocating Langya Blessed Land was not a simple matter. But at this moment, he was not in a hurry to explain the details to Land Spirit of Langya. Feng Yuan turned his gaze towards the group of variant humans behind Land Spirit of Langya. These people were the Gu immortals of the 4 races. Feng Yuan had returned this time to create a commotion, thus they came to welcome him with smiles on their faces. Snowman Gu Immortal Bing Yuan praised, Elder Feng Yuan, you are truly a heavenly genius. Even the Grand Thunder Ghost True Monarch is not your match. This battle has already established your throne as the number 1 rank 7 of humanity. Bing Yuan was overjoyed. Feng Yuan was engaged to a female immortal of the Snowman tribe. He could be considered half a snowman. This was her political opinion. The stronger Feng Yuan was, the happier she would be. All along, Feng Yuan and Feng Jioga had been mentioned together. After all, they both had rank 7 cultivation level but were special existences that could fight rank 8s. But now, Feng Yuan's battle video showed that he was able to beat Thunder Ghost True Monarch into such a pathetic state. Everyone was shocked and shocked. At the next moment, the 2 of them appeared in First Cloud City. Using your perceivable Dao Immortal Gu, we found that their method was indeed planted in the Blessed Land. To relocate Langya Blessed Land, we need to get rid of these harmful Dao marks first. Land Spirit of Langya was deeply worried. Feng Yuan felt strange. With First Supreme Elder's refinement path attainment, refining these Dao marks should be your specialty, right? Land Spirit of Langya was troubled. Celestial Court is truly worthy of being the Celestial Court. Their method this time is very special. I have used almost all of my methods, but I am helpless against these Dao marks. Feng Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. The Celestial Court was truly well prepared. they had deep foundations. Since they could plant this method, they were not worried about being discovered or broken. Maybe Fairy Myrtle had already calculated Land Spirit of Xianxia's ability. I wonder if my self-cleansing killer move will work? Fang Yuan was quite confident in this method. After all, Inextinguishable Star Target had been successfully broken by Fang Yuan using this move. But at this moment, Fang Yuan did not want to take it out to test. He said to Land Spirit of Xianxia, "Since that is the case, I will say it directly. First Supreme Elder, please take out the Refinement Path true meaning for me. After I become a Refinement Path Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster, I will definitely be able to resolve this problem." Xianxia Land Spirit's expression immediately changed. This Refinement Path true meaning was the most precious treasure in his heart. Now that he had to take it out and give it to a human Gu immortal like Fang Yuan, he was in an awkward mood and was extremely reluctant to part with it. However, since he had already promised Fang Yuan, and with the grim situation in front of him, even if he was unwilling, he could only nod. Thus, after a while, Fang Yuan finally saw Long-Hair Ancestor's Refinement Path true meaning. True meaning was also a type of will, but it was very special. This was also the first time Fang Yuan had seen the existence of true meaning. This true meaning had the appearance of Long-Hair Ancestor sitting cross-legged, but its body was shining brightly and was translucent. It did not have a physical body, it was as if it was made of pure diamond. Most wills could move on their own, expending themselves to think and do other activities. But the true meaning was completely still, it was like a statue, not moving at all. But precisely because of this characteristic, this true meaning could exist until now. If it was like other wills that could move on their own and think continuously, it would have been used up long ago. You take it. Land Spirit of Xianxia's expression was extremely complex. He stared at Long-Hair true meaning for a long while before sighing bitterly and saying to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nodded. He took a step forward and stared with his eyes. Immediately, a suction force appeared out of nowhere and sucked this Long-Hair true meaning into his mind. Long-Hair true meaning entered Fang Yuan's mind, immediately bursting out with endless radiance. The diamond-like radiance shone on Fang Yuan's mind, forming a grand scene of light. Fang Yuan immediately sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. His expression was solemn. He started to use many wisdom path methods. Immediately, there were huge waves in his mind, countless thoughts and all kinds of wills rushed towards Long-Hair true meaning, colliding with it, absorbing, learning and comprehending it. Everything went smoothly. After several hours, Fang Yuan completely digested this Long-Hair true meaning, converting it into his own accumulation. These were all Long-Hair Ancestors' understanding of Refinement Path, and now they had all become Fang Yuan's cultivation resources. Fang Yuan's Refinement Path attainment had always been ordinary, but now it had leaped up, becoming a quasi-supreme grandmaster in one go. This is simply ascending to heaven in one step. Even when Dream Realms appeared, during the 5 regions chaotic war, and I explored Dream Realms, I did not have such an effect. Even Fang Yuan himself was deeply moved. His gains this time were extremely huge. Although he had completely digested the Refinement Path true meaning, Fang Yuan still sat on the ground, not moving, wholeheartedly comprehending his advancement. Refinement Path. This was a special path. Gu immortals who cultivated this path were most proficient in Gu refinement. Gu cultivation, from start to finish, had 3 basic elements. That was nurturing Gu, using Gu, and refining Gu. Right now, Fang Yuan was already an outstanding expert in Gu refinement. Among all the Gu immortals in the 5 regions, in terms of refinement path understanding, almost no one could match the current Fang Yuan. However, attainment level alone is not enough. What I lack now is experience in Gu refinement, Refinement Path Immortal Gu, and Refinement Path Killer moves. Fang Yuan still had a clear understanding of himself. But as long as I practice these contents, my progress will definitely be extremely rapid. After all, I am already a quasi-supreme grandmaster. To think that my theft path attainment, which was only great grandmaster not long ago, has now surpassed me in refinement path and become a quasi-supreme grandmaster. Fang Yuan closed his eyes and pondered. carefully comprehending the changes brought about by his refinement path attainment. He casually flipped through any goo recipe. Mortal goo recipes were easy to understand. With just one glance, Fang Yuan could see through the profundities contained within, and with just a thought, he could raise this goo recipe to its optimal level. Next, he flipped through immortal goo recipes. Immortal goo recipes were naturally much more abundant than mortal goo recipes, and the difficulty was also much higher. But this was not a problem for Fang Yuan. He found that as long as he focused on learning, he only needed to think about some difficult problems and he would be able to understand the logic behind them. For some of the more complex rank 8 immortal goo recipes, Fang Yuan needed to use wisdom path methods to think about them continuously. But because he had quasi-supreme wisdom path attainment as a foundation, he would not think wrongly. Sometimes, he did not even need to deduce, he could refine immortal goo with just this intuition in his heart, and determine whether an immortal goo recipe was correct or not. Facing an immortal goo recipe that he understood completely, he could instantly think of a large number of modification plans, and the more he thought about it, the more modification plans he could come up with. Chapter 1574. This was one of the highest pursuits of refinement path, to combine all kinds of killer moves into a single goo worm. For example, Mortal Killer Move Self-Strength. This move was a strength path killer move, created by Northern Plains goo Immortal Su Xian heir for her daughter He Lulun. Its core was strength path, but it also involved soul path and chi path. Once it was activated, it could create a human phantom. The phantom was lifelike. It was a depiction of the goo master's subconscious. Moreover, this strength path phantom could chase after the enemy on its own. It had intelligence. There were a total of 40 to 50 goo worms that formed this killer move. According to Fang Yuan's current understanding of refinement path, any killer move, be it mortal or immortal, could be considered an incomplete recipe for goo refinement. That is to say, the contents of self-strength killer move could be continuously deleted and added in all kinds of goo materials, perfecting it until it formed a goo recipe for self-strength goo. When the goo recipe is perfected and self-strength goo is refined, just by activating this goo worm, it could create a strength path phantom. The benefits of this were obvious. The killer move would be condensed into a goo worm. The number of goo worms would be reduced to 1. When the goo master uses it, not only would it be convenient and fast, the primeval essence expenditure would also be much lower than the previous killer move. Another example was Immortal Killer Move Myriad Self. This move was created by Fang Yuan in this life, enslavement and strength path. It was raised from the fusion of Dragon Horse Spirit, 3 heads 6 arms, Rat Plague, Lightning Storm, Leopard Rush, Horse Stamp, 3 hearts combination soul, Beast Phantom Encirclement, 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King, and other killer moves. The core immortal goo were self-strength, pulling mountain, pulling water, and cleanse soul. The supplementary goo were all-out effort goo, bitter strength goo, borrow strength goo, self-reliance goo, refine essence spirit goo, amplify effect goo, earth strength goo, fire, water, wind, lightning, and other goo, heavenly essence treasure king lotus goo, lurking soul coat goo, breath concealment goo, group strength goo, and all kinds of soul path mortal goo. Evidently, this killer move had a lot of contents. It was very troublesome to activate. It was also because Fang Yuan was very familiar with it. It had already become an instinct of his body. He could use it freely in battle. But in fact, it contained countless things. It was very complex. What if this killer move was improved and refined into a goo? Myriad self-immortal goo. Evidently, this was very convenient. It was too convenient. As long as Fang Yuan instilled his immortal essence and activated this goo worm, he would be able to create tens of thousands of strength path phantoms. It was convenient and fast. In the past, Fang Yuan wasn't qualified at all. But now that he had become a refinement path quasi-supreme master, he had the ability to reach this level, refining all kinds of killer moves into goo worms. Fang Yuan's heart palpitated with excitement, but he did not lose his cool. He remained calm and continued to think deeply. I already have the ability to turn killer moves into goo worms. However, some killer moves can be condensed into a goo worm, like Myriad Self. But some killer moves cannot, like Purple Blood River Formation, Ignited Thought Flying Rock, and others. If these killer moves are condensed to the limit, they will need several immortal goo. In the future, when I activate these immortal goo, I will be able to coordinate them and activate killer moves successfully. However, there are pros and cons to this method. The advantage is that it's much faster and more convenient. The drain on my mind and spirit is greatly reduced, but there are also disadvantages. Wasn't it just nurturing goo? The required ingredients also needed to be of a certain standard. Wasn't it just using goo? The coordination between goo worms was the coordination of Dao marks. Thinking like this, after a long while, Feng Yuan slowly opened his eyes. 3 days and 3 nights had passed. He had only taken a few hours to digest the refinement path true meaning, but he had used 3 days and 3 nights to comprehend it. Feng Yuan's black eyes were shining brightly, they were deep and unfathomable. Seeing Feng Yuan's gaze, Lan's spirit of Xianxia became uncertain. "What's wrong with me?" Feng Yuan asked. Lan's spirit of Xianxia sighed. "At that moment, your aura made me feel like I was looking at the former giant sun Immortal and thieving heaven demon Venerable." Giant sun Immortal, thieving heaven demon Venerable? Enigu Venerable was a publicly recognized supreme grandmaster in the world. Feng Yuan's refinement path quasi-supreme grandmaster attainment level was already at the edge of their level. He was no longer looking at the towering mountains, he could see the scenery at this level. The situation is urgent. I need to go into closed cultivation and deduce with all my strength. I need to find a way to get out of this predicament as soon as possible. Feng Yuan said. Then I will not disturb you. Lan's spirit of Xianxia had a look of joy, the exhaustion on his face lessened by a lot. Feng Yuan returned to his cloud city. Speaking of which, Feng Joga and the rest had invaded Xianxia Blessed Land. They had also taken away several cloud cities. Feng Yuan's cloud city was lucky enough to avoid this calamity, it was preserved. Of course, this might also be related to Feng Yuan's strong luck. Feng Yuan was in closed cultivation in his cloud city. The other variant human goo immortals wanted to get in touch with him, but Feng Yuan did not want to meet them, even the snowmen were the same. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture. Immortal killer move, strength reversing life and death. This move is a strength path killer move. It is not suitable for the time path clone. I can modify it into time path in the future. Feng Yuan's time path clone instantly turned into an immortal zombie, arriving in front of Wisdom Goo. A moment later, Wisdom Goo burst out with the light of wisdom. Feng Yuan's time path clone sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, bathing in the light as he thought rapidly. The Dao marks that Feng Joga left behind in Xianxia Blessed Land were placed aside by Feng Yuan. Compared to Xianxia Blessed Land's safety, the latter was naturally more important. Right now, the most important thing is to raise the killer move Yama. Otherwise, once I leave the immortal aperture, I will need to maintain Yama. The immortal essence expenditure will be too huge. If Yama was not raised, Feng Yuan would be too passive. If his location was exposed and the celestial court continued to make deductions, more secrets would be exposed. This was not a situation that Feng Yuan wanted to see. Earlier, Feng Yuan had thought about it. Rather than using Ghost Official Garment to resist the celestial court's deductions, he might as well use Ghostly Concealment. Yama was a successful attempt. But now, the celestial court had too many clues about Feng Yuan. The current Yama could no longer protect Feng Yuan. This calculation went on for more than a month. Of course, the light of wisdom did not always exist during this period. The entire process was very smooth. Because Feng Yuan was a great grandmaster in theft path attainment level, his refinement path attainment level was quasi-supreme grandmaster, ghostly concealment, Ghost Official Garment, and other killer moves were completely grasped. Only his soul path attainment level was lacking. It was a hindrance. The biggest obstacle was in the middle and late stages. But after Fang Yuan added rank 8 Immortal Gu Soul Beast token, it was resolved. Yama's killer move changed greatly. Fang Yuan renamed it Yama Emperor. Yama Emperor's killer move had 4 main components. In order to assist this chess piece, the Celestial Court deduced the opportunity to advance to Great Grandmaster. It was this drinking blade wine deep underground. Meng Tu followed the Celestial Court's instructions and came to Autumn Blade Plain. He dug deep underground and excavated a large amount of drinking blade wine. He drank a small mouthful. His organs felt like they were being cut by blades. He drank a large mouthful. The pain was unbearable. He drank a third mouthful and advanced to Blade Path Great Grandmaster. At this point, he wholeheartedly served the Celestial Court. He became the second highest-ranked trader in Northern Plains after Prince's Impatience. Later on, his identity was exposed by Ma Hongyun by chance, and that was another story. Fang Yuan deduced that there was drinking blade wine here. Even though there was not much, he did not need much. As for this Meng Tu, Fang Yuan had carefully chosen him. He was a suitable opponent for him to test Yama Emperor's killer move. Fang Yuan could not find a rank 8 Gu Immortal to test Yama Emperor's killer move. That would be asking for trouble. Fang Yuan did not care about ordinary rank 7 Gu Immortals. Meng Tu, who had rank 7 peak stage battle strength, had been famous for a long time, and was also a Blade Path Quasi-Great Grandmaster. He was very suitable. Thus, Fang Yuan traveled a long distance to Autumn Blade Plain to find trouble with Meng Tu's day. That attack just now was Meng Tu's trump card killer move. It has great power, but I used Yama Emperor's killer move to block it. This defensive power is quite good. Fang Yuan evaluated inwardly. Right now, he had already activated Yama Emperor. His whole body was covered in a yellowish-brown imperial robe. He had turned into a giant that was over 3 meters tall. The giant wore a crown on his head, and beaded curtains hung down from both his front and back. His face was deep and eerie, as if shrouded in a layer of fog, or like a whirlpool of darkness. His sleeves were wide, a jade belt was tied around his waist, and there was a layer of bronze armor on his chest and back. On the surface of his robe, there were thousands of ghosts drawn in golden lines. They were arranged in an orderly manner. They were unmoving like a forest, giving off a solemn aura. Meng Tu's attack earlier was not completely ineffective. The bronze armor on Yama Emperor's chest caved in a little. But soon, after Fang Yuan's soul foundation fell a little, this curve immediately swelled up and returned to its original state. This was the uniqueness of Yama Emperor's killer move. Rank 9 Ghostly Concealment did not consume anything. It could operate on its own, while Ghost Official Garment relied on Soul Foundation. The combination of the two, Yama Emperor's killer move did not require Immortal Essence. It only consumed Fang Yuan's Soul Foundation. A mere Meng Tu is only SSO. You have been in secluded cultivation here for so many years. What new killer move did you create? It would be a pity if you don't use it before you die. Fang Yuan provoked. Meng Tu laughed wildly in anger, then he looked at Fang Yuan with a pitiful gaze. No matter who you are courting death by challenging me here. This place was once protected by an immortal formation, but do you know why I made the decision to convince the clan to take back the immortal formation? Because as long as I am here, there is no need for an immortal formation to protect this place. Saying so, Meng Tu stomped his right foot on the ground. Chapter 1577. In the blink of an eye, Fang Yuan was already surrounded by countless blade path phantoms. Not just that, even the sky was filled with countless blade lights, isolating the inside from the outside. No matter who you are, your defensive killer move is indeed powerful. Meng Tu was protected by layers of blade path phantoms. He looked at Fang Yuan with a dark gaze. He smiled as he rubbed his hands to soothe the numbness from that attack. But Meng Tu raised his head slightly and looked up at the towering Yendi, but there was a look of pity in his eyes. You shouldn't have come to the Autumn Blade Plain to find trouble with me. Hehe, actually, it is not impossible for you to find trouble with me here. It is just that you chose the wrong time. If I had just come here, you might still have a chance to live. But now Meng Tu laughed as he shook his head with his hands behind his back. At the next moment, Fang Yuan continued his words, but now, this place is filled with your traces. For many years, you have been comprehending Blade Path here, attempting to break through the bottleneck and become a Blade Path Great Grandmaster. Because of this, you can greatly influence the Dao marks here, creating an environment that is close to an immortal battlefield killer move. That is the scene I am seeing now. Meng Tu's expression changed. He thought that no one knew his trump card, but to think that Fang Yuan was not only not shocked, he even spoke of his trump card like he was familiar with it. Fang Yuan's voice became deep. Do you know why I am finding trouble with you? It is because you have such a method that you can create such a battle environment. Right now, this place is close to an immortal battlefield, but it is not a true immortal battlefield. There is a difference in essence. That is, your influence has already been displayed to the maximum, you cannot control it as you wish. So on one hand, this place is trapping me, but on the other hand, isn't it trapping you here as well? Meng Tu's pupils shrunk as he heard this. His smug expression completely vanished. Who are you? He had a nervous expression as he asked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan laughed as he looked around. Even though there are many Blade Path Phantoms, their quality is lacking. Coincidentally, my killer move also has a similar method. Let's spar first. With that, countless roars came from the yellowish-brown imperial robe that Fang Yuan was wearing. Then, the monsters drawn on the surface of the robe came to life and began to move. Then, one by one, from small to large, they jumped out from Fang Yuan's Yama Emperor robe. These ghosts were all humanoid in appearance, but they were hideous and ferocious. They had green faces and sharp fangs. Their claws were like knives, and their eyes were blood red. They looked terrifying and horrifying. Kill! Meng Tu's eyes narrowed as he mobilized his saber Dao shadows to attack the ghosts. These Blade Dao phantoms all resembled him, but their faces were blurry. Compared to the towering ghosts, they were like mice compared to the wheels of a carriage. The monster howled and stretched out its huge arms, which were like the trunks of a towering tree, sweeping in all directions. Bang, bang, bang. Along the way, all the saber Dao phantoms collapsed. The ghosts let out frenzied roars as they moved in all directions. They were invincible. The saber Dao phantoms were all crushed and trampled on. None of them were a match. These ghosts are so strong. Each of them has rank 7 battle strength. Meng Tu had rich battle experience. After observing for a while, his heart felt heavy as a mountain, and his eyelids were twitching. But it doesn't matter, my saber Dao phantoms originate from the natural Dao marks of Autumn Blade Plain. They are almost endless. Even though the quality is lacking, I can use quantity to make up for it. Meng Tu calmed down immediately. These Yama children have pretty good battle strength. Fang Yuan observed for a while and evaluated inwardly. He was quite satisfied with this result. These ghosts were the ancient soul beasts that Fang Yuan had collected from Green Ghost Desert. When Fang Yuan activated Yama Emperor, he could modify these ancient soul beasts and turn them into human forms, turning them into Yama children. This effect came from the blood deity Immortal Gu recipe. Fang Yuan had Grandmaster attainment level in Blood Path, and with the help of the Light of Wisdom, he had already deduced the blood deity Immortal Gu recipe. Right now, Fang Yuan was a refinement path quasi-supreme Grandmaster. Any Immortal Gu recipe could be turned into an immortal killer move after his deductions. Thus, Fang Yuan also had the blood deity Immortal killer move. Yama children were designed with reference to the blood deity killer move, but it was not just the blood deity killer move, it also incorporated some of the essence of spectral soul's true inheritance. For example, soul beast modification. Spectral Soul modified the soul beasts in the Door of Life and Death, making them extremely loyal to Spectral Soul. Even when facing Duke Long, they would fight to the death. There was also a Soul Path Immortal killer move, Death Return. This Immortal killer move was created by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable when he was still alive. After comprehending the secluded domain of heaven and earth, the Door of Life and Death. What kind of place was the Door of Life and Death? After any living being died, their soul would return to the Door of Life and Death. But after Red Lotus Demon Venerable destroyed Fate Gu, the Door of Life and Death's power fell by a lot. Countless souls were left in the world and gradually turned into soul beasts. The killer move Life and Death Return allowed Gu immortals to have the ability to retrieve their souls from the Door of Life and Death. Fang Yuan had perfectly fused this move into Yama Emperor's killer move, allowing Yama children to have the ability to instantly return. Soon, a Yama child gave a miserable cry. Its leg was broken. It fell to the ground with a loud sound. Countless blade path phantoms immediately swarmed over and submerged it. But Fang Yuan willed, return. At the next moment, this Yama child turned into a lump of fog. With a whoosh, it shot back to Fang Yuan's imperial robe, turning back into a ghostly picture. It was motionless, it was riddled with injuries, and its leg was broken. There was such a transformation? Meng Tu was shocked again. His hands that were behind his back subconsciously loosened. He looked at Fang Yuan with a dazed gaze. This Yama child was too shameless. Meng Tu had originally planned to rely on numbers to kill these Yama children, but he had not expected them to have a method to return. Although in theory, any killer move could be broken, Meng Tu was a Blade Path Gu Immortal. He was not a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. Fang Yuan frowned, saying, if you really want to, it is not impossible. Saying so, Fang Yuan's eyes shined with brilliance. He pushed with both hands. Immortal killer move, Soul Explosion. A surging black chi wave surged towards Meng Tu like a tide. Meng Tu did not dodge. He laughed loudly. Do you really think I, Meng Tu, am someone who easily begs for mercy? The moment he said so, he was engulfed by Fang Yuan's Soul Explosion black wave. But immediately, his body shone with dazzling blade light. He actually self-detonated. Boom! An intense explosion with vast and terrifying power overturned the whole of Autumn Blade Plain. After the explosion, Meng Tu's corpse was obliterated, while Fang Yuan's Yama Emperor was mostly destroyed. It was in a sorry state. The quasi-immortal battlefield that had enveloped the whole of Autumn Blade Plain had completely collapsed. The whole of Autumn Blade Plain had sunk by 5 to 6 feet. Fang Yuan used his investigative killer move to scan the battlefield. After several times, he finally confirmed that Meng Tu was truly dead. This Meng Tu actually self-detonated. Fang Yuan was shocked. He had a strange expression. He had not expected Meng Tu to be so brave and straightforward. This was clearly not the same as Fang Yuan's previous life's memories. If Meng Tu looked down on life and death so much, why would he side with the Celestial Court? Precisely because of this, Fang Yuan had always felt that Meng Tu's bones were soft, so when Meng Tu begged for mercy, Fang Yuan subconsciously chose to believe him. Of course, Fang Yuan had never thought of letting Meng Tu go, but just as he was about to attack, Meng Tu was one step ahead of him. He self-detonated. This decisiveness and willpower was truly too straightforward. Maybe Meng Tu's nature gradually changed through all sorts of events. After all, people change. Also, in the 500 years of my previous life, the Celestial Court was the one who took action. The Celestial Court naturally used an exceptional method to instigate Meng Tu's rebellion. Fang Yuan shook his head. He took one last look at Autumn Blade Plain before flying into the sky, rapidly retreating. Almost all of the Edge Gu in Autumn Blade Plain had been destroyed in this battle. But the potential for future development was even greater. Because Meng Tu's final self-detonation had engraved all of his Blade Path Dao marks here. Fang Yuan, however, had very few gains in this battle. Other than testing Yama Emperor's killer move, he only obtained a rank 7 Blade Wing Immortal Gu. He had expected Meng Tu's Immortal Aperture and Soul, but he did not obtain them. Meng Tu's decisiveness caused Fang Yuan's gains to fall sharply. He achieved his goal. Even if he died, he would not let the enemy obtain any benefits. After Fang Yuan used Great Thief Ghost Hand, Meng Tu knew that his Immortal Gu would be stolen by Fang Yuan one after another, and because he was heavily injured and was trapped here, he had no hope of escaping, thus he self-detonated. From his perspective, it was a very wise move. Since ancient times, the hardest path is death. This Meng Tu has courage. In the 500 years of my previous life, he sided with the Celestial Court and was spurned by Northern Plains Gu Immortal World and his clan. He was labeled as a disgrace. Although he died in this life, he will definitely have the honor of a martyr after death. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. However, during the battle, his original goal was achieved. Long before he stole Blade Wing Immortal Gu, he had secretly taken out the drinking blade wine from the depths of the ground. Along the way, he had also taken away several hundred edge Gu. It was better than nothing. Fang Yuan retreated very quickly. Autumn Blade Plain was within Meng tribe's territory. When Meng Tu saw Fang Yuan attacking, he had definitely sent the information to the tribe. Thus, not long after, Meng tribe would sense Meng Tu's death and send a large number of Gu Immortals to the scene of Autumn Blade Plain. He had already obtained the items. Fang Yuan was still hoping that in the future, Northern Plains would become an obstacle to the expansion of the Celestial Court. Thus, there was no need to slaughter these Northern Plains Gu Immortals now and weaken Northern Plains' strength. Wouldn't that be helping the Celestial Court? When not fighting, Yama Emperor's imperial robe gradually shrunk, eventually turning into a silk cloth, with a thin layer of bronze armor covering his chest and back, sticking closely to Fang Yuan's skin. Oh, someone is deducing about me. After a while, Fang Yuan flew in the sky. His expression suddenly changed. Meng tribe was a super force. They specially nurtured a wisdom path Gu Immortal. Now that Meng Tu was dead, Meng tribe was shaken. They would definitely find the culprit. Fang Yuan held his breath, carefully observing Yama Emperor's killer move. He saw that Yama Emperor's imperial robe gradually expanding along with the Meng tribe wisdom path Gu Immortal's deductions. Fang Yuan resisted the other party's deductions while simultaneously calculating the expenditure of his soul foundation. After deducing for a while, Meng tribe's wisdom path Gu Immortal stopped with no results. Fang Yuan, however, nodded in satisfaction. Yama Emperor's killer move can resist wisdom path deductions. Its power is even stronger. It is at rank 8 level. Even if the Celestial Court's fairy myrtle deductions, I can resist them. To sum it up, Yama Emperor's killer moves defense and offense had reached the peak of rank 7. Yama children were very difficult to deal with. Not only could they be used freely, they could also recover quickly. Even if there were losses, they could be easily replenished by the Soul Beast's modification. Even more amazing was Great Thief Ghost Hand. This method could steal rank 8 Immortal Gu. In this battle, with just one move, it had completely established victory, forcing a rank 7 expert like Meng Tu to self-detonate. Similar to Great Thief Ghost Hand, Emperor Yama killer move's defense against wisdom path deductions was also at the same level. This was also what Fang Yuan needed the most. However, Yama Emperor's killer move still has room for improvement. I can design an immortal battlefield killer move with Yama Emperor as the center. This time, I used his method to seal the battlefield and isolate it from the outside world. If he had not shot himself in the foot, he would have been able to escape freely, and it would have been much more troublesome for me to kill him. Moreover, if I have an immortal battlefield, I would be able to detect Meng Tu's self-detonation in my territory. Chapter 1579. Two Gu Immortals were flying in the sky. They had rough appearances and muscular bodies. They were Meng tribe's Gu Immortals Meng Zizai and Meng Zhao. Just as Fang Yuan had expected, when he first appeared, Meng Tu immediately spread the news of an enemy invasion. Later, Meng Tu activated his blade path Dao marks and placed the whole of Autumn Blade Plain in an environment similar to an immortal battlefield. Until his death, news of him could not be spread. With an enemy invading so openly, Meng tribe naturally would not take it lightly. They immediately mobilized a rank 7 Gu Immortal, Meng Zizai, and a young rank 6 Gu Immortal, Meng Zhao, to provide support. Uncle, who do you think is so blind as to want to provoke my Meng family? In my opinion, it might be those demonic path Gu Immortals who have lost contact with the outside world after entering closed cultivation. Meng Zhao said to Meng Zizai with a smile as they flew. Meng Zizai's expression was stiff, but this was his normal state. His gaze also revealed a relaxed expression as he nodded. Your analysis is reasonable, but we need to make some preparations for the worst. In the current situation, Longevity Heaven has appeared and is ruling over all the Huangjin tribes of Northern Plains. Old Ancestor Shui, who has disappeared in defeat, Heavenly Lord Baizu has turned into a righteous path cultivator. The righteous path is extremely prosperous, but there is still someone who dares to risk universal condemnation and find trouble with our Huangjin tribes. He is either a lunatic or has something to rely on. That is why the tribe sent us to reinforce them, in case of any mishaps. Uncle is right. Meng Zhao paused for a moment before laughing. That person is really unlucky. He actually bumped into Lord Meng Tu, who is guarding Autumn Blade Plain. Lord Meng Tu cultivates Blade Path and has quasi-great Grandmaster Blade Path attainment level. He is one of the top 3 rank 7 Supreme Elders in our tribe. He might not be a quasi-great Grandmaster. Meng Zizai sighed. Meng Zhao's eyes immediately brightened. Uncle, you mean? Meng Zizai smiled. This brother of mine is the person I admire the most in my life. No one in the tribe can match his talent in Blade Path. He has been cultivating in Autumn Blade Plain all these years. With his talent, he might already be a great Grandmaster. Blade Path Great Grandmaster. As expected of Lord Meng Tu. Meng Zhao sighed. Pious. Meng Zizai also smiled. He had been taken care of by Meng Tu many times in his cultivation, so he respected Meng Tu the most. Therefore, when Meng Tu informed them of the enemy attack, Meng Zizai took the initiative to come and support Meng Tuesday. In fact, deep in his heart, he was also very confident in Meng Tuesday. This time, the main reason why he was going was to catch up with Meng Tu and then introduce Meng Zhao to him. Meng Zhao was carefully chosen by Meng Zizai to be a Gu Immortal Junior nurtured by the tribe. In this Meng family, there are also various factions, each representing their own political interests. Meng Tu and Meng Zizai belonged to the middle faction, while Meng Zhao was chosen by Meng Tu to add fresh blood to this faction. Meng Zhao also knew the importance of this trip, so he was very excited. Autumn Blade Plain isn't far. I'll be able to see my clan brother soon. Sigh, I haven't seen him for many years. If he can become a Blade Dao Great Grandmaster, it will be of great benefit to our sect. Meng Zizai pondered. But right at this moment his body suddenly shook, and then his expression changed drastically. His eyes opened wide and were filled with extreme shock. What's wrong, uncle? Meng Zhao saw Meng Zizai's change in expression and was very puzzled. Ever since he came into contact with Meng Zizai, this was the first time he had seen this steady uncle in such a state. But soon, Meng Zhao saw Meng Zizai lose his composure even more. Unknowingly, Meng Zizai had slowed down his speed until he hovered in the air, motionless like a stone statue. His expression turned pale and his eyes turned red. There were actually tears in them. Meng Zhao was even more shocked. Something big must have happened. But he did not dare to continue asking. He could only stay beside Meng Zizai, planning to accompany him in the cold wind in the air. Meng Zizai was dazed for a while, but suddenly his expression changed again, becoming sinister and terrifying. His red eyes were filled with blazing anger. Meng Zizai let out a loud roar that was like a thunderclap that shook 1,000 miles, and then he shot out explosively and charged forward like a sudden clap of thunder. Meng Zhao was caught unprepared by this sudden change, but after he reacted, he quickly chased after him. But how could his speed compare to the rank 7 Gu Immortal Meng Zizai? Very soon he was left far behind. Meng Zhao had many questions in his mind. What is going on? He had a strong ominous feeling. Wait a minute. The place Uncle was heading towards was the direction of Autumn Blade Plain. Could it be that Lord Meng too has met with misfortune? Thinking of this, Meng Zhao shuddered and shuddered. If that was the case, then it would be a nightmare for him, and also a very bad news for the whole Meng tribe. If Meng too, who had peak rank 7 battle strength, died, it would be a huge loss to Meng tribe. Meng Zhao chased after him with all his strength, finally arriving at Autumn Blade Plain. What happened here? Meng Zhao was shocked. He had not even arrived at Autumn Blade Plain, but he could already feel the surging blade path Dao marks in the air. Autumn Blade Plain's terrain had been completely destroyed, replaced by millions of blade marks, crazily slashing on the ground, forming crisscrossing tunnels and long trenches. Meng Zhao soon found Meng Zizai. The latter was kneeling on the ground, silent like a statue. Meng Zhao carefully landed on the ground. This place was filled with dense blade path Dao marks, piercing his skin and making him feel pain. Meng Zhao came to Meng Zizai's side and was shocked to find that there were 2 trails of tears on the latter's face. He came to Autumn Blade Plain and only saw Meng Zizai, but not Meng Tu. The guess in his mind became many times clearer. Meng Zhao's expression involuntarily became somewhat frightened. Meng Zizai slowly raised his eyes, looking at Meng Zhao. His voice was deep and hoarse. Anyone who heard it would know that he was suppressing the intense pain and anger in his heart. Meng Zizai slowly said, "My brother Meng Tu died in battle." Meng Zhao's body shook, even though he had already guessed it. When Meng Zizai confirmed it, he could not help but be extremely shocked. Meng Tu actually died in battle? Who was it that could kill him with such battle prowess? Meng Zhao opened his mouth. He struggled for a long time before saying, "Uncle, Lord Meng Tu has great battle strength. How can he die so easily? Maybe he is still alive, he just changed the battlefield." But Meng Zizai slowly shook his head. "When you and I were on the way, the clan sent me news that Meng Tu's soul lamp was extinguished. But I still had a trace of hope until I came here." Saying so, he choked with sobs. Tears flowed down from his red eyes again. Men do not easily shed tears, only when they are not deeply hurt. Meng Zizai stuttered, "I know he has a killer move called Leaving Blade to take life. It explodes his body, destroying his immortal aperture, immortal goo and so on, erupting with unprecedented power. Once this move is used, he will definitely die. There is no chance of survival." That means... Meng Zhao quickly looked at the whole battlefield. This time, he was even more shocked. Meng Tu died in battle. Such a powerful goo immortal actually died. He was forced to self-detonate in such a short time. Who was the other party? All sorts of past events and memories surfaced in Meng Zizai's mind. Meng Tu died in battle. This was also something he had never expected. Meng Zizai cried for a while before slowly standing up. He became expressionless, saying to Meng Zhao, "Go back. Meng Tu died in battle. My Meng tribe will not let this matter rest." But this time, the enemy's strength has reached an unimaginable level. When Meng Tu was attacked, he immediately sent a message back and we immediately set off without stopping. In such a short time, Meng Tu could not hold on and was forced to self-detonate by the enemy. I know his nature. He probably wanted to use this move to drag the enemy down with him. But now there are no traces of him. This means the enemy is dead. This is a strong enemy that Leaving Blade to take life could not kill. I will definitely pursue him. Even if I have to use up my entire life, I will capture the true culprit. But this matter is already beyond your ability. Go back to the tribe and cultivate properly. Don't leak this information." Meng Zhao's heart was extremely heavy. He nodded. "I understand, uncle, you must be careful." Meng Tu died in battle. Meng tribe lost a powerful general. It was not a light loss. At the same time, they also provoked a strong enemy with a mysterious origin and unknown motive. Meng tribe's higher-ups chose to seal off this information for the time being to maintain stability. As for Meng Zhao, his cultivation level was too low. He did not receive any message from the tribe informing him of this. "Don't worry. This time, Second Supreme Elder will personally take action. along with the Immortal Gu House investigation courtyard. Meng Zizai patted Meng Zhao's shoulder. Meng Zhao nodded. Feeling at ease, he left without any hesitation. With the Immortal Gu House investigation courtyard, he would not be afraid even if he encountered a rank 8 existence. Meng Zhao stayed on the spot. He did not have to wait for long before investigation courtyard appeared in the horizon. Not long after, investigation courtyard stopped. Meng tribe's second supreme elder walked out of the courtyard and nodded at Meng Zizai with a heavy expression, before impatiently inspecting the battlefield. But how could Feng Yuan have left any clues? After Meng tribe's second supreme elder inspected the battlefield, his expression became even more gloomy. Meng Zizai said, "This mysterious enemy is extremely clean. He is very experienced in dealing with traces. I have already investigated it." Meng tribe's second supreme elder nodded. "No worries, I brought investigation courtyard this time." Investigation courtyard was an information path Immortal Gu House. It was most proficient in gathering information. Meng tribe's second supreme elder immediately activated a killer move. They really did find some clues. Chapter 1580. The clues end here. Meng tribe's Immortal Gu House investigation courtyard floated in the air and did not move forward. Meng tribe's two Gu immortals looked at each other. Meng Zizai looked ahead and saw a lush valley, in stark contrast to the surrounding grassland. According to the laws of nature, such a valley would not form, but Meng tribe's two Gu immortals were not surprised. Meng tribe's second supreme elder said in a low voice, "This is Sleeping Lady's Divine Needle Valley." Meng Zizai frowned. "Don't tell me it's her?" Meng tribe's second supreme elder was silent. Sleeping Lady was a rank 7 lone cultivator who cultivated Sound Path. She did not have outstanding battle strength, but she controlled an immemorial desolate beast Divine Hedgehog. This Divine Hedgehog was a sword path immemorial desolate beast. It had one ability: it could shoot out spikes all over its body, making it impossible for people to dodge. It could slaughter gods and kill immortals. Sleeping Lady created Divine Needle Valley and lived in the middle of Meng tribe and Murong tribe, becoming an overlord of a region. Not only did she have brilliant methods to control immemorial desolate beasts, she also had outstanding political wisdom. She lived in the middle of two super forces, borrowing strength from both sides, making it so that neither side dared to deal with her. Because if she did so, Sleeping Lady might defect to the other super force at any time. Meng tribe's two Gu immortals were silent. This matter was somewhat difficult. They had followed the clues, but did not obtain any concrete information about Feng Yuan. Sleeping Lady's own battle strength might not compare to Meng Tu, but if she sent the Divine Hedgehog, there was a possibility of killing Meng Tuesday. In this case, she was indeed suspicious. But this matter would be very troublesome to deal with. For a long time, Meng tribe and Murong tribe had been expressing goodwill towards Sleeping Lady. They had a good relationship with her, trying to win her over and prevent her from siding with the other side. Meng tribe and Murong tribe's relationship was clearly not good. Any superforce had the instinct to expand. Meng tribe and Murong tribe were so close, how could their relationship be good? If Sleeping Lady was the culprit, how could she have such courage alone? Because of this, it was very likely that she had already defected to the Murong family. And the Murong family was a superpower, a Huangjin tribe of the Righteous Path. It was impossible for them to kill another Righteous Path superpower for no reason. Using Sleeping Lady as a weapon was also very reasonable. If Sleeping Lady was not the culprit, how would Meng tribe's two Gu immortals investigate her? If they were not careful, it was likely that Sleeping Lady would have other thoughts and fall to Murong family's side. Then, Meng family's loss would undoubtedly be even greater. The two Meng tribe Gu immortals thought for a long time before Meng tribe's second supreme elder finally spoke. "Let's go, we will visit Sleeping Lady and tell her about Meng Tu's death. Only like this, by being frank, can Sleeping Lady understand my Meng family's motive and determination." After all, the clues stopped at her Divine Needle Valley. Courtyard. Investigation courtyard did not conceal their tracks. The arrival of Meng tribe's two Gu immortals had already alerted Sleeping Lady. Gu Ling tribe Gu clans Immortal tribe Gu clans Dragon tribes. Immediately after they explained the matter, Gu's Immortal Ling tribe's spirit. After Meng tribe's 2 Gu immortals arrived, they immediately explained the situation. Sleeping Lady understood the situation and immediately knew the severity of the situation. First, she quickly expressed her innocence and proved it to Meng tribe's Gu immortals. Secondly, she was also worried about the disappearance of the clue in Divine Needle Valley. She raised her eyes and said, "That is probably because your Meng family is of the righteous path and has to follow the rules, so it is not good for you to directly attack me. On the other hand, I have already made an alliance with your Meng family, so you schemed this matter to first reduce my combat power and then use clever words to trick me." The 2 Meng family immortals could not help but look at each other when they heard this. Sleeping Lady's words were not without reason. The 2 Meng family immortals were quick-witted, but they did not know what to say. Sleeping Lady continued, "You think I don't know what your righteous path is playing? This matter started because of you. If your Meng family does not give me an explanation, then fine, I will expose this matter and let the world judge." The expressions of the 2 Meng family immortals changed drastically. Meng clan's second supreme elder hurriedly shouted. But it was already too late. Sleeping Lady directly exposed this matter in the jewel yellow skies, and then hurriedly informed Murong clan of this matter through her connections. In an instant, the scandal that Meng family had painstakingly covered up, Meng Tu's death, the failure in chasing after the murderer, and even implicating Sleeping Lady in losing the front-back god-blocking needle, was completely exposed. Meng Zizai pointed at Sleeping Lady, his eyes were practically spewing fire. He was extremely furious. Meng clan's second supreme elder also had an ashen expression as he narrowed his eyes at Sleeping Lady, even having murderous intent. Sleeping Lady's expression was cold, but she was smiling bitterly in her heart. Of course, she knew that her actions will greatly damage her relationship with the Meng family. But there was no other way. She had to do this. Any alliance agreement had the possibility of being broken unilaterally. Today's matter was too important. Sleeping Lady had to protect herself. Her battle strength had fallen to rock bottom. How could she protect herself? Even if Meng Tu died as a superforce, Meng family was still not something a rank 7 lone immortal like Sleeping Lady could resist. In Sleeping Lady's opinion, the best way was undoubtedly to borrow the strength of other Gu immortals, to make Meng family's competitor, Murong clan, pay attention to this matter and support Sleeping Lady to a certain extent. Even if Meng family had ill intentions, they had to stop. After all, they were a righteous path force. Sleeping Lady, at this point, there is no point in saying any more. But I can tell you clearly that you don't need to worry, we might have been used by that person. Meng tribe's second supreme elder said in a low voice. The current situation was actually very clear. Even if Meng tribe's 2 immortals did not cultivate wisdom path, they could deduce. The culprit was extremely vicious. Not only did he mysteriously kill Meng Tu, he even deliberately left behind clues to lure Meng tribe's pursuers into Divine Needle Valley, and then used Meng tribe to lure Sleeping Lady away. Afterwards, he made his move and actually pulled out all of the divine hedgehog's spines. Our Meng tribe will give you an explanation. Before leaving, Meng tribe's second supreme elder left behind these words. Once Meng tribe's 2 immortals left, Sleeping Lady immediately started to set up a Gu formation around the immemorial desolate beast divine hedgehog. Meng tribe lost their clues and could only return. Even if they obtained the clues now, they would be suspicious. Was this another scheme of the other party? While Investigation Courtyard was flying, Meng Zizai suddenly spoke with an ominous glint in his eyes. This culprit is so crafty. Now that the matter has been exposed and the whole world knows about it, we might as well make Sleeping Lady the culprit. Regardless of whether Sleeping Lady was the culprit or not, if Meng tribe killed her and claimed that she was the culprit, they would be able to restore their tribe's prestige and resolve this crisis. They might even be able to obtain the immemorial desolate beast Divine Hedgehog. Meng tribe's second supreme elder side. I have also thought of this. But firstly, Investigation Courtyard might not be able to deal with Sleeping Lady and the Divine Hedgehog in a short time. This place is also close to Murong tribe. I have no confidence. Secondly, we have an alliance agreement with her. If we rashly make a move, we will suffer a severe backlash. Thirdly, the current situation in Northern Plains is not the same as before. Right now, Longevity Heaven had appeared, Yao Huang had taken over as South Desolation Immortal, and Longevity Heaven was leading all the Huang Jin tribes. During this period of time, they had been working hard to integrate the forces of Northern Plains Gu Immortal world. The Righteous Path forces were basically all Huang Jin tribes. There was almost no need to integrate them. The first step of Longevity Heaven's plan was to integrate the lone cultivator forces with the Righteous Path forces. It was just that Celestial Court had used a scheme to disguise as Fang Yuan and destroy this plan once, so there were some obstructions. However, Longevity Heaven did not give up and had been working hard in this area. Thus, as a Huang Jin tribe, if Meng tribe rashly dealt with the lone immortal Sleeping Lady, if they did not handle it well, Longevity Heaven might investigate and reprimand them. This was what Meng tribe's second supreme elder was most worried about. Meng tribe returned, while Fang Yuan was also on the way. Inside his sovereign immortal aperture, there was a pile of front-back divine obstruction needles. Indeed, it was his plan. He was also the one who did it. Fang Yuan knew a lot about Meng tribe's information. He also had wisdom path attainment. The trap he designed was simple but effective. Adding on his strong luck, Sleeping Lady was really lured away. Fang Yuan succeeded in his first attempt. Ordinary Gu Immortals might not be able to get close to the Divine Hedgehog. After all, their auras were not right. But Fang Yuan had familiar face. He perfectly disguised himself as Sleeping Lady. Even when the Divine Hedgehog slowly opened its eyes, he did not panic. The Divine Hedgehog slowly fell asleep again. Fang Yuan plucked all of its spines. After succeeding, Fang Yuan did not do anything to the sleeping Divine Hedgehog. He directly left. In the 500 years of his previous life, Sleeping Lady was also one of the experts who resisted the Celestial Court. As for the Divine Hedgehog, why did he steal it? This was of little value to Fang Yuan. He might as well keep it with Sleeping Lady, and when Sleeping Lady nurtures a new batch of spines, Fang Yuan could steal it again. Fang Yuan did not feel any psychological burden when slaughtering others, not to mention stealing. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable is truly amazing. He actually created Theft Path. After tasting the sweetness, Fang Yuan reflected on it and sighed inwardly. Chapter 1582. Jewel Yellow Skies. A large lump of transparent fire was quietly burning, emitting a thick and grand treasure light. Once the fire appeared on the market, it attracted the attention of many Gu Immortals. A large number of wills and some divine senses were attracted. Black Heaven Temple's Gu Immortal Zhang Ji smiled lightly. He was the owner of this transparent fire. To think that I would obtain such a rare batch of rank 7 immortal materials in this exploration. After selling them, I can replenish my immortal essence reserves. He thought as he responded to others' inquiries. The price he offered was just a little bit higher than usual, so many people wanted to buy it. I want all of these goods. One of the divine senses contacted Zhang Ji and stated a high price straightforwardly. Zhang Ji was moved. He could not believe it. You want all of these? This price. Let's trade. The other party was very straightforward, directly sending a large number of immortal yuan stones. But seeing this huge amount of immortal yuan stones, Zhang Ji's eyes shined. He immediately agreed. The transaction was quickly completed. The Gu Immortals who were paying attention were caught unprepared. Don't be anxious, I still have more goods. Zhang Ji's divine sense fluctuated. He quickly took out a lump of transparent fire and placed it into jewel yellow skies. It was just that this ball of transparent flame was much smaller than the one he had sold. Because of the first transaction, other Gu Immortals were interested in buying it. After all, this transparent fire was rare in the market. Normally, they could only buy it continuously, and each purchase would be in fist-sized or basin-sized lumps. But now, the transparent fire was as big as a carriage. After this, there would be no more opportunities like this. But this time I will raise the price. Zhang Ji's smile became wider. He did not know much about the transparent fire. This was the first time he was selling it. He did not know the market price. The enthusiasm of the other Gu Immortals was beyond his expectations. He raised the price higher and higher, but the surrounding Gu Immortals rarely backed out of the competition. Their bids also became higher. Oh no, I seem to have sold it wrongly. When Zhang Ji saw this scene, he felt some regret in his heart. At the same time, he admired the buyer's decisiveness. Zhang Ji was not stupid. He divided all the transparent flames into 3 parts. The first set was to test the waters, and the one being sold now was only the second set. The more transactions he made, the more accurate his grasp of the market situation became. Floating life fire. Fang Yuan looked at this transparent fire in the sovereign immortal aperture with a joyful mood. He was the one who made the first move and bought Zhang Ji's goods. This kind of floating life flame was transparent, and it burned silently without any heat. However, when it burned a life to death, the past of that life would turn into an image and continuously reappear in the floating life fire. At that time, the floating life fire would emit a multicolored luster and would no longer be transparent. The storage of the floating life flame required a special method. Zhang Ji, on the other hand, had obtained a large amount of floating life fire by chance and did not have the means to do so. After Fang Yuan succeeded, he immediately used his methods to preserve the floating life flame. This method was not the content of Spectral Soul's true inheritance, but Lang Ye's inheritance that Fang Yuan exchanged with Spectral Soul's true inheritance. I originally wanted to travel a long distance and find trouble with others to obtain this floating life flame. To think that someone would suddenly sell it in jewel yellow skies, and in large quantities. My luck is really good this time. Fang Yuan smiled. There were definitely many Gu Immortals who wanted to buy the floating life flame. In the Immortal formation, the inky gold radiance condensed and condensed. From the size of half the sky earlier, it condensed to the size of a house. It was restrained at the center of the long hair refinement path formation. When the inky gold radiance turned into ice stars, the land spirit of Langya activated the Immortal formation and started the second step. Time continued to pass. Immortal materials were thrown into the Immortal formation by Lang Yasek's hairy man Gu Immortals in an orderly manner. They fused into one. 3 days and 3 nights later, Third Hair opened his palm and started to throw Gu worms into the Immortal formation. He first threw in the Self-Reliance Gu. This Gu worm was only rank 3, it was shaped like a cockroach, it was flat and dark brown in color. It had long antennae and a pair of wings. Self-Reliance Gu was a strength path Gu worm. It had healing properties. The stronger the Gu master, the better the healing effect. This was a rare Gu worm. Mortal Gu masters could not even find one, but now, Third Hair threw in several hundred. The amount of Self-Reliance Gu was strictly regulated. Because it involved the amount of Dao marks, when refining Immortal Gu, one had to be careful in this aspect. After all the Self-Reliance Gu were thrown in, Land Spirit of Langya gave a loud shout, activating the long hair refinement path formation. At once, pillars of fire rose in the formation. Hundreds and thousands of pillars of fire were tens of meters tall. They burned brightly in the inky gold radiance. Intense air currents spread in all directions, but they were perfectly blocked by the refinement path formation. The hairy man Gu immortals standing at the edge of the immortal formation could not feel the temperature rising at all. The long hair refinement path immortal formation was very outstanding. The orange-red pillar of fire burned for 48 hours before it slowly came to a stop. The inky gold radiance was completely burned. Even the self-reliance Gu had turned into a strange stone the size of a horse carriage. After waiting for a while, Feng Yuan let out a sigh of relief when he saw that the stone had solidified. The second crucial step of myriad self-immortal Gu refinement had been passed. Next, land spirit of Langia and the rest started to rest and recover. Fourth hair and sixth hair did not stop. They continued to activate the immortal formation and carve this stone. After 3 minutes, the stone was completely ground down. It turned into a pile of rock fragments that scattered on the ground. Third hair stopped to rest. He took out drinking blade wine and started watering these rock fragments. This drinking blade wine was obtained by Feng Yuan from killing Meng Tu not long ago. Now that Xiao Qin used it, he immediately melted all the rubble into clumps of gray smoke. These smoke floated in the air. They did not fuse together. They condensed into balls of smoke that floated in the air like small lanterns. Fourth hair and sixth hair started to rest, while third hair took out all-out effort Gu. But soon, Feng Yuan easily refined it with the help of the refinement path immortal formation. A rank 7 immortal Gu was refined in one go. Feng Yuan was also filled with joy. He would not have dared to imagine such a thing in the past. A success rate of 50% was simply too high. Feng Yuan tried to inject immortal Gu. After myriad self-immortal Gu obtained immortal essence, its body shined with light. Countless strength path phantoms of Feng Yuan shot out from the light. It was like the previous myriad self-killer move. The power is only slightly weaker. After all, myriad self-killer move needs too many Gu worms. Feng Yuan sensed the changes. The immortal essence expenditure is greatly reduced. It is also very convenient to use. I only need a thought. And the previous killer move, no matter how familiar I was with it, needed time to activate it. It also expended a lot of mental energy. Chapter 1588. Chen Yi displayed his true strength. Celestial Court's side was in an advantageous position. What made Feng Yuan even more worried was that none of them had used their full strength. Even Chen Yi, who put in the most effort, had not used Karma Divine Tree. Even if Chen Yi is not at the level of Zishan Makoto or Duke Long, he is still a top expert among rank 8s. Fairy Myrtle and Thunder Ghost True Monarch are the same. Feng Jioga cannot be underestimated either. I have to go. The immemorial rock dragon and silver giant were suppressed by Chen Yi alone. The super immortal formation was also resisting Feng Jioge and Fairy Myrtle. Lang Ya's side only had Fang Yuan, who had rank 8 battle strength. If he did not go, who could save the situation? In fact, Land Spirit of Langya had already urged Fang Yuan many times earlier. Golden light flashed, Fang Yuan's figure appeared in front of Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle had expected this. She waved her hand and a red sandalwood divine wind appeared. The wind blew over and brushed against Fang Yuan's body, causing ripples in reverse flow protection seal. This killer move. Fang Yuan's heart sank. This red sandalwood divine wind was strong against strong opponents and weak against weak opponents. It was similar to reverse flow protection seal. It was a defensive and counterattacking move. Reverse flow protection seal did not have any offensive power. It countered the purple charm divine wind. Neither side could do anything to the other, but Fang Yuan was pushed away by this wind. Fang Yuan, you are finally willing to come down. A flash of lightning flickered. Thunder Ghost True Monarch Jing Lan appeared behind Fang Yuan as if she had teleported with a sinister smile and surging killing intent. Trident electrolysis. Jing Lan shouted as she joined her hands together. 3 bolts of lightning shot out from her fingers. With a crackling sound, the lightning merged in midair and formed a trident made of blue lightning. The trident electrolysis hit Fang Yuan's back, but it was blocked by the countercurrent protection seal and reflected back. Jing Lan laughed heartily. She opened her mouth and swallowed the trident into her stomach. Then, her eyes emitted traces of electricity as she quickly retreated. Fang Yuan's heart sank again. Not good. This triple-pronged electrolysis killer move is clearly probing my reverse flow protection seal. Even though Thunder Ghost True Monarch is not a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, with the Wisdom Path Great Expert Fairy Myrtle here, she can break my reverse flow protection seal on the spot. Ever since they were set up by Fang Yuan, Thunder Ghost True Monarch was beaten up, and Fairy Myrtle was defeated. However, the trap that Fang Yuan had painstakingly set up had been exposed and was no longer useful. During this period of time, Fang Yuan had planned meticulously, cultivated hard, and made preparations. The Celestial Court was also doing the same. Not only did they use their strength to replenish Thunder Ghost True Monarch's Immortal Gu lineup, Fairy Myrtle also used Star Constellation Chessboard to design the killer move Trident Electrolysis for Thunder Ghost True Monarch. It was to deal with Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal. Fang Yuan's heart was heavy, but he did not panic. In fact, this was within his expectations. He actively fought against Fairy Myrtle and Thunder Ghost True Monarch to share some of the pressure in other areas. Both sides fought back and forth. The sky changed color. Cloud cover continent was completely destroyed. The sounds of battle resounded in the sky. Countless hairy man mortals and Gu masters were fearful. The silver giant dealt with the giant tree divine statue, but Chen Yi created another one in the blink of an eye. The immemorial rock dragon was bound by the immortal binding vines. Its chances of escaping were getting slimmer. Even Fang Yuan could not do anything about it. It was not that he did not try, but the outer layer of the ancient tree prison cage was too thick, and it did not fear immortal killer moves. It was a huge headache. This killer move is not invincible against all immortal killer moves. It is just that we did not use it properly. If I had enough time, with my wisdom path methods, I could deduce this move and break it. Fang Yuan sighed internally. This was a killer move from Genesis Lotus True Inheritance. It was very exquisite. It was like reverse flow protection seal. Celestial Court and the other Gu Immortals could not do anything about it. They had to rack their brains. Fang Yuan faced the same treatment now. He encountered the ancient tree prison cage. He felt the same way as Fairy Myrtle when facing reverse flow protection seal. After fighting for some time, Celestial Court still had the upper hand. Their advantage was growing. Fang Yuan did not deduce Luo Pasil. He did not have a rank 8 offensive method. With just reverse flow protection seal, he could defend but not attack. He could not pose any threat to the 4 immortals. The ancient battle formation Heavenly Giant Solar was the same. The hairy man Gu immortals had many methods. They had great teamwork, but this time, they were not facing Feng Jioge. they were facing the rank 8 expert Chen Yi. Chen Yi also had many methods. They were all rank 8 killer moves. No matter how the land spirit of Langya resisted, it was suppressed by Chen. After fighting for a while, Fairy Myrtle suddenly frowned. She ordered secretly, "Senior Jinglan, please go around and search for Wisdom Goo." "Scoundrel, I will let you off for now." Even though Thunder Ghost True Monarch hated Feng Yuan to the core, she still looked at the big picture. She smiled at Feng Yuan as she moved like lightning, leaving the battlefield in the blink of an eye. Lang Ya's side could only watch. They had no way to restrain her. It turned out that the Celestial Court's attack was not only to eliminate Feng Yuan and take over Langya to repair Fate Goo. The most important goal was to collect Wild Wisdom Goo. This legendary rank 9 Immortal Goo had fallen into star constellation Immortal Venerable's hands long ago. Ordinary forces could not use it, but the Celestial Court had the best methods in the world. Ignoring everything else, with this Wisdom Goo, Star Constellation Chessboard would immediately become a rank 9 Immortal Goo house. Its power would rise to the limit. Just this point alone was enough for Fairy Myrtle to disregard her own safety. Earlier, when the 4 immortals of the Celestial Court arrived, Fairy Myrtle had already activated her investigative methods secretly. The range of her investigation expanded until it covered the whole of Langya Blessed Land, but she could not find Wisdom Goo. Thus, at this moment, Fairy Myrtle could only send Thunder Ghost True Monarch. Chapter 1590. Rumble. The Super Immortal Formation activated, sending out countless lightning bolts towards Fairy Myrtle and Chen Yi. Since the start of the battle, this Super Immortal Formation had either been suppressed by Feng Jioge and Fairy Myrtle, or it was in a deadlock with Feng Jioge, but now, it finally showed its power. Chen Yi quickly defended himself, but he was in a sorry state. Land Spirit of Langya saw the chance and immediately moved the Silver Giant to resist the giant tree statue's attacks, while attacking the ancient tree prison cage that trapped the ancient rock dragon. Fairy Myrtle thought about it and chose to attack the Super Immortal Formation. While deducing Yama's battlefield, she ignored Chen Yi. Fairy Myrtle chose to play safe. If Feng Jioge fought against Feng Yuan right now, she might not help Feng Jioge immediately. Because if Feng Jioge was really in trouble, she could reinforce him in time. But now that Yama's battlefield was isolated, Feng Jioge and Feng Yuan were fighting alone. This was very dangerous. Accidents could easily happen. Feng Jioge was equally important to the Celestial Court. In fact, he was even more important than Chen Yi and Thunder Ghost True Monarch to the Celestial Court. Because Feng Jioge was the Tao Guardian of Great Dream Immortal Venerable Feng Kim Hong. Fairy Myrtle naturally did not want anything to happen to Feng Jioge. Feng Yuan, on the other hand, wanted Feng Jioge to die in front of him. Immortal Killer Move, Yama Emperor. Immortal Killer Move, Yama Child. Immortal Killer Move, Soul Explosion. From the start, Feng Yuan attacked wildly. He transformed into the Yama Emperor, and the Yama army spread out, attacking Feng Jioge from all directions. At the same time, he mixed in soul explosions, beating Feng Jioge until his face was covered in dirt. In just a short while, blood was already flowing from the corner of his mouth. Good move! Feng Jioge felt an intense threat to his life. He also used a killer move. Immortal Killer Move, Yang Pass Tune. At the critical moment, he could not care less about the time limit of Yang Pass Tune's activation. With the help of the Yang Pass Tune, he dodged continuously, but in the Yama battlefield, he was greatly restricted, and the effect was not good. The son of Yama instead received an amplification, becoming even faster and more powerful. He charged forward without fear of death. No matter how hard Feng Jioge tried to dodge and move, He was unable to completely shake off these Yama. Immortal Killer Move, Song Warrior. Immortal Killer Move, Blue Jade Song. Immortal Killer Move, Heaven and Earth Song. Immortal Killer Move, Submission Song. Immortal Killer Move, Separation Song. 4 Song Warriors protected Feng Jioge, charging through the Son of Yama army, trying to get close to Feng Yuan. As the saying goes, to capture the bandits, one must first capture the leader. This battle tactic was simple and wise. Feng Yuan transformed into the Yama Emperor, moving rapidly in the Yama battlefield. It was extremely easy for him to move around. Even though his enslavement path attainment was not high, he only knew how to surround and kill Feng Jioge with the Son of Yama. He could still do it well. After fighting for a while, Feng Jioge had a grim expression. Green Jade Song warriors often turned the Son of Yama into jade statues, causing them to shatter. But these Son of Yama were all brave. They were much harder to deal with than ancient desolate beasts. Heaven and Earth Song was not very effective in the Son of Yama battlefield. Separation Song could dismantle the Immortal formation, but the Immortal Gu used to activate and maintain the Immortal battlefield were all inside Feng Yuan's sovereign Immortal aperture, unlike Immortal formations and Immortal Gu houses that had Gu worms outside. Separation Song could not affect the inside of Feng Yuan's sovereign Immortal aperture. It was useless. The submission song that Feng Jioge had high hopes for was the best method to counter enslavement path. It had once been used in the battle against Feng Yuan. But right now, submission song was like, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. The Son of Yama would at most be affected in terms of movement, but it would not be countered by submission song. My Son of Yama uses Soul Beast modification and Soul Beast summoning methods from Spectral Soul's true inheritance. It also uses ghostly concealment as the core. How can it be countered by your submission song? Feng Yuan sneered in his mind. Do I have to use assimilation wind song? Feng Jioge gritted his teeth. The battle strength that Feng Yuan displayed shocked him. Even though he was mentally prepared when he was suppressed by Feng Yuan, Feng Jioge still felt some disbelief. How long had it been? Not long ago, Feng Jioge was still chasing Feng Yuan, chasing him from southern border to western desert. He was in a pathetic state. Feng Yuan's growth is too fast. This time, even if I cannot obtain wisdom Gu, I have to kill this person. Feng Jioge sighed in his mind. At the same time, he cancelled the idea of using assimilation wind song. Activating assimilation wind song was too dangerous. If he made a mistake, the first person to die would be Feng Jioge himself. Unless he had no other choice, Feng Jioge would not use assimilation wind song. Especially in such an intense battle, there were too many external disturbances. Moreover, my assimilation wind song has already been exposed. How can a crafty person like Feng Yuan not guard against me? Feng Jioge was very wary of Feng Yuan's wisdom path attainment. This time, we have a strong formation. Fairy Myrtle is not trapped in this battlefield killer move. We definitely have the advantage in a frontal battle. I should wait for Lady Ziwei to deduce from the outside and destroy this immortal battlefield. That is the safest choice. After all, this immortal battlefield has soul path and theft path aura, but no time path aura. There is no need to worry about time. Feng Jioge used guerrilla tactics. He did not let Yama surround him. He believed in Fairy Myrtle's ability. He planned to defend and wait for reinforcements. Feng Yuan wanted to end the battle quickly. If Feng Jioge fought with him, he would fall into Feng Yuan's trap. He would be laughing in his sleep. But was Feng Jioge a foolish person? He could discern the situation clearly. He had a clear grasp of the battle situation. His wise choice of battle tactics made Feng Yuan sigh internally. It is a pity that even though I have time path methods and rank 8 time path immortal Gu years flow like water, I cannot fuse them into Yama battlefield. Yama battlefield was not a killer move that was used on Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal body. It would suffer from conflicting Dao marks. But Feng Yuan was not having a good time either. Feng Jioge was too crafty, he moved around continuously using sound waves. Feng Yuan had no chance to take advantage of him. It seems that I have to work hard on the invisibility of Great Thief Ghost Hand in the future. Feng Jioge actually had a method to make Great Thief Ghost Hand appear. This was out of Feng Yuan's expectations. He could not help but think of Formless Hand. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's signature method could change between illusion and reality. If it replaced Great Thief Ghost Hand now, it would not need to fear any sound waves. Moreover, Formless Hand was extremely fast. Once it was used, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's opponents could only watch as Formless Hand approached and stole the immortal goo in their hands. They would feel so resentful and helpless that they wanted to vomit blood. Right now, Feng Yuan's Great Thief Ghost Hand only had a 10,000th of Formless Hand's power. But even so, it made the great Feng Jioge pale with fright. He panicked and fled everywhere. Feng Yuan forced Feng Jioge to flee everywhere, but he did not feel smug at all. Because he was very clear that only by killing Feng Jioge quickly would they have a chance of winning this battle of Langya Blessed Land. But next, Feng Jioge did not leave any openings for Feng Yuan. He was also from the demonic path. Back then, he shocked the whole of Central Continent and challenged the 10 great ancient sects alone. He had rich battle experience. Time gradually passed. Feng Jioge's Yang Pass Tune's time limit was finally up. A chance. Feng Yuan was anxious and happy at the same time. He was anxious because he had wasted so much time, but Feng Jioge was still alive and kicking. He was happy because he finally showed an opening that was not an opening. Feng Jioge's heart sank. In the past, when facing enemies, his powerful attacks would cause the enemy to collapse. Ever since he became famous, he had never encountered a situation where he was chased down by a rank 7 goo immortal. Right now, he was at a disadvantage against Feng Yuan. He finally realized one of his shortcomings, that was his mobility. Now that Yang Pass Tune had ended, Feng Jioge's speed fell sharply. He was soon surrounded by Yama children. He could no longer dodge as nimbly as before. Feng Jioge had no choice but to defend. His killer move was fierce. It resisted the attacks of Yama children from all directions. Feng Yuan hid among them. His disguise was perfect. Great Thief Ghost Hand was ready to attack. He was waiting for a flaw to appear in Feng Jioge's defense. But right at this time, the whole Yama battlefield started to rumble. It started to shake slightly. Oh no! Feng Yuan's expression changed. Lady Ziwei must have made a move. Feng Jioge was overjoyed. Yama battlefield was shaking more and more intensely. Fairy Myrtle had not made a move yet, but once she did, there was a miraculous effect. A lot of time has passed. Fairy Myrtle actually deduced how Yama battlefield works. She is so fast. No, at this rate, Yama battlefield cannot last for 30 breaths. I need to win quickly. Feng Yuan's eyes shined with a fierce light. I was going to leave this method for Fairy Myrtle and the rest, but I will use it on you first. Time waits for no man. If Yama battlefield was destroyed, Feng Yuan would not even have the chance to kill Feng Jioge. Thus, he quickly made up his mind and used his trump card. Immortal Killer Move Soul Explosion. It was still a soul explosion method, but Feng Yuan was not detonating ordinary Yama children, he was detonating immemorial Yama children. Feng Yuan had 2 immemorial soul beasts to begin with. During this period of closed cultivation, he modified these 2 immemorial soul beasts into Yama children. These 2 Yama children were naturally different from others. Feng Yuan had been hiding them for so long, he finally used them. Ancient Yama Child Soul Explosion was only a peak rank 7 killer move. Immemorial Yama Child Soul Explosion was naturally at rank 8 level. Even though Feng Yuan did not succeed in deducing Luo Pasil, he still had a rank 8 offensive method hidden in his hands. Boom! Immemorial Yama Child Soul Explosion. It blew up Feng Jioge. On a certain shore of Central Continent, Feng Kim Hong was suddenly stunned. The cup in his hand fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. Duke Long looked over with a questioning gaze. If he had stolen the crucial immortal goo and caused Feng Jioge's killer move activation to fail, he would have suffered a backlash, and Feng Jioge would have immediately activated Fate Armor. If that happened, it would be a problem if he could last until I unravel this immortal battlefield. Great Thief Ghost Hand can steal rank 8 immortal goo. Fortunately, it did not steal Fate Armor, otherwise, would Feng Jioge still be alive? Feng Jioge is indeed a Dao Guardian. His luck is strong. He is not suppressed by Feng Yuan's luck. However, Fairy Myrtle's gaze was eerie as she stared at Feng Yuan. This demon actually stole fixed immortal travel. This is enough to show that his luck is also excellent, even though he could not kill Feng Jioge. Ever since Fate Immortal Goo was destroyed by Red Lotus Demon Venerable, although it was not destroyed, its power had fallen greatly. Afterwards, Giant Sun Immortal rose up and created Luck Path. As long as Fate did not recover, Luck Path's power would remain this strong. Feng Yuan's Luck Path attainment level was not high. He did not have any powerful offensive killer moves in Luck Path, but Luck Path methods had been assisting him, for example, Burning Soul Bursting Luck. Boom boom boom. Explosions resounded endlessly, both sides fought again, falling into a chaotic battle. Feng Jioge lost his battle strength for a moment. He was protected by Fairy Myrtle. Feng Yuan also could not do anything to Qin Yi's ancient tree prison cage killer move. He could only use the super immortal formation and heavenly giant solar to fight against Qin Yi and Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle started to display the battle strength of a rank 8 expert. Her killer moves were exquisite, even above Qin Yi. Qin Yi inherited Genesis Lotus True Inheritance, while Fairy Myrtle cultivated Star Constellation's True Inheritance. It was not that Genesis Lotus True Inheritance could not compare to Star Constellation's True Inheritance, but Star Constellation's True Inheritance was Wisdom Path. Wisdom Path killer moves were complex and used up a lot of mental energy. Feng Yuan still had an immemorial Yama child. Yama Emperor and Great Thief Ghost Hand were exposed. They were targeted by Fairy Myrtle and the rest. They did not let down their guard. Immortal killer moves surrounded them as they bombarded the surroundings. Once Feng Yuan's Great Thief Ghost Hand got close, it would be exposed by the explosions. There was no chance at all. In fact, Qin Yi and Fairy Myrtle's investigative methods were very exquisite. Feng Yuan was worried that Great Thief Ghost Hand would be exposed. He rarely used it. The more he used it, the more flaws there would be. Especially in front of Fairy Myrtle, the more information he exposed, the higher the chance of her deductions being exposed. Rumble. Qin Yi believed Fairy Myrtle's words, because the Celestial Court's rules were like this: no matter what your background is, as long as you return to the righteous path and join the Celestial Court, contributing your immortal aperture, you will be a member of the Celestial Court. There would be no discrimination. But how hard is it to join the Celestial Court? I, Qin Yi, have worked hard for most of my life. I was diligent, because my battle strength reached the standard, and because I inherited Genesis Lotus True Inheritance, I was able to join the Celestial Court. How many years has he, Feng Yuan, cultivated for? He committed murder and arson, causing trouble everywhere, but now that he has turned over a new leaf, he can actually join the Celestial Court. At once, Qin Yi lost his composure. He felt that it was unfair. He even felt a little wronged. But Thunder Ghost True Monarch's expression did not change. Back then, the Celestial Court had also recruited another person. This person slaughtered the world. The harm he caused was much greater than Feng Yuan. He was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Before Spectral Soul Demon Venerable became rank 9, the Celestial Court had tried to recruit him many times. Even after becoming rank 9, they tried to recruit him once. The Celestial Court is the Celestial Court of humanity. Feng Yuan, you have incredible talent. With your rank 7 cultivation time, you were able to evade the Celestial Court for such a long time. It is enough to prove that you have the qualifications to join the Celestial Court. I can guarantee this with my life. If you join the Celestial Court today, not only will you keep your life, you can also continue to cultivate and be a carefree Goo Immortal. Thunder Ghost True Monarch said. Feng Yuan, At once, the hairy man Gu Immortals looked at Fang Yuan worriedly. Even Gu Immortal's sixth hair was the same. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. For rank 9 Wisdom Gu, you let me go and try to recruit me. Rank 9 Wisdom Gu is indeed very important to you. Then let me put it another way, if you do not let us go today, I will destroy Wisdom Gu in front of you, your plan will fail. Stubborn fool. How can the righteous path tolerate threats? How can the mighty celestial court be threatened? Since you want to die, I will grant you your wish. Thunder Ghost True Monarch was furious, she charged at Fang Yuan. Boom boom boom. Fang Yuan barely fought against Thunder Ghost True Monarch. Thunder rumbled and air currents surged. That means Wisdom Gu is with you? Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined with bright light, she also attacked. Fang Yuan was suppressed by Thunder Ghost True Monarch and Fairy Myrtle. He was immediately suppressed. He could only use Reverse Flow Protection Seal to resist. He could not retaliate. He secretly transmitted to Land Spirit of Xianxia. First Supreme Elder, this is urgent. If you have any methods, don't use them now, it will be too late for regrets. Land Spirit of Xianxia roared, forget it, I will let you taste the true power of Xianxia Blessed Land. Chapter 1594. Land Spirit of Xianxia had a pained expression. He looked at the falling sea level, frowning deeply, his heart was bleeding. This seawater looked ordinary, but it was not. It was refined water created by long-hair ancestor in his later years. Right now, there was only one sea. If there were 4 seas, he could use a secret method to cause a qualitative change, creating a man-made secluded domain of heaven and earth. Because of this, Xianxia Blessed Land had been placed in Crescent Lake for a long time, using the waterpath environment and Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture Killer move to attract waterpath calamities and tribulations, adding waterpath Dao marks to Xianxia Blessed Land. But now, in order to resist Celestial Court's Gu Immortals, Xianxia Blessed Land's accumulation was being expended rapidly. After this battle, it would all be used up. Ah! Land Spirit of Xianxia roared, leading the hairy man Gu Immortals to activate Heavenly Giant Sola. The Silver Giant charged over, using Immortal Killer moves one after another, attacking the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals. The attacks were fierce, they were all at rank 8 level. At once, the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals could not retaliate. Thunder Ghost True Monarch's armor broke, she curled up into a ball. Chen Yi and Fairy Myrtle coughed out blood. Feng Jioge was in a worse state, his face was pale as paper, he gritted his teeth, relying on Fate Armor Immortal Gu to hold on. Absolute 4 Cs was a Refinement Path Killer move. It used all of the Refinement Path Dao marks in Xianxia Blessed Land. This was the accumulation of long-hair ancestors' entire life. This move did not differentiate between friend and foe. Fang Yuan would be hit if he was inside, but the hairy men could move freely. In the end, it was because the hairy men had Refinement Path Dao marks. And the killer moves that Xianxia Land Spirit and the rest used were all Refinement Path Killer moves. They were amplified by omnipresent 4 Cs, each of their attacks were powerful and ferocious, they were at the level of a first-rate rank 8 killer move. As for the Silver Giant, it could move freely too, because this was an ancient battle formation, it was not an Immortal Gu house. Heavenly Giant Solar differed from person to person. Right now, the hairy man Gu Immortals were working together to activate the Refinement Path Giant. Precisely so, Fang Yuan and the variant human Gu Immortals of the other 3 races did not participate in the attack. If he were to make a move, he would be suppressed by the omnipresent 4 Cs. Kill them all. Xianxia's foundation is indeed unfathomable. The variant human Gu Immortals of the 3 races gasped in shock. But Fang Yuan's brows were tightly furrowed as he said to Land Spirit of Xianxia, First Supreme Elder, you used your full strength, even though your attacks were fierce, you cannot end the battle in one go. 4C all-encompassing can't be maintained for long. Time is limited. What other tricks do you have? If you don't use them now. I know, you shut up. The Land Spirit of Xianxia roared angrily. Its eyes were bloodshot, and it bared its teeth. Its expression was fierce, and its heart was restless. On the battlefield, even though it had the upper hand, the four immortals of Celestial Court could not be killed. They were like reefs on the shore. No matter how strong the waves were, they would not budge. After more than 10 breaths of time, even though the silver giant unleashed an unprecedented attack, the four immortals of Celestial Court were still alive. While the seawater in Langya Blessed Land had already dried up, not a single drop of water was left. An ugly seabed was exposed. It is time for us to retaliate. Thunder Ghost True Monarch breathed in deeply. She had a sinister smile on her face as she condensed a black armor on her body. As expected of long-hair ancestors' remnant. The whole of Langya Blessed Land shook intensely. The visible refinement path Dao marks that were shining with Dao mark light were all destroyed by the explosion. The refinement path Dao marks that were close to the explosion also decreased in number. The remaining ones were dim and without light. At the center of the explosion, it was empty. Only several Gu immortals were floating in the air like ants. Cough, cough, cough. The surviving variant human Gu immortals had rank 7 cultivation level. They had great battle strength. They coughed and spat out blood. They were in a pathetic state. Land spirit of Langya was even more illusory. It was ethereal like a bubble. It was on the verge of dissipating. Only Fang Yuan was unharmed. His expression was ashen. He was covered in reverse flow protection seal. He was also extremely weak. Because of this attack, reverse flow river in the sovereign immortal aperture had expended 10% of its total volume. As expected of the rank 8 expert who once resisted spectral soul demon venerable. Even if she dies, she can retaliate. This move condensed all of her lightning path Dao marks into her heart and exploded. The power was terrifying. But after the battle, there were no lightning path Dao marks at all. This means that she had already used her lightning path Dao marks to their limits. She definitely has lightning path Great Grandmaster attainment level. In Fang Yuan's mind, thoughts flashed like lightning. Even though he was not injured, his losses were not light. Thunder Ghost True Monarch's final attack was definitely at quasi-rank 9 level. When the explosion occurred, the silver giant blocked it first. After the silver giant collapsed, Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal blocked it. Even so, reverse flow river had lost 10% of its total volume. Reverse flow river had been supporting reverse flow protection seal. It was not inexhaustible. Fang Yuan had used it many times. He only had 60% left now. Fang Yuan's situation was still alright, but the others were in terrible states. The silver giant collapsed. The killer move's backlash, along with Thunder Ghost True Monarch's final lightning explosion killer move, more than half of the variant human Gu immortals died on the spot. Their corpses and souls dissipated. Only their immortal apertures remained. The remaining immortals were all injured. They had fearful expressions. Some were even dazed from the explosion. They had no expression on their faces now. Thunder Ghost True Monarch's explosion could be said to have dealt a huge blow to the variant human alliance. Protect land spirit of Langya with all your strength. We have steel life Gu. We can still fight. Fang Yuan reminded loudly. He flew towards land spirit of Langya and protected him. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan had to control the situation. That's right, you still have steel life immortal Gu. The battle had reached the most crucial moment. What right do you have to order me? Even though I asked for help from Longevity Heaven, according to the agreement, We are on equal footing. Land Spirit of Xianxia had thought of killing Fang Yuan, but he soon thought that even the Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven had not managed to kill Fang Yuan even after so long, not to mention Land Spirit of Xianxia. Fang Yuan knew Xianxia blessed Land's background. He had Great Thief Ghost Hand, Reverse Flow Protection Seal, and Fixed Immortal Travel. He was an unscrupulous demon. Land Spirit of Xianxia did not dare to offend him. Mao Li Chiu roared in anger, but there was nothing it could do to Land Spirit of Xianxia. Land Spirit of Xianxia said to the remaining variant human goo immortals, "You are all aware of the current situation. Even though Black Hair is dead, I am not bound by the agreement. But don't worry, as long as all of you join my Xianxia blessed land, I can guarantee your safety and safety." The variant human goo immortals had unsightly expressions. They looked at each other and nodded. There was no choice. Their existences were exposed. They were bound by the agreement, and Land Spirit of Xianxia knew about them. They had no choice now. If they did not want to die, they could only surrender. Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation. Myriad Dragon. Familiar Face. Fang Yuan used 3 moves in a row. With Myriad Self-Immortal Goo, his efficiency was very high. The 3 moves came one after another. Before Mao Li Chiu could reach Fang Yuan, it was faced with a sea of sword dragons. Mao Li Chiu roared in anger. It also used an immortal killer move. Wind, frost, and lightning filled the sky, killing large numbers of sword dragon clones. But at this time, Fang Yuan had already gotten close to Land Spirit of Xianxia. "Be careful, he is there." 5 Elements Grandmaster shouted. He had discovered Fang Yuan's location. He had infiltrated Longevity Heaven but was discovered. He was trapped inside Immortal Goo House Calamity Luck Altar. After being tempered by Longevity Heaven's Goo Immortals for a long time, 5 Elements Grandmaster realized that he had no hope of escaping. He could only lower his head and join Longevity Heaven. This time, Longevity Heaven came to reinforce Xianxia blessed land. He became one of them. "You actually found me. It is a pity it is too late." Fang Yuan turned into an ancient sword dragon. He raised his head and roared. His mouth was filled with sharp teeth. He looked extremely ruthless. "Fang Yuan, what are you trying to do?" Land Spirit of Xianxia was pale with fright. It used its immortal killer move to defend itself. "Of course I am going to kill you." Immemorial Yama's Child Soul Explosion. Fang Yuan roared. Boom. A rank 8 killer move erupted. Black smoke spread out. Everything was destroyed. Land Spirit of Xianxia was completely engulfed by the black smoke. "Don't." The variant human goo immortals shouted. "Stop, we are married." Snowman Goo Immortal Bing Yuan cried out in shock. But at this moment, Fang Yuan could not care less about their lives. Land Spirit of Xianxia knew too much. Since he did not want to join Fang Yuan, he would die. Save the Land Spirit. We cannot let him die. Chapter 1598. The scale of this dream realm wasn't large. The reason why Fang Yuan could accurately find this place was because he had personally left this dream realm here. Back then he disguised as Wu Yihai and joined the righteous path, entering dreams to raise his attainment level. Later, the battle erupted and the Celestial Court intervened. Zishan Makoto died in battle. Fang Yuan inherited the Shadow Sect and escaped with a large number of pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Along the way, Fang Yuan repeatedly used the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies to resist the strong pursuers. He finally escaped from danger. But the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies on him were all used up. This was the location where Fang Yuan fought with E-Clan's Goo Immortals. He self-detonated 2 pure dream reality seeker physique bodies and forced E-Clan's Immortal Goo House Bay Pavilion to retreat. After the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies self-detonated, this dream realm was formed. Southern Border's righteous path Gu immortals naturally would not let it go. After some competition, two sides won and worked together to set up an immortal formation. They researched and developed it together. Fang Yuan used fixed immortal travel to rush over. Without saying a word, he chased away all the Gu immortals stationed here and destroyed the immortal formation. Right now, using Great Thief Ghost Hand, even though he could steal Gu worms, he could not directly steal immortal Gu from them. Mortal Gu occupied most of the time. Great Thief Ghost Hand might have stolen a large number of mortal Gu. To prevent the immortal formation from sending reinforcements or using any strange methods like self-detonation, Fang Yuan acted first and destroyed this immortal formation. Even though immortal Gu were unique, they were not important to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had a lot of immortal Gu. After killing the Rockman and Snowman Gu immortals, he obtained many rank 6 and 7 immortal Gu. He still had to worry about how to feed them later. Fang Yuan lacked suitable immortal Gu. Firstly, the immortal Gu had to be at least rank 7. Rank 6 immortal Gu were too low for Fang Yuan. Secondly, the paths of immortal Gu also had a certain range. It would be best if it was the path that Fang Yuan was proficient in. Moreover, Fang Yuan had refinement path quasi-supreme grandmaster attainment level. He could deduce any immortal Gu recipe into an immortal killer move. If he needed a specific immortal Gu, he could deduce a killer move from the immortal Gu recipe and use it instead. Of course, according to the specific situation, the difficulty of the calculation is also different. Although there is the light of wisdom, some immortal Gu recipes need decades or even centuries to deduce killer moves. That would mean giving up to Fang Yuan. The scale of the dream realm here has been reduced a little. Fang Yuan took a second look and saw some clues. The original scale of the dream realm was for 2 pure dream reality seeker physiques, but now it was slightly insufficient. Is it because others are exploring the dream world, causing the consumption? Even though the other Gu immortals did not have Fang Yuan's advanced methods, they could still explore it. Their greatest gains were the dream path Gu materials they obtained in the dream realms. In fact, he could also collect it in his own dream. The true treasures of these dream realms were the other people's true meaning contained in them. Southern Border's Gu immortals were buying the casket and returning the pearls. But they were not tired of it. All the forces were desperately stockpiling dream path Gu materials. Jewel Yellow Skies was also buying them at a high price. If I remember correctly, one of the dream realms here is Ice and Snow Path, while the other is Space Path. Chapter 1600. Bam Bam Bam. A series of explosions occurred. Lights of all colors bloomed like fireworks. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wisdom, strength, soul, poison, star, refinement. Moves of all paths were unleashed by Fang Yuan. Under the attack, the silhouette of an immortal formation appeared. It was thick like a fortress. The pure white light was like a mountain, blocking all of Fang Yuan's attacks. Haha, all bark and no bite. Your methods are too flashy. They cannot affect our formation. Inside the immortal formation, Yang Clan's Gu immortal Yang San Mu mocked loudly. Fang Yuan was in Yama Emperor form now. The Southern Border Gu immortals could not recognize him. No, this person's formation path attainment is high. He is using all sorts of methods to probe our formation. Chi Chio's expression changed. He said in a low tone, This immortal goo formation was created by Qi clan. Qi Qiu was appointed to guard it. He cultivated formation path. His words attracted the attention of the other goo immortals. Yang Sanmu frowned. He said to Qi Qiu, "Then are we going to defend passively and let him probe us?" Qi Qiu shook his head. "Our formation has ways to retaliate. It is just that the goo formation needs to be damaged to a certain extent before it can be used. Don't look at me. I cannot control this formation to retaliate. I am sure everyone knows the reason for this. I don't need to explain, right?" The immortals looked at each other. They were helpless. As it turned out, this was because of Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan had once disguised as Wu Yihai and infiltrated Southern Border's righteous path. At the crucial moment, he took control of the immortal formation and left for his own benefit. The Southern Border Goo immortals lost a lot of face. They reflected after the battle and made changes. Qi clan's immortal formation could no longer be controlled by outsiders. It operated on its own. The goal was to prevent traitors like Feng Yuan. Yang Sanmu saw that Qi Qiu could not do anything. He looked at Xia clan's Goo immortal Xia Fan. Xia Fan cultivated wisdom path. Seeing that Yang Sanmu was looking at him, he knew what he meant. He shook his head. The other party has a strong wisdom path defensive method. It is very difficult for me to deduce his background. Unless a crucial clue appears. Yang Sanmu's face sank when he heard this answer. Then he shouted at Feng Yuan again, "Haha, you thief, you're so weak. Are you here just to tickle me?" Yang Sanmu, Qi Qiu, and Xia Fan had rank 7 cultivation level and had the protection of the immortal formation. They were not afraid of Feng Yuan, a rank 7 Goo immortal. Feng Yuan sneered, yet he turned a deaf ear to it and continued to probe the grand formation from various angles. "This deity formation is even more complicated and powerful than I thought." Yang Sanmu continued to provoke him, but Feng Yuan was not provoked at all. Yang Sanmu frowned. "The other party only has one rank 7, we have the numbers and the immortal formation to protect ourselves. If we hide and let him attack us alone, what face would the righteous path have if news of this spreads? Which Goo immortal is interested? Go out and meet this audacious scoundrel. If I can kill this person, it will be a wonderful story." Once he said this, no one moved. Almost all Goo immortals were not rash people. Feng Yuan was alone. It seemed easy to deal with, but because of this, it was very strange. How could an ordinary rank 7 Goo immortal have the guts to attack this immortal formation with such tight defenses alone? The Southern Border immortals thought about it. This situation was likely to be an ambush. They did not want to take the risk. Yang Sanmu could not incite the others. He felt gloomy. He was the temporary leader of this group. If he avoided the battle and news got out, the others would blame it on him. Thus, Yang Sanmu's reputation would suffer the most. It turned out that the immortal Goo that Feng Yuan stole was the core of his movement killer move. The immortal Goo was stolen. The killer move failed. He suffered a backlash. The battle was decided instantly. "It seems that my luck is much stronger than yours. I could not steal Feng Jioga's core immortal Goo, but can I steal yours?" Feng Yuan smiled coldly. "Feng Jioga? Who are you?" Yang Sanmu retreated rapidly. He was in a panic. Even though he lost an immortal Goo, he still had other movement killer moves. Great Thief Ghost Hand. Feng Yuan succeeded again. Yang Sanmu spat out another mouthful of blood. His killer move's activation failed. The backlash took his life. The leaves of the bamboo were triangular, the roots were thick while the tips were thin, they were sharp and hard. Many mortals plucked these bamboo leaves and tied them to wooden sticks, creating crude wooden spears. Thus, this bamboo was called spear-tip bamboo. The spear-tip bamboo forest was huge, it covered the entire mountain range. Many living beings lived in the bamboo forest, it was full of vitality. Most of them had cloud path Dao marks. Among them, the cloud foxes were the most numerous. These snow-white foxes could float in the air for a short period of time. At this moment, Fang Yuan looked down. He saw a group of cloud foxes floating in the green bamboo forest. They were playing with each other. It was a peaceful and lively scene. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. This is Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range, the large resource point that Qi clan controls. Super forces controlled resource points in the 5 regions. They were divided into 5 types: micro, small, medium, large, and giant. The Dragonfish Sea area in Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture was a giant resource point. It could produce a vast number of dragonfish, such as gold, silver, copper, and iron. He was Fairy Fang Yuan's main source of income. There was no one else. Oh no, that demon Fang Yuan is here. He attacked Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. Contact Heart River Bank was taken by him. To think that he came to Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range. And at such a crucial moment, sigh. The 2 Qi clan rank 6 Gu immortals guarding this place saw Fang Yuan and panicked. Fang Yuan used fixed immortal travel to teleport here. The commotion was huge, and Fang Yuan did not plan to conceal himself. He did not conceal himself. The 2 Qi clan Gu immortals immediately sensed him. These 2 Gu immortals were deep in the mountain range. In front of them was a giant spear-tip bamboo that was 70 feet tall. The bamboo was extremely thick. Even 10 grown men holding hands together might not be able to hug this giant bamboo. And in this giant bamboo's body, an immortal Gu was forming. Indeed, a wild immortal Gu was about to form. The 2 Qi clan Gu immortals were guarding Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range. They placed their focus here. Immortal Gu were unique. This wood path immortal Gu that was about to form was the most valuable treasure in this mountain range. Boom boom boom. Fang Yuan waved his sleeves. Countless fireworks and lightning bolts appeared. The 2 Qi clan Gu immortals sighed. They activated the immortal formation and blocked Fang Yuan's attacks. Qi clan specialized in formation path. Qi Chu Yu was a formation path great grandmaster. He could use the Dao marks of heaven and earth, as well as mortal Gu, to create an immortal formation. Thus, almost all the resource points that Qi clan guarded had immortal formations. After all, these resource points had one thing in common: they all had dense Dao marks. Under the efforts of the generations, the Qi clan gradually prospered, and its sphere of influence continued to expand. Even though there were more and more large resource points, and Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range gradually became the center of Qi clan's territory, it was never neglected. There were always 2 Gu immortals guarding it. Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range was not just a resource point, it was also a source of motivation for Qi clan. It contained a kind of Qi clan spirit. Forget about other large resource points, but Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range cannot be lost. Activate the Immortal Gu House and attack Fang Yuan. We will take back Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range. Qi Chuyu thought about it before giving the order with a firm attitude. What about you, First Supreme Elder? Qi clan's Gu immortals asked. Qi Chuyu snorted coldly. This Fang Yuan seems to have sensed that I am here. His true motive is to steal the dream realms here. I will guard this place. He will definitely return. Of course, you need to pretend that I am attacking him personally. Thus, Qi clan activated the Immortal Gu House and hurriedly returned to Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range. Fang Yuan had not left yet. He was still collecting the spear-tip bamboos. These bamboos had very developed roots. They could reach 50 to 60 feet into the ground. To move them into one's immortal aperture unscathed, They needed special methods. Qi Clan's Gu Immortals saw Feng Yuan and hesitated. This was Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range. If they fought with Feng Yuan here, without the protection of the Immortal formation, Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range would be destroyed. Immortal Killer Move, Great Thief Ghost Hand. Feng Yuan was prepared for it. Great Thief Ghost Hand had been hidden for a long time. It suddenly activated and targeted Qi Clan's Immortal Gu House. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. At the northernmost part of Kokitahara, snow was falling, cold air was permeating the air. The snowmen were covered in dust. They had finally arrived at this place after traveling for a long time. Despite the cold weather, the snowmen had joyful smiles on their faces. This is the perfect place for us to stay. And with such a huge land, it is not as crowded as before. Thank you for Great Immortal Bingjua's guidance. Sob, sob, sob. Some elderly snowmen were already kneeling on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Someone suddenly shouted. The snowmen quickly raised their heads and saw an unforgettable scene. The cold mist that filled the sky suddenly dissipated, revealing 3 huge crystalline peaks within the mist. Gu Immortal Bingjua floated in the air, nodding at them as the cold fog surged up again, covering the 3 crystalline mountains. It is Great Immortal Bingjua. This is the home that Great Immortal gave us, 3rd Sacred Mountain. It seems that our clan's immortals should be living on 3rd Sacred Mountain. The snowmen were extremely excited. They knelt on the ground and prayed towards 3rd Sacred Mountain. But they did not know that the appearance of Bingjua in the fog had suddenly changed. He turned into a stranger. It was Feng Yuan's time path clone. Food, environment, plants, everything is arranged properly. Even though the environment is simple, it is enough for these snowmen to survive. At this point, the snowmen's settlement is complete. The time path clone nodded slightly. He controlled the snow crystal formation and looked at another direction. There, a small group of snow monsters poked their heads out of the snow and looked at each other curiously. Then they started to wander around. Not bad. Under the effect of the snow crystal formation, snow monsters have been created. The production of snow monsters in this area also began to slowly start. In time, it will bring me huge profits. After leaving Kokitahara, the time path clone went to Mini Central Continent.